This is Audible.
Great Disciples of the Buddha. Their Lives, Their Works, Their Legacy, by Nyanaponika Thera and Helmut Hecker. Edited by Bhikkhu Bodhi. Read by Ratnadia, Nicolette Mackenzie, and William Hope.
Preface by Bhikkhu Bodhi. While in recent years in the West, oceans of ink have been expended on books dealing with the Buddha and his teaching, the first two jewels of Buddhism, the coverage given to the third jewel, the Sangha, has been far from adequate. Even the meaning of the word Sangha has been a matter of dispute, while for those without access to the original Pali texts, a dense cloud of obscurity still hangs over the Buddha's original nucleus of disciples. This gap is all the more glaring because the very measure of the Buddha's success as a spiritual teacher is to be determined by his skill in training his disciples. The canonical verse of homage to the Buddha hails him as the unsurpassed trainer of persons to be tamed, and thus the acid test for the validity of this claim must be the mettle of the men and women who submitted to his guidance. Just as the sun is valued not only for its own intrinsic radiance, but also for its ability to illuminate the world, so the brilliance of the Buddha as a spiritual master is determined not only by the clarity of his teaching, but by his ability to illuminate those who came to him for refuge, and to make them luminaries in their own right. Without a community of disciples to testify to its transformative power, the teaching, the Dhamma, would be merely a package of doctrines and formal practices, admirably lucid and intellectually rigorous, but remote from vital human concerns. The Dhamma comes to life only to the extent that it touches life, ennobling its followers and turning them into models of wisdom, compassion, and purity. The present book is an attempt to fill this gap in Western Buddhist literature with living portraits of 24 of the most distinguished disciples of the Buddha. The book evolved from a series of individual tracts on the great disciples issued by the Buddhist Publication Society, BPS, under its well-known imprint, The Wheel. The first biography to appear was The Life of Sariputta, by the Venerable Nyanaponika Thera. This was first published in 1966 as an independent monograph, with no intention to initiate an ongoing series. In the same year, however, the German Buddhist author Helmut Hecker began publishing short biographical profiles of the great disciples in the German Buddhist periodical Wissen und Wandel, Knowledge and Conduct, established in 1955 by Paul Diebs. Over the next 20 years, Wissen und Wandel carried 41 such portraits, many quite short. In the late 1970s, the idea occurred to Venerable Nyanaponika, then the editor of the BPS, to follow up his study of Sariputta with a line of wheel titles on the other great disciples, using the articles by Dr. Hecker as a basis. Thus, between 1979 and 1989, there appeared, as individual wheel booklets, portraits of Mahamoggallana, Ananda, Angulimala, Anathapindika, Mahakassapa, Anuruddha, and 8 prominent women disciples. These had been translated into English either by Venerable Nyanaponika himself or by others at his request. Finally, in 1995, I wrote a booklet on the elder Mahakachana, which was the last to appear in the series. Almost all the original articles by Dr. Hecker were considerably enlarged by Venerable Nyanaponika with additional material gathered from the Pali Canon and its commentaries, and deepened with his own insightful reflections. In preparing this comprehensive volume from the original booklets, I have made substantial alterations in almost all the older versions and added still more material to give a fuller picture of the disciple under scrutiny. The chapter on the women disciples has been expanded by the addition of 4 profiles that were not in the original wheel, although a full-length treatment of individual women comparable to the studies of the leading male disciples was not possible owing to the sparsity of source material. A thorough stylistic revision of the original portraits was also necessary. I have retranslated almost all the verses, which in the wheel booklets were often quoted from older translations, composed in a style that would strike present-day readers as stilted. To leaven the prose accounts, I have added still more verses, particularly from the Therigatha and the Therigatha. Unless indicated otherwise, all verse translations are my own, though my verse renderings from the two collections just named lean heavily upon the literal prose translations by K.R. Norman, published as Elders' Verses, Parts 1 and 2. I would like to thank my long-time assistant at the BPS, Ayya Jnana Siri, who first reviewed the original wheels with the idea of reissuing them in a single volume. I also thank Mrs. Savithri Chandra Ratne, who diligently and accurately typed the manuscripts into the computer. I am grateful to Wisdom Publications for its collaboration in the publication of this book, particularly to Sarah McClintock, whose editorial comments led to major improvements. Bhikkhu Bodhi. Editor's Introduction. The Place of Discipleship in Buddhism. As a religious founder, the Buddha did not claim to be a divinely inspired prophet, a personal savior, or a deity incarnate in flesh. Within the framework of his teaching, the Dhamma, his special role is that of a teacher, the supreme teacher who reveals the unique path to final deliverance. In the earliest form of the teaching, as represented by the Pali Canon, no essential difference divides the goal attained by the Buddha himself from that realized by his disciples. For both, the goal is the same, Nibbana, the perfect liberation of the mind from all constricting bonds and the consequent release from samsara, the round of repeated birth and death. The differences between the Buddha and his disciples concern, first, the temporal sequence of their attainment, and, second, the personal qualities which they acquire through their realization of the goal. In terms of temporal sequence, the Buddha is the discoverer of the path to Nibbana, while his disciples are those who tread the path under his guidance and thereby gain the fruit. The Tathagata, monks, is the originator of the path unarisen before, the producer of the path unproduced before, the declarer of the path undeclared before. He is the knower of the path, the finder of the path, the one skilled in the path, and his disciples now dwell following that path and become possessed of it afterwards. This, monks, is the distinction, the disparity, the difference between the Tathagata, the Arahant, the fully enlightened one, and a monk liberated by wisdom. In terms of personal qualities, the Buddha, as the founder of the Sarsana, the teaching or dispensation, possesses a vast array of skills and modes of knowledge that are not fully shared by his disciples. These cognitive faculties include not only certain thaumaturgical powers, but also the unimpeded knowledge of the constitution of the world with its many planes of existence, and a thorough understanding of the diverse mental proclivities of sentient beings. Such faculties are necessary to enable the Buddha to fulfill his essential mission of establishing the dispensation in the world at large and of guiding countless beings to liberation from suffering. Since the Buddha's aim when he first set in motion the wheel of the Dhamma was to lead sentient beings to Nibbana, the very structure of his teaching presupposes a relationship of discipleship between himself and those who hearken to his message. The Buddha is the fully enlightened teacher. His teaching is an injunction to undergo a particular course of training, and those who conform to the demands of discipleship do so by following his injunction and complying with his advice. Even at the close of his ministry, as he lay on his deathbed between the twin sarla trees at Kusinara, he declared that it was not by external acts of homage that the Tathagata, the Perfect One, was properly worshipped, but by the consistent and dedicated practice of the Dhamma. The course of discipleship under the Buddha begins with an act of faith. Faith, for Buddhism, is not an unquestioning assent to propositions beyond the range of possible verification, but a readiness to accept on trust the claim that the Buddha makes about himself, that he is the fully enlightened one, who has awakened to the deepest, most crucial truths about the nature of sentient existence, and who can show the path to the supreme goal. The placing of faith in the Buddha's enlightenment is manifested by the process of going for refuge to the three jewels of Buddhism: to the Buddha as one's mentor and spiritual guide, to his teaching, the Dhamma, as the most perfect expression of existential truth and the flawless path to liberation, and to the Arya Sangha, the community of noble ones, as the corporate embodiment of wisdom and spiritual purity. Faith necessarily leads to action, to the undertaking of the training, which in concrete terms means the implementation in one's life of the guidelines the Buddha has laid down for his followers. These guidelines vary widely in dependence on the situation and aptitude of the disciple. Certain sets of guidelines are more appropriate for lay followers, others more appropriate for monastics, and it is the disciple's task to make the right choice among them. But all such guidelines, originating from different starting points, eventually converge upon a single path, universal and unique, leading infallibly to the final goal. This is the noble eightfold path, the way to the cessation of suffering, with its three divisions of virtue: sila, right speech, right action, right livelihood; concentration, samadhi, right effort, right mindfulness, right concentration; and wisdom, panya, right view, right intention. Those who accept the Buddha as teacher and attempt to follow his path are his sarvaka, his disciples. The category of discipleship cuts across the conventional distinction between the monastic order and the lay community, and thus embraces the traditional four assemblies of Buddhist followers: bhikkhus and bhikkhunis, monks and nuns, and upasikas and upasikas, laymen and laywomen. Although later texts of the Mahayana tradition speak of the Sarvakas as if they formed a distinct class of disciples, a class contrasted unfavorably with the Bodhisattvas, the early Buddhist scriptures do not know any such distinction, but use the word Sarvaka broadly to refer to all those who accept the Buddha as their master. The word is derived from the causative verb sarvati, to inform, to declare, and thus means those who declare the Buddha to be their master, or perhaps those to whom the Dhamma has been declared. In the early texts, Sarvaka is used not only as a designation for the Buddha's disciples, but also for the followers of other spiritual systems in relation to their own mentors. Two types of disciples. Within the wide circle of the Buddha's followers, a critical distinction is drawn between two types of disciples: the ordinary disciples and the noble disciples. The differences that divide them do not pertain to outward form and mode of life, but to inward spiritual stature. Such differences will become clearer if we discuss them in the light of the world view that underlies both the Buddhist tradition as a whole and the biographical profiles that constitute the substance of the present volume. The compilers of the Buddhist scriptures accept as axiomatic a worldview that differs significantly from the picture of the universe bequeathed to us by modern science. This worldview is characterized by three basic and interrelated premises. The first is that the sentient universe is a multi-tiered edifice, with three primary realms divided into a number of subsidiary planes. The grossest tier is the sense-desire realm, kama dhatu, which consists of 11 planes: the hells, the animal kingdom, the sphere of ghosts, the human realm, the sphere of titans, and the 6 sensuous heavens. Of these, only the human realm and the animal kingdom are normally accessible to our natural sense faculties. Above the sense-desire realm is the fine material realm, or the realm of subtle form, Rupa Dhatu, an ascending series of some 16 exalted planes which are the ontological counterparts of the jhanas, the meditative absorptions. Here the grosser aspects of matter have faded away, and the beings enjoy far greater bliss, peace, and power than is ordinarily accessible in the terrestrial realm. Finally, at the pinnacle of the Buddhist cosmos is the immaterial realm, Arupa Dhatu, 4 planes of extremely attenuated nature corresponding to the 4 immaterial meditative absorptions, Arupa Jhana. Here, matter has disappeared completely, and the denizens are of a purely mental constitution. The second axiom concerns rebirth. Buddhism holds that all unenlightened beings, those who have not eradicated ignorance and craving, are bound to be reborn within the 3 realms. The course of transmigration is without discoverable beginning. It is propelled from within by ignorance and craving, which drive the stream of consciousness from death to new birth in a repeatedly self-sustaining process. This uninterrupted succession of births and deaths is called samsara, the wandering on, the round of repeated existence. The third axiom is the principle that determines the sphere of rebirth. This is what the Buddha calls kama, action, specifically volitional action. According to the Buddha, all our morally determinate volitional actions are subject to an inescapable law of retribution. Our deeds leave behind in the ongoing stream of consciousness a potential to produce results, viparka, to bring forth fruits, phala, which appear when the accumulated karma meets with external conditions congenial to its germination. Karma determines not only the specific plane into which one is reborn, but also our inherent capacities and propensities and the basic direction of our lives. The mode by which karma operates is an ethical one. Unwholesome karma, deeds motivated by greed, aversion, and delusion, brings a bad rebirth and engenders pain and suffering. Wholesome karma, deeds inspired by generosity, kindness, and wisdom, leads to a good rebirth and to happiness and well-being. Since all experience within the round of rebirth is impermanent and unsatisfactory, the ultimate aim for early Buddhism is to break free from this self-generating cycle and thereby win the unconditioned state, nibbana, where there is no more birth, aging, and death. This is the goal the Buddha himself attained as the culmination of his own noble quest, and it is also the goal he constantly set before his disciples. The distinction between the 2 types of disciples pertains to their relationship to this goal. The class of ordinary disciples, which is by far the more numerous of the 2, consists of those who are still technically classed as worldlings or commoners. Such disciples may have sincerely gone for refuge to the 3 jewels and may be fully devoted to the practice of the Dhamma, but despite their earnestness, they have not yet reached the plane where liberation is irrevocably assured. They have not yet seen the Dhamma for themselves, nor eliminated the mental fetters, nor entered irreversibly upon the path to final emancipation. Their present mode of practice is preparatory in character. It is intended to bring their spiritual faculties to maturity so that, in due course, they may enter upon the supra-mundane path. Until that experience dawns, however, they must wander on through the round of rebirths, uncertain of their future destination, still liable to moral lapses and even to rebirth in the lower realms. In contrast to this class stands the class of noble disciples, the Arya Sarvaka. These disciples have surmounted the plane of the worldlings, have arrived at the stage of irreversibility, and are assured of reaching the final goal in a maximum of 7 more births. What has raised them from the status of a worldling to the plane of spiritual nobility is a radical transformation that has occurred at the very base of the mind. This transformation may be viewed from 2 complementary perspectives, one cognitive, the other psychological. The suttas refer to the cognitive aspect as the gaining of the vision of the Dhamma and the breakthrough to the Dhamma. Such an event, altering one's destiny for all time, generally takes place after the disciple has fulfilled the preliminary requisites of the training and has been engaged in the practice of insight meditation, vipassana bhavana. As deepening wisdoms into the true nature of phenomena bring to maturity the faculty of wisdom, panya, at a certain point when all conditions are ripe, the mists of ignorance momentarily disperse, affording the disciple an immediate glimpse of the unconditioned element, the deathless, which is the precondition and final term of the whole process of liberation. When this vision dawns, the disciple becomes a true heir to the Buddha's message. The texts describe such a disciple as one who has seen the Dhamma, reached the Dhamma, understood the Dhamma, fathomed the Dhamma, who has overcome all doubt and perplexity and become self-sufficient in the Master's teaching. Even though the vision may still be clouded and imperfect, the disciple has won access to the ultimate truth, and it is only a matter of time until, by diligent practice, he or she brings this vision to its culmination in enlightenment, Sambodhi, the complete experiential understanding of the 4 Noble Truths. The other aspect of the transformation which the disciple undergoes pertains to the constitution of the psyche. It consists in the permanent elimination of certain unwholesome mental dispositions called defilements, klesha. For purposes of exposition, the defilements are usually classified into a set of 10 fetters, sangyojana, called thus because they hold beings in bondage to the round of rebirths. From the suttas, it appears that in exceptional cases, a disciple with a high degree of wisdom from previous lives can cut off all 10 fetters at a single stroke, thereby advancing in one leap from the stage of a worldling to that of an arahant, a fully liberated one. The more typical process of attainment, however, is a calibrated one whereby the fetters are cut off sequentially, in discrete clusters, on 4 different occasions of awakening. This results in a 4-fold gradation among the noble disciples, with each major stage subdivided in turn into 2 phases. A phase of the path, magga, when the disciple is practicing for the elimination of the particular cluster of fetters, and a phase of the fruit, phala, when the breakthrough is complete and the fetters have been destroyed. This subdivision explains the classical formula of the Arya Sangha as made up of 4 pairs and 8 types of noble persons. The first stage of awakening is called stream entry, because it is with this attainment that the disciple can properly be said to have entered the stream of the Dhamma, i.e., the Noble Eightfold Path that leads irreversibly to Nibbana. Stream entry is one with the first arising of the vision of the Dhamma and is marked by the eradication of the coarsest 3 fetters. Personality view, the view of a substantial self within the empirical person, doubt in the Buddha and his teaching, and wrong grasp of rules and vows, the belief that mere external observances including religious rituals and penitential forms of asceticism, can lead to salvation. With the cutting off of these three fetters, the stream enterer is freed from the prospect of rebirth in the plane of misery. The three lower realms of the hells, the animal kingdom, and the sphere of spirits or hungry ghosts. Such a one is certain to attain final liberation in at most 7 more lifetimes, passed either in the human world or in the heavens. The next major stage of awakening is that of the once-returner, who will be reborn only one more time in the human realm or in the sense-sphere heavens, and there reach the ultimate goal. The path of once returning does not eradicate any fetters beyond those already eliminated by the path of stream entry. It does, however, attenuate the 3 root defilements, greed, hatred, and delusion, so that they arise only sporadically, and then only in a mild degree. The third path, that of the non-returner, cuts off 2 deep roots of emotional turbulence within the psyche, the defilements of sensual lust and ill will, the 4th and 5th fetters, which are removed in all their manifold guises, even the subtlest. Because these 2 fetters are the principal ties that keep living beings bound to the sense-desire realm. The non-returner, as the name implies, never returns to this realm. Rather, such a one is spontaneously reborn in one of the exalted form-realm heavens called the pure abodes, accessible only to non-returners, and there attains final nibbana without ever coming back to this world. The 4th and final stage of noble discipleship is that of arahantship, which is attainable by the elimination of the 5 subtle fetters that remain unabandoned even in the non-returner. Desire for existence in the form realm and the formless realm, conceit, restlessness, and ignorance. As ignorance is the most deeply grounded of all the defilements, when the path of arahantship arises fully fathoming the 4 noble truths, ignorance collapses, bringing all the other residual defilements along with it. The mind then enters upon the taintless liberation of mind, liberation by wisdom attained by the destruction of the taints. The state that the Buddha calls the unsurpassed consummation of the holy life. The Arahant is the fully accomplished disciple of early Buddhism, the perfect model for the entire Buddhist community. Even the Buddha himself, with respect to his liberation, is described as an Arahant, and he declared the Arahants to be his equals in regard to the destruction of defilements. For the Arahant there is no further task to be achieved, and no falling away from what has been achieved. He or she has completed the development of the noble path, has fully understood the true nature of existence, and has eradicated all the mind's bonds and fetters. For the duration of life, the Arahant abides in unruffled peace, in the experiential realization of nibbana, with a mind stainless and secure. Then, with the breakup of the body at the end of the lifespan, he or she reaches the end of the entire process of rebecoming. For the Arahant, death is not the passageway to a new rebirth, as it is for all others, but the doorway to the unconditioned state itself, the nibbana element, without residue of conditioned existence. This is the true cessation of suffering to which the Buddha's teaching points, the final termination of the beginningless round of birth and death. The Great Disciples. It is often believed that early Buddhism recognized only one Buddha, the Buddha Gautama, Sakyamuni, and that the conception of multiple Buddhas was an innovation belonging to the stage of Buddhist thought preceding the rise of the Mahayana. The Pali Nikayas, our oldest integral source for the most archaic phase of Buddhism, belie this assumption. These suttas regularly mention 6 Buddhas of antiquity. the predecessors of Gautama, and in one text the Buddha gives detailed information about their careers. Elsewhere he prophesies the arising of a future Buddha to be named Maitreya, who will rekindle the light of the true Dhamma in an age of spiritual darkness. In the later literature of the Theravada school, the list of past Buddhas is increased to 27. It was under the 24th of these, a Buddha named Dipankara, that the being who was to become the Buddha, Gautama, received his original prediction to future Buddhahood. The specific function of a Buddha within the historical and cosmic process is to rediscover and proclaim the lost path to Nibbana. For Buddhism, history does not unfold in a straight line from creation to apocalypse. It develops rather in repetitive cycles of growth and decline, nested within the wider cycles of the cosmic process. World systems arise, evolve, and disintegrate, replaced by new world systems arisen from the ashes of the old. Against this background, boundless in space and time, sentient beings migrate from life to life within the three realms of existence. All existence within the round is burdened with suffering. It is transient, unstable, insubstantial, beginning with pain at birth and ending with pain in old age, sickness, and death. Periodically, however, from amid the dark labyrinths of samsara, a being arises, always in the human realm, who unravels the intricate tangle of conditions that sustain this process of bondage and thereby discovers, by his own unaided wisdom, the lost path to Nibbana, the unconditioned state of perfect bliss, peace, and freedom. This being is a Buddha. A Buddha not only rediscovers the path to Nibbana, but he also establishes a sarsana, a dispensation, to give countless other beings the opportunity to learn the Dhamma and to tread the path to the goal. To facilitate progress along the path, each Buddha founds a sangha, an order of renunciant monks and nuns, who leave behind the household life to take upon themselves the full yoke of his discipline, the brahmacharya, or holy life. Each Buddha teaches the Dhamma freely and openly to all four classes of disciples, monks and nuns, laymen and laywomen, showing them the courses of conduct that lead to higher rebirths within the round of existence and the path to release from the entire vicious cycle. Even for those who fail to reach the first stage of noble discipleship, the arising of a Buddha is still an auspicious event. For by going for refuge to the three jewels, making offerings to the Buddha and his sangha, and undertaking the practice of his teaching, beings plant seeds of merit with the most sublime potency for producing favorable fruits. Such seeds of merit, when they mature, not only bring lofty forms of rebirth, but lead these beings into contact with future Buddhas, thereby enabling them to hear the Dhamma again and, when their faculties are fully ripened, to attain realization of the paths and fruits of liberation. From among their retinues of noble disciples, every Buddha appoints a number of particular disciples as the most eminent in certain special fields. First, the Buddha appoints, at the head of the entire sangha, 2 bhikkhus as chief disciples, Agasarvaka, who share with him the major responsibilities for the instruction of the monks and the administration of the sangha as a whole. Of these two, one is also the foremost in wisdom, the other in the exercise of psychic powers. In the dispensation of our present Buddha, Gautama, these two posts were held by the Arahants Sariputta and Mahamoggallana. In addition, every Buddha appoints 1 bhikkhu as his personal attendant to look after his needs, to function as the intermediary between himself and the general public, and to accompany him on his preaching rounds. For our present Buddha, this post was held by the Venerable Ananda, who was also known as the guardian of the Dhamma for his role in preserving the Buddha's discourses. These most elevated and intimate posts by no means exhaust the range of great discipleship. The Pali Canon contains one chapter in the Anguttara Nikaya called the Etadagavagga. This one is chief chapter, in which the Buddha creates 80 categories of great disciples, 47 among the bhikkhus, 13 among the bhikkhunis, and 10 each among the male and female lay followers. For each of these posts he appoints a foremost disciple, though in a few instances a single disciple excels in several categories. For example, among the monks there is one who is foremost among those with a gentle voice, Lakuntaka Badiya, one who is foremost among those who compose spontaneous verse, Vangisa, one who is foremost among those who have gone forth out of faith, Ratapala, etc. The Bhikkhuni Sangha is headed by 2 chief bhikkhunis, Khema, who is foremost in wisdom, and Upalavana, who is foremost in psychic powers. But there is also a nun who excels in mastery over the discipline, Patachara, one foremost in energy, Sona, one foremost in the recollections of past lives, Bhadra Kapilani, etc. Among the laymen there is a chief patron, Anatta Pindika, a foremost preacher, Chitta, the householder, one foremost in attracting a retinue, Hataka of Arlavi, etc. And among the lay women there is a chief patroness, Visakha, one foremost in learning, Kujatara, one foremost in spreading loving kindness, Samarvati, etc. The canonical chapter on the great disciples is extremely terse, mentioning only the category and the name of the disciple appointed as preeminent in that sphere. It is to the Pali commentaries, and in particular to the commentary on the Etadagavagga, that we must turn to learn the background to these appointments. Such commentarial accounts certainly stem from a later period than the suttas, but although they betray their later origins with their profusion of legend and hyperbole, they indicate clearly enough that the appointments related in the canon itself in each case consummate a process of spiritual growth that began long ago in the dim recesses of the past. Each story, though differing in details, conforms to the same paradigm. During the dispensation of a past Buddha, a certain supporter of his sees him designate one of his disciples as preeminent in a particular field. Rather than strive for immediate attainment of the supramundane path under that Buddha, the devotee forms an aspiration to attain, under a future Buddha, the same post of preeminence as that to which the great disciple was assigned. To prepare for the announcement of this aspiration, the devotee makes abundant offerings to the Buddha and his Sangha, pays homage at the Master's feet, and then declares his or her heart's resolve. The Blessed One then directs his mind into the future and sees, with his knowledge of omniscience, that the aspiration will succeed under a future Buddha to be named Gotama. Thereupon he gives the disciple the prediction that the aspiration will be fulfilled. In the case of the 2 chief disciples, Sariputta and Mahamoggallana, the initial aspiration was made under the past Buddha Anomadasi, the 18th Buddha preceding Gotama. In the case of the other great disciples, it was made under the Buddha Padumuttara, the 15th Buddha of antiquity. After forming the aspiration and receiving the prediction, the aspirant to great discipleship must devote successive lives to the accumulation of the merits and knowledge necessary for its fulfillment. This requires the assiduous practice of 10 sublime virtues called the parami, the Pali counterpart of the paramita of Sanskrit Buddhism. The Pali sources enumerate 10 parami: giving, virtue, renunciation, wisdom, energy, patience, truthfulness, determination, loving kindness, and equanimity. while the Mahayana systems regard the practice of the 6 paramita as the specific chore of the bodhisattvas. The candidates for supreme Buddhahood, later Theravada doctrine, as represented by the Pali commentaries, considers them as in some measure obligatory for all aspirants to enlightenment, whether as supreme Buddhas, Pacceka Buddhas, or Arahant disciples. The difference between these 3 classes of enlightened beings concerns the length of time the paramis must be fulfilled, and the demands involved in bringing them to perfection. Candidates for supreme Buddhahood must practice the parami for a minimum of 4 incalculables and 100,000 eons, and must fulfill them in 3 degrees of severity: ordinary, superior, and supreme. Candidates for the enlightenment of a Pacceka Buddha must fulfill the parami for 2 incalculables and 100,000 eons. In the case of Arahant disciples, the requirements vary considerably depending on the mode in which the final goal is to be realized. Those who aspire to be chief disciples must practice them for 1 incalculable and 100,000 eons. Candidates for great discipleship for 100,000 eons, and candidates for arahantship of lesser stature for correspondingly lesser period of time. This stipulation helps us to understand one particularly striking feature which runs through many of the biographical sketches that we will encounter in this volume: the astonishing speed and suddenness with which the great disciples attain realization. The wanderer, Sariputta, for example, on his first meeting with a Buddhist monk, became a stream enterer while listening to a 4-line stanza. Mahakachana, while still a court Brahmin, attained arahantship at the end of a discourse by the Buddha. The royal consort, Kema, attained arahantship even while still wearing her regal attire. At first impulse, one might be tempted to dismiss such rapid attainments as just another example of hagiographic fervor, but when we take the samsaric background into account, we can then see that such instances of sudden enlightenment are by no means as fortuitous as they might appear. Their abrupt occurrence is not a defiance of the normal laws of spiritual growth, but the culmination of a long, slow process of prior preparation, spread out over countless lives against a vast cosmic backdrop, that nurtured all the requisites of enlightenment to maturity. It was because the disciples brought along, unknown even to themselves, such rich accumulations of merit and wisdom from their past existences that their initial encounter with the Buddha and his Dhamma could prove so immediately efficacious. The Present Book. The Present Book is a collection of biographical profiles of varying length of 24 eminent disciples of the Buddha, one authored by the late Venerable Nyanaponika Thera, The Life of Sariputta, one by myself, The Life of Mahakachana, and the others all by Helmut Hecker. While we aim to be as informative as the scope of this volume will allow, our underlying purpose is not so much to weave together reams of factual data as it is to provide a source of inspiration and edification for those devoted to the spiritual ideals of early Buddhism. Our profiles rarely attempt to evaluate the various accounts of the disciples' lives from an objective standpoint in order to distinguish fact from pious fiction, and thus we make no pretense to unimpeachable historical authenticity. The approach we have adopted places the author's perspective within the material, as that of an empathetic witness and advocate, rather than outside it as a disinterested scholar and judge. Whether or not all the events recorded in the texts actually occurred in the way they are reported is for us of less importance than the insights our sources give us into how the early Buddhist community viewed its models of the spiritual life. Thus, instead of attempting to sift through the material from a historicist point of view, we have recorded exactly what the texts themselves tell us about the great disciples and their careers, linking together the disconnected source citations with our own reflections and comments. The proper way to approach this book, then, is as an exercise in contemplation rather than as an enterprise of objective scholarship. The Buddha says that contemplation of the noble disciples is an essential part of the meditative life. It is an aspect of the contemplation of the Sangha, one of the 6 recollections he frequently recommended to his followers. To contemplate the noble ones, who broke the bonds of egotism and reached the heights of purity and wisdom, is a great encouragement for those who still find themselves far from deliverance. By their example, these exalted persons inspire us with confidence in the emancipating power of the Dhamma. Their lives demonstrate to us that the spiritual ideals posited in the teaching are not mere fantasy, but can be achieved by real human beings struggling against the same human infirmities that we find within ourselves. When we study their lives, we see that those great disciples had begun as ordinary human beings like ourselves, beset by the same hindrances, the same difficulties that beset us. But by placing trust in the Buddha and his teaching, and by wholehearted application to the practice of the path, they could surmount all the limitations we blandly take for granted and rise to a dimension of true spiritual nobility. In the pages that follow, we will explore the careers and characters of these great Buddhist disciples who stand at the very fountainhead of the entire Buddhist tradition. We will examine their past life backgrounds and early experiences, their struggles for enlightenment, their attainments and teachings, their activities as members of the Buddha's retinue, and, when known, the manner of their death. All this is just as much a part of the Buddhist heritage as the formal doctrines and practices of Buddhism. Not mere fragments of ancient history, dead and vapid, but a living and luminous legacy that has come down to us at this critical juncture of human history, when our very survival hinges on the capacity for self-transcendence of the kind that these disciples so vividly demonstrate by their lives. The principal criterion on which we relied in selecting disciples for study was their spiritual stature and prominence within the dispensation. This criterion, however, had to be balanced by another factor which severely limited our choices, namely, the availability of relevant source material. Contrary to expectations based on present-day attitudes, the amount of biographical data that classical texts contain on a particular disciple is not always proportional to his or her spiritual eminence and role in the Buddha's ministry. The Buddha's circle of great disciples included monks and nuns, laymen and laywomen, who are extolled most highly by the Master, yet about whom hardly any noteworthy information has been handed down. To take but one example, the Venerable Upali was the chief specialist in the Vinaya, the monastic discipline, and the monk responsible for the codification of the original Vinaya Pitaka, the compilation of discipline at the First Buddhist Council. Yet the biographical information that has been preserved about him would barely fill a page. The problem of sparse source material becomes even more acute when we turn to the women disciples, as I will discuss at greater length below. But with the men as well, once we leave the circle of monks whose lives intersected most closely with the Buddha's, the accounts become terse even to the point of silence. Apparently, with their insight sharpened by the contemplation of the non-self nature of all phenomena, the ancient Buddhists were not particularly keen on compiling biographies of selfless persons. Despite this formidable limitation, by combing the canonical texts and commentaries, we were able to collect sufficient material for biographical studies of 24 disciples. We begin with 6 chapters on elder bhikkhus or monks. Sariputta and Mahamoggallana, the two chief disciples who shared most fully the Buddha's burden of establishing the dispensation through the 45 years of his ministry. Mahakassapa, who became the de facto leader of the Sangha after the Master's demise and whose foresight ensured that the dispensation would survive. Ananda, the Buddha's cousin and personal attendant, whose prodigious memory enabled him to preserve the vast treasures of the Dhamma and protect it from the ravages of time. Anuruddha, another cousin of the Buddha, who excelled in the exercise of the divine eye, the faculty of supernormal vision. And Mahakachana, the foremost disciple in the detailed analysis of the Master's brief utterances. Although in two or more of these biographies accounts of the same incidents are sometimes repeated, for example the early careers of Sariputta and Moggallana, and the preliminaries to the first council in the lives of Mahakassapa and Ananda, we have retained these repetitions in order to keep each individual biography intact. Such repetition also serves to highlight the same incident from the personal perspectives of the different disciples involved, and thus offers us a more complete picture of events. The next chapter is a study of 12 outstanding women disciples, including both bhikkhunis and laywomen. A sensitive reader might protest that by relegating all the women disciples to a single chapter, while devoting 9 chapters to male disciples, the authors have shown an unfair sense of gender balance. To this complaint, I, as editor, can only reply that the lack of proportion in the treatment of the male and female disciples does not stem from any bias on the part of the authors, but reflects the distribution of material in the sources. While we would have liked to include studies of individual women comparable in depth and detail to the studies of the men, the material seldom lent itself to anything fuller than short sketches focusing on the events that led the women to seek refuge in the Buddha and their experiences of awakening. Sometimes, sadly, not even that much material was at hand. For example, Upalavana was the second chief disciple in the Bhikkhuni Sangha. Yet her biographical sketch, in the commentaries, consists almost entirely of a long story of a previous life, straining on contemporary sensibilities, followed by a few terse paragraphs on her historical life as a nun in the Buddhist order. The chapter on women disciples also includes one laywoman who did not reach any stage of noble attainment. This is Mallika, the chief queen of King Pasenadi of Kosala. Although Mallika did not attain stream entry and by reason of one bizarre moral lapse was even briefly reborn in hell, she was one of the most deeply devoted of the Buddha's supporters, whose conduct was in all other respects exemplary. The nun Isadarsi, whose story concludes the chapter, was probably not a direct disciple of the Buddha, as internal evidence suggests her poem may have been composed even a century after the Master's demise, but as her story is found in the canonical Therigatha and is of intrinsic interest, we have included it in this volume. The chapter on the women disciples is followed by a portrait of a bhikkhu who does not rank among the 80 great disciples, but whose life story is still of almost mythical stature. This is the monk Angulimala. In his early years he had been a serial killer of the cruelest and most brutal kind, but through the intercession of the Buddha he was converted from a life of crime to a life of sanctity and became the virtual patron saint of pregnant women. Next we will study the life and achievements of the Buddha's chief patron, the householder Anathapindika, who offered the Buddha his favorite monastic residence and who represents in many respects the ideal lay Buddhist. Finally, we will conclude our survey with a series of short sketches of 4 disciples, including the other prominent lay disciple, Chitta, the householder, whose understanding of the Dhamma and skills in meditation won the admiration of many monks. Sources. The principal source from which we have drawn material for our portraits of the great disciples is the Pali Canon, the scriptural collection of Theravada Buddhism, preserved in the Middle Indo-Aryan language now known as Pali. This collection consists of 3 baskets, or compilations: the Sutta Pitaka, or compilation of discourses, the Vinaya Pitaka, or compilation of discipline, and the Abhidhamma Pitaka, or compilation of philosophical treatises. This last compilation, consisting of technical tracts of psycho-philosophical analysis, was almost completely irrelevant to our purposes, while the Vinaya Pitaka was of use primarily on account of its background stories to the disciplinary rules rather than its own proper subject matter, the rules and regulations of the monastic order. The Sutta Pitaka has thus turned out to be the foundation stone of our biographical studies. This compilation consists of 4 major collections: the Digha Nikaya, or long discourses, the Majjhima Nikaya, or middle-length discourses, the Samyutta Nikaya, or connected discourses, short suttas in 56 chapters united by a common theme, and the Anguttara Nikaya, or numerical discourses, short suttas structured according to a numerical pattern ranging from the 1s to the 11s. It is in the 1s division of the Anguttara Nikaya that we find the Ettadagavagga, the This One is Chief chapter, where the Buddha designates the 80 foremost disciples. Besides the 4 main collections, the Sutta Pitaka includes a 5th collection, called the Khuddaka Nikaya, literally the minor collection, which yet turns out to be the most voluminous portion of this basket. Within this miscellaneous collection of texts we find 4 works especially relevant to the lives of the great disciples. 2 of these form a pair: the Theragatha, the verses of the elder monks, consisting of 1,279 verses ascribed to 264 bhikkhus; the Therigatha, the verses of the elder nuns, consisting of 494 verses ascribed to 73 bhikkhunis. In these works, the elders of the ancient Buddhist Sangha relate in verse the events that led them to a life of renunciation, their attainment of enlightenment, and their insights into the Dhamma. Although many of these verses are purely didactic and have parallels elsewhere in the canon, a significant portion are at least vaguely autobiographical, while even the didactic verses afford us glimpses into the personality of the disciple who utters them. The 3rd work of the minor collection that contributed to this book is the Jataka collection. While the canonical Jataka book consists solely of verses barely intelligible when read alone, the full Jataka collection, found in the Jataka commentary, contains 547 birth stories in which the canonical verses are embedded. These stories relate the exploits and adventures of the Bodhisattva, the future Buddha Gautama, during his past existences as he fared from life to life, accumulating the virtues that would flower with his attainment of Buddhahood. Nurtured by the luxuriant Indian imagination, these tales draw fable and fantasy into the service of the Dhamma as a medium for conveying lessons in Buddhist ethics. The stories become relevant to a study of the great disciples through their preambles and epilogues. The preamble relates the incident in the Buddha's ministry which elicited from him the story to follow. Often these incidents mirror events from the distant past that involved previous incarnations of his prominent disciples. In the epilogue, the Buddha identifies the characters from the past birth with those dwelling in his present milieu, e.g., Moggallana was the elephant of those days, Sariputta was the monkey, and I myself was the wise partridge, thereby enabling us to discover the samsaric background of the disciples. A 4th book of the minor collection, being entirely in verse and of late origins, has been used sparingly. This is the Apadana, an anthology in which the monks and nuns who gained arhantship under the Buddha speak about their meritorious deeds in past lives and occasionally about their attainment of liberation in their last existence. The work has two main divisions, the Thera Apadana, or Tales of the Elder Monks, 55 chapters with 10 tales each, and a much shorter Tari Apadana, or Tales of the Elder Nuns, 4 chapters with 10 tales each. The next body of source material we have drawn upon, second in importance only to the canon, is the Pali commentaries. Among the numerous commentaries to the canon, 4 were of special value to our undertaking, apart from the Jataka commentary mentioned just above, which is in a class of its own. One is the commentary to the Etadagavaga of the Anguttara Nikaya, found in the Manarata Purani, the complete commentary to the Anguttara. This is ascribed to Acharya Buddhaghosa, the greatest of the Pali commentators, who based his work on the ancient Sinhala commentaries, no longer extant, that had been preserved at the Mahavihara, the great monastery, in Anuradhapura, Sri Lanka. The commentary to this chapter gives biographical reports on each of the disciples declared preeminent in a particular sphere. Each story is molded upon a similar pattern. It begins with the occasion in the past existence when the disciple made his or her original aspiration to chief discipleship, highlights incidents from a few past lives when he or she performed some deed of exalted merit, and then relates the events in the last life that brought the disciple into contact with the Buddha. Usually the story culminates in their appointment to the post of great disciple, but occasionally it continues beyond to relate incidents in their career as members of the master's entourage. 2 other commentaries of biographical interest are those to the Therigatha and the Tarigatha. These are both entitled Paramata Dipani, and are attributed to Acharya Dhammapala of Bhadaratata, who worked in South India, perhaps a century later than Buddhaghosa. They are evidently based on older documents and reflect the exegetical principles of the Mahavihara. These 2 commentaries partly replicate the material in the commentary to the Anguttara Nikaya, sometimes with interesting variations, incorporate substantial excerpts from the Apadana, and also explain the incidents that prompted the disciples to utter the particular verses assigned to them. Still a 4th commentary that proved to be a mine of useful material, even though often fanciful, was the Dhammapada commentary. The authorship of this work is traditionally ascribed to Buddhaghosa, though this claim is sometimes questioned by present-day scholars. Underlying this commentary is the premise that each verse or string of verses found in the Dhammapada was uttered by the Buddha in response to a particular incident. The purpose of the commentary is to narrate the course of events that prompted the Buddha to speak that verse, but often it takes us back in time, beyond the immediate background incident, to the whole complex web of circumstances that culminated in the verse. Sometimes the commentary relates a cycle of background stories that even extends into previous lives, thereby revealing the comic background to the happenings that unfolded around the Buddha and his disciples. A note on method. It should be stressed that apart from the background stories in the commentaries, none of the source material at our disposal contains anything even approximating connected, coherent biographies of the great disciples. Indeed, in the entire Pali Canon, we do not find even a connected biography of the Buddha. The earliest attempt at this, in the Pali tradition, seems to be the Jataka Nidana, the introduction to the Jataka commentary. The commentary to the Etadagavaga, which is our fullest source of biographical information on the disciples, tends to place greater emphasis on their past samsaric history than on their careers under the Buddha, and other commentaries offer at most explanations of particular incidents rather than of entire lives. Thus, the biographical profiles that make up this book had to be constructed piecemeal from the bricks and beams of the textual heritage, which we have attempted to fashion into orderly wholes with the cement of our own personal reflections and interpretive comments. Further, to make our task even more difficult, the redactors of the Pali Canon did not structure their narratives according to a principle of continuous flow, such as we would expect from a modern biography or even a news report. Being participants in an essentially oral tradition rather than a literary one, they preferred to treat events in a staccato manner, subordinating fluid literary grace to the pedagogical and mnemonic demands of their discipline. We can only hope that the narratives we have fashioned out of the abrupt, discontinuous flashes of events recorded in the ancient texts do not show too many obtrusive seams. In our treatment of the material at our disposal, we have tried to be as comprehensive as is realistically possible within the limits of a single volume such as this. We did, however, rely upon certain specific criteria to govern the selection of events to be included. In all likelihood, these are basically the same as the criteria that the redactors of the Pali Canon looked to when compiling the texts, namely, to select those incidents and anecdotes which most clearly convey a vivid picture of the disciple's character as a model for the Buddhist community to emulate, or which reveal distinctive aspects of his or her approach to the practice and understanding of the Dhamma. We also wanted to include some of the material on the past lives of the disciple, for although this is almost certainly legendary, it does disclose the way the early Buddhist community perceived the formative influences at work in that disciple's life. But as this material often had to be drawn from later texts, like the Apadana and the Jatakas, we did not want to include so much that it would drive the more historically based material from the ancient Nikayas into the background. The verses from the Therigatha and the Therigatha were also used. Sometimes in a given biography, these are discussed all together in a section of their own, and sometimes they are integrated into the general profile. This book can be used most effectively if the biographical profiles are read for the purpose for which they were originally written, namely, for spiritual inspiration and edification. They should not be read in the same frame of mind with which one reads a novel. It is suggested that the reader should not try to read more than one chapter per day. One should make friends with the particular disciple one is learning about, reflect on his or her life and teachings, and seek to discover the universal implications that life story has for present-day humanity. Only on the next day, at the earliest, should one take up the next chapter. As these accounts can cast a spell of fascination over the mind, it is important to curb one's curiosity and repeatedly remind oneself why one is reading this collection. The proper reason should be, not for the sake of interesting anecdotes and romantic images of a bygone period, but to uplift one's spiritual vision with the living portraits of those who fulfilled the early Buddhist ideals of human perfection. Bhikkhu Bodhi.
Chapter 1. Sariputta, the Marshal of the Dhamma, by Nyanaponika Thera. Prologue. In many temples of Sri Lanka you will find, on either side of the Buddha image, the statues of two monks. Their robes are draped over one shoulder, and they stand in the attitude of reverence with joined palms. Quite often there are a few flowers at their feet, laid there by some pious devotee. If you ask who they are, you will be told that they are the enlightened one's two chief disciples, the Arahants Sariputta and Mahamoggallana. They stand in the positions they occupied in life, Sariputta on the Buddha's right, Mahamoggallana on his left. When the great stupa at Sanchi was opened up in the middle of the last century, the relic chamber was found to contain two stone receptacles, The one to the north held the bodily relics of Mahamoggallana, while that on the south enclosed those of Sariputta. Thus they had lain while the centuries rolled past, and the history of 2,000 years and more played out the drama of impermanence in human life. The Roman Empire rose and fell. The glories of ancient Greece became a distant memory. New religions wrote their names, often with blood and fire, on the changing face of the earth, only to mingle at last with legends of Thebes and Babylon. And gradually the tides of commerce shifted the great centres of civilization from east to west, while generations that had never heard the teaching of the Buddha arose and passed away. But all the time that the ashes of the holy disciples lay undisturbed, forgotten in the land that gave them birth, their memory was held dear wherever the Buddha's message spread, and the record of their lives was passed down from one generation to another, first by word of mouth, then in the written pages of the Buddhist Tipitaka, the most voluminous and detailed scripture of any religion. Next to the enlightened one himself, it is these two disciples of his who stand highest in the veneration of Buddhists in the Theravada lands. Their names are as inseparable from the annals of Buddhism as that of the Buddha himself. If it has come about that in the course of time many legends have been woven into the tradition of their lives, this is but the natural outcome of the devotion that has always been felt for them. And that high esteem was fully justified. Few religious teachers have been so well served by their immediate disciples as was the Buddha. This you will see as you read these pages, for they tell the story of one of the two greatest of them, the Venerable Sariputta, who was second only to the Buddha in the depth and range of his understanding and in his ability to teach the doctrine of deliverance. In the Tipitaka there is no connected account of his life, but it can be pieced together from the various incidents scattered throughout the canonical texts and commentaries in which he figures. Some of them are more than incidents, for his life is so closely interwoven with the life and ministry of the Buddha that he plays an essential part in it, and on a number of occasions it is Sariputta himself who takes the leading role, as skilled preceptor and exemplar, as kind and considerate friend, as guardian of the welfare of the bhikkhus under his charge, as faithful repository of his master's doctrine, the function which earned him the title of Dhamma Senapati, Marshal of the Dhamma, and always as himself, a man unique in his patience and steadfastness, modest and upright in thought, word, and deed, a man to whom one act of kindness was a thing to be remembered with gratitude so long as life endured. Even among the Arahants, those freed from all defilements of passion and delusion, he shone like the full moon in a starry sky. This then is the man of profound intellect and sublime nature, a true disciple of the great teacher, whose story we have set down to the best of our ability in the pages that follow. If you, the reader, can gather from this imperfect record something of the qualities of a perfected human being, fully liberated and raised to the highest level of realization, and of how such a person acts and speaks and comports himself toward his fellows, and if the reading of it gives you strength and faith in the assurance of what a human being may become, then our work has been worthwhile and is fully rewarded. The Quest for the Dhamma. Early life. The story begins at two Brahmanical villages in India called Upatissa and Kolita, which lay not far from the city of Rajagaha. Before our Buddha had appeared in the world, a Brahmin woman named Rupasari, living in Upatissa village, conceived, and so too on the same day at Kolita village did another Brahmin woman whose name was Mogali. The two families were closely connected, having been friends with one another for 7 generations. From the first day of their pregnancy, the families gave due care to the mothers-to-be, and after 10 months both women gave birth to boys, on the same day. On the name-giving day, Rupasari's child received the name Upatissa, as he was a son of the foremost family of that village, and for the same reason Mogali's son was named Kolita. When the boys grew up, they were educated and acquired mastery of all the sciences. Each of them had a following of 500 Brahmin youths, and when they went to the river or park for sport and recreation, Upatissa used to go with 500 palanquins and Kolita with 500 horse carriages. Now at Rajagaha there was an annual event called the Hilltop Festival. Seats were arranged for both youths, and they sat together to witness the celebrations. When there was an occasion for laughter, they laughed. When the spectacle was exciting, they became excited, and they paid their fees for the extra shows. In this manner they enjoyed the festival for a second day. On the third day, however, strange thoughts cast their shadows across their hearts, and they could no longer laugh or share in the excitement. As they sat there, watching the plays and dances, for just a moment the spectre of human mortality revealed itself to their inner vision, and once they had caught a glimpse of it, their attitude could never again be the same. For each, this sombre mood gradually crystallized into a compelling question. What is there to look at here? Before these people have reached 100 years, they will all be dead. Shouldn't we go seek a teaching of deliverance? It was with such thoughts in mind that on this third day they sat through the festival. Kolita noticed that his friend seemed pensive and withdrawn, and asked him, "What is the matter, my dear Upatissa? Today you are not happy and joyous as you were on the other days, but you seem to be troubled about something. Tell me, what is on your mind?" "My dear Kolita, I have been thinking that there is no benefit at all for us in enjoying these hollow shows. Instead of wasting my time on such festivals, what I really ought to do is to seek a path to deliverance from the entire round of rebirths. But you too, Kolita, seem to be discontented." And Kolita replied, "My thoughts are exactly the same as yours." When he knew that his friend shared his inclination, Upatissa said, "That was a good thought of ours. However, for those who seek a teaching of deliverance, there is only one thing to do, to leave home and become ascetics. But under whom shall we live the ascetic life?" At that time, there lived at Rajagaha a wandering ascetic named Sanjaya, who had a great following of pupils. Deciding to take ordination under him, Upatissa and Kolita approached him, each with his own following of 500 Brahmin youths, and all of them received ordination from Sanjaya. And from the time of their ordination under him, Sanjaya's reputation and support increased abundantly. Within a short time, the two friends had learned Sanjaya's entire doctrine. They then went to him and asked, "Master, does your doctrine go so far only, or is there something beyond?" Sanjaya replied, "So far only does it go. You know it completely." Hearing this, they thought to themselves, "If that is the case, it is useless to continue the holy life under him. We have gone forth from home to seek a teaching of deliverance, but under him we cannot find it. India is vast, and if we wander through villages, towns, and cities, we shall certainly find a master who can show us the path we are seeking." And from then on, whenever they heard that there were wise ascetics or Brahmins in this place or that, they went to meet them and learned their doctrines. There was none, however, who could answer all their questions, while they were able to reply to those who questioned them. Having thus travelled through the whole of India, they returned to Rajagaha. There they made an agreement that whichever of them should find the deathless first would inform the other. It was a pact of brotherhood, born of the deep friendship between the two young men. Some time after they had made that agreement, the Blessed One, the Buddha, set out for Rajagaha. He had, shortly before, completed the first rainy season retreat following his enlightenment, and now the time had arrived for wandering and preaching. Before his enlightenment, he had promised King Bimbisara that he would return to Rajagaha after attaining his goal, and now he set forth to fulfill that promise. So in stages the Blessed One journeyed from Gaya to Rajagaha, and having received from King Bimbisara the bamboo grove monastery, Velovana, he took up residence there. Among the first 61 arahants, whom the Master had sent forth to proclaim the message of deliverance to the world, was an elder named Assaji. Assaji had belonged to the group of 5 ascetics who had attended upon the Bodhisattva while he was engaged in his ascetic practices, and he was also one of the first 5 disciples. One morning, when Assaji was walking on alms round in Rajagaha, Upatissa saw him calmly wending his way from door to door with his bowl in hand. Struck by Assaji's dignified and serene appearance, Upatissa thought, "Never before have I seen such a monk. He must be one of those who are arahants, or who are on the way to arahantship. Should I not approach him and question him?" But then he considered, "It is not the proper time now for putting questions to this monk, as he is going for alms through the streets. I had better follow behind him after the manner of supplicants." And he did so. Then, when the elder had finished his alms round and was seeking a quiet place to eat his meal, Upatissa spread out his own sitting cloth and offered the seat to the elder. The elder Assaji sat down and took his meal, after which Upatissa served him with water from his own water container, and in this way performed toward Assaji the duties of a pupil to a teacher. After they had exchanged the usual courteous greetings, Upatissa said, "Serene are your features, friend. Pure and bright is your complexion. Under whom have you gone forth as an ascetic? Who is your teacher, and whose doctrine do you profess?" Assaji replied, "There is, friend, a great recluse, a scion of the Sakyas, who has gone forth from the Sakya clan. I have gone forth under him, the Blessed One. That Blessed One is my teacher, and it is his Dhamma that I profess." "What does the Venerable One's master teach? What does he proclaim?" Questioned thus, the elder Assaji thought to himself, "These wandering ascetics are opposed to the Buddha's teaching. I shall show him how profound this teaching is." So he said, "I am but new to the training, friend. It is not long since I went forth from home, and I came but recently to this doctrine and discipline. I cannot explain the Dhamma in detail to you." The wanderer replied, "I am called Upatissa, friend. Please tell me according to your ability, be it much or little. It will be my task to penetrate its meaning by way of 100 or 1,000 methods." And he added, "Be it little or much that you can tell, the meaning only please proclaim to me. To know the meaning is my sole desire. Of no use to me are many words." In response, the elder Assaji uttered this stanza: "Of those things that arise from a cause, the Tathagata has told the cause, and also what their cessation is. This is the doctrine of the great recluse." Upon hearing the first 2 lines, there arose in the wanderer Upatissa the dust-free, stainless vision of the Dhamma, the first glimpse of the deathless, the path of stream entry, and to the ending of the last 2 lines he already listened as a stream enterer. At once he knew, here the means of deliverance is to be found, and he said to the elder, "Do not enlarge upon this exposition of the Dhamma, venerable sir, this much will suffice. But where does our master live?" "In the bamboo grove, wanderer." "Then please go ahead, venerable sir. I have a friend with whom I have made an agreement to share the Dhamma. I shall inform him, and together we shall follow you and come into the master's presence." Upatissa then prostrated himself at the elder's feet and went back to the park of the wanderers. Colita saw him approaching and immediately knew, "Today my friend's appearance is quite changed. Surely he must have found the deathless." And when he inquired, Upatissa replied, "Yes, friend, the deathless has been found." He told him all about his meeting with the elder Assaji, and when he recited the stanza he had heard, Colita too was established in the fruit of stream entry. "Where, my dear, does the master live?" he asked. "I learned from our teacher, the elder Assaji, "That he lives at the bamboo grove." "Then let us go, Upatissa, and see the master," said Kolita. But Sariputta was one who always respected his teacher, and therefore he said to his friend, "First, my dear, we should go to our teacher, the wanderer Sanjaya, and tell him that we have found the deathless. If he can grasp it, he will penetrate to the truth. And even if he does not, he may, out of confidence in us, come with us to see the master. And hearing the Buddha's teaching, he will attain to the penetration of the path and fruition." So both of them went to Sanjaya and said, "O teacher, a Buddha has appeared in the world. His doctrine is well proclaimed, and his community of monks is following the right path. Let us go and see the master." "What are you saying, my dear?" Sanjaya exclaimed. And refusing to go with them, he offered to appoint them as co-leaders of his community, speaking of the gain and fame such a position would bring them. But the two wanderers refused to be deflected from their decision, saying, "Oh, we would not mind always remaining pupils, but you, teacher, must know for yourself whether to go or not." Then Sanjaya thought, "If they know so much, they will not listen to what I say." And realizing this, he replied, "You may go then, but I cannot." "Why not, teacher?" "I am a teacher of many. If I were to revert to the state of a disciple, it would be as if a huge water tank were to change into a small pitcher. I cannot live the life of a pupil now." "Do not think like that, teacher," they urged. "Let it be, my dear. You may go, but I cannot." "O teacher, when a Buddha has appeared in the world, people flock to him in large crowds and pay homage to him, carrying incense and flowers. We too shall go there, and then what will happen to you?" To which Sanjaya replied, "What do you think, my pupils? Are there more fools in this world, or more wise people? Fools there are many, O teacher, and the wise are few. If that is so, my friends, then the wise ones will go to the wise recluse Gotama, and the fools will come to me, the fool. You may go now, but I shall not." So the two friends left, saying, "You will come to understand your mistake, teacher." And after they had gone, there was a split among Sanjaya's pupils, and his monastery became almost empty. Seeing his place deserted, Sanjaya vomited hot blood. 500 of his disciples had left, along with Upatissa and Kolita, out of whom 250 returned to Sanjaya. With the remaining 250 and their own following, the two friends arrived at the Bamboo Grove Monastery. There the master, seated among the fourfold assembly, was preaching the Dhamma, and when he saw the two wanderers coming, he addressed the monks. "These two friends, Upatissa and Kolita, who are now approaching, will be my two chief disciples, an excellent pair." Having arrived, the friends bowed low in homage to the Blessed One and sat down at one side. When they were seated, they said to the Master, "May we obtain, Lord, the going forth under the Blessed One. May we obtain the higher ordination." And the Blessed One said, "Come, bhikkhus. Well proclaimed is the Dhamma. Now live the life of purity to make an end of suffering." This alone served as the ordination of these venerable ones. Then the master continued his discourse, taking the individual temperaments of the listeners into consideration, and with the exception of Upatissa and Kolita, all of them attained to arahantship. But on that occasion the two friends did not attain the higher paths and fruits. For them a longer period of preparatory training was needed, in order that they could fulfill their personal destiny, that of serving as the Blessed One's chief disciples. After their entry into the Buddhist order, the texts always refer to Upatissa by the name Sariputta, while Kolita is always called Mahamoggallana. For his intensive training, Moggallana went to live at a village near Magadha named Kalavalaputta, on which he depended for alms. On the 7th day after his ordination, when he was engaged in intense meditation, he was troubled by fatigue and torpor. But spurred on by the master, he dispelled his fatigue, and while listening to the master expound the meditation subject of the elements, he won the 3 higher paths and reached the acme of a chief disciple's perfection. But the venerable Sariputta continued to stay near the master at a cave called the Boar's Shelter, depending on a Rajagaha for his alms. Half a month after his ordination, the Blessed One gave a discourse to Sariputta's nephew, the wandering ascetic Diganaka. Sariputta was standing behind the master, fanning him. While listening to the discourse and following it attentively with his mind, as though sharing the food prepared for another, Sariputta reached the acme of knowledge pertaining to a disciple's perfection and attained to arahantship, together with the 4 analytical knowledges. His nephew, at the end of the sermon, was established in the fruit of stream entry. Now it may be asked, did not Sariputta possess great wisdom? And if so, why did he attain arahantship later than Moggallana? The answer, according to the commentaries, is because of the greatness of the preparations required. When poor people want to go anywhere, they take to the road at once. But in the case of kings, extensive preparations must be made, and these require time. And so too is it in order to become the first chief disciple of a Buddha. On that same day, when the evening shadows had lengthened, the master called his disciples to assembly, and bestowed upon the 2 elders the rank of chief disciples. At this, some monks were displeased and murmured among themselves, "The master should have given the rank of chief disciples to those who were ordained first, that is, the group of 5 disciples. Or if not to them, then either to the group of 55 bhikkhus headed by Yasa, or to the 30 of the auspicious group, or else to the 3 Kassapa brothers. But passing over all these great elders, he has given it to those whose ordination was the very last of all." The master inquired about the subject of their talk. When they told him, he said, "I do not show preference, but give to each what he has aspired to. When, for instance, Anya Kondanya in a previous life gave alms 9 times during a single harvest, he did not aspire to chief discipleship. His aspiration was to be the very first to penetrate to the highest state, arahantship, and so it came about. But many eons ago, at the time of the Buddha Anomadasi, Sariputta and Moggallana made the aspiration for chief discipleship, and now the conditions for the fulfillment of that aspiration have ripened. Hence, I have given them just what they aspired to, and did not do so out of preference." The original aspiration. The Buddha's statement underscores a fundamental tenet of Buddhist thought, that who we are and what we reap as our life's destiny is not the product simply of our intentions and activities within the brief span of time that began with our physical birth, but reflects a deep wellspring of past experience accumulated in the beginningless round of rebirths, samsara. Thus, the story of Sariputta, the great disciple, properly begins in the distant past, with events that have been preserved for us in the form of legend. Such legends, however, are not mere fictions spun by an excessively vibrant imagination. They are rather narrative representations of principles that are too profound and universal to be reduced to mere matters of historical fact, principles that can be adequately conveyed only by turning facts into sacred archetypes and archetypes into spiritual ideals. This particular legend unfolds one incalculable period and 100,000 eons in the past. At that time, the being who was to become the Venerable Sariputta was born into a rich Brahmin family and was given the name Sarada. At the same time, the future Moggallana was born into a wealthy householder family and was named Sirivardhana. The 2 families were acquainted, and the boys became playmates and close friends. On the death of his father, Sarada inherited the vast family fortune. But before long, reflecting in solitude on his own inevitable mortality, he decided to abandon all his property and go forth, seeking a path to deliverance. Sarada approached his friend Sirivardhana and invited him to join him on this quest, but Sirivardhana, still too strongly attached to the world, refused. Sarada, however, was firm in his decision. He gave away all his wealth, left the household, and took up the life of a matted-hair ascetic. Quickly and without difficulty he mastered the mundane meditative attainments and supernormal powers, and attracted to himself a band of disciples. Thus his hermitage gradually became home to a large community of ascetics. At this time the Buddha Anumadasi, the 18th Buddha, counting back from the present Buddha Gautama, had arisen in the world. One day, on emerging from meditative absorption, the Buddha Anumadasi cast his net of knowledge out upon the world, and beheld the ascetic Sarada and his retinue. Realizing that a visit to this community would bring great benefits to many beings, he left behind his monks and journeyed to their hermitage alone. Sarada noticed the marks of physical excellence on the body of his visitor, and at once understood that his guest was a fully enlightened one. He humbly offered him a seat of honor, and provided him with a meal from the food gathered by his disciples. Meanwhile, the Buddha's monks had come to join him at the hermitage, 100,000 arahants, free from all defilements, led by the two chief disciples, Nisaba and Anoma. To honor the Buddha, the ascetic Sarada took a large canopy of flowers and, standing behind the Blessed One, held it over his head. The master entered the attainment of cessation, the meditative state wherein perception, feeling, and other mental processes utterly cease. He remained absorbed in this state for a full week, while throughout that entire week Sarada stood behind him, holding aloft the canopy of flowers. At the end of the week, the Buddha emerged from the attainment of cessation and requested his two chief disciples to give talks to the community of ascetics. When they had finished speaking, he himself spoke, and at the end of his discourse all the ascetic pupils of Sarada attained arahantship and asked to be admitted to the Buddha's order of monks. Sarada, however, did not attain arahantship nor any other stage of sanctity, for as he listened to the discourse of the chief disciple Nisaba and observed his pleasing deportment, the aspiration arose in his mind to become the first chief disciple of a Buddha in the future. Thus, when the proceedings were finished, he approached the Buddha Anumadasi, prostrated himself at his feet, and declared, "Lord, as the fruit of the act of homage I performed toward you by holding the canopy of flowers over you for a week, I do not aspire for rulership over the gods, nor for the status of Mahabrahma, nor for any other fruit but this, that in the future I might become the chief disciple of a fully enlightened one." The master thought, will his aspiration succeed? And sending out his knowledge into the future, he saw that it would. Then he spoke to Sarada thus, "This aspiration of yours will not be barren. In the future, after an incalculable age and 100,000 eons, a Buddha by the name of Gautama will arise in the world, and you will be his first chief disciple, the marshal of the Dhamma, named Sariputta." After the Buddha left, Sarada went to his friend Sirivardhana and urged him to make an aspiration to become the second chief disciple of the Buddha Gautama. Sirivardhana had a lavish alms hall built, and after all the preparations were complete, invited the master and his monks to come for an alms meal. For a full week, Sirivardhana provided the Buddha and the monks with their daily meal. At the end of the festivities, having offered costly robes to all the monks, he approached the Buddha and announced, "By the power of this merit, may I become the second chief disciple of the same Buddha under whom my friend Sarada will become the first chief disciple." The master looked into the future, and seeing that the aspiration would be fulfilled, he gave Sirivardhana the prediction. He would become the second chief disciple of the Buddha Gautama, a monk of great power and might, known by the name Moggallana. After the two friends had received their respective predictions, each devoted himself to good deeds in his own proper sphere. Sirivadana, as a lay devotee, looked after the needs of the Sangha and performed various works of charity. Sarada, as an ascetic, continued with his meditative life. On their deaths, Sirivadana was reborn in a sense-sphere heavenly world, while Sarada, having mastered the meditative attainments and the divine abodes, was reborn in the Brahma world. Sariputta in the Jatakas. From this point on, there is no continuous narrative of their activities, but at a certain point in their wandering through the cycle of birth and death, the two friends must have crossed paths with another being who much earlier, at the feet of the 24th Buddha of antiquity, had vowed to win supreme Buddhahood. This was the Bodhisatta, the being who was to become the Buddha Gautama, the enlightened one of our own historical era. The Jataka stories record the deeds of the Bodhisatta in some 550 of his former births, and in these stories Sariputta plays a prominent role, appearing more often than any other disciple of the Buddha, with the possible exception of Ananda. Only a representative sampling of these stories can be considered here. Since the process of rebirth does not respect divisions between realms of existence, but flows up from the animal realm to the human and celestial realms, and down from the heavens to the human and animal realms, we find that the specific forms of relationship between Sariputta and the Bodhisatta vary from life to life. We may take these diverse relationships as the outline for our survey. In several of their past births, both the Bodhisatta and Sariputta were animals. Once the Bodhisatta was a chief stag who had two sons, both of whom he instructed in the art of leadership. One son, Sariputta, followed his father's advice and led his herd to prosperity. The other, who was to become the Buddha's jealous cousin Devadatta, spurned his father's advice in favour of his own ideas and thereby brought his herd to disaster. Jataka 11. When the Bodhisatta was a royal goose, his two young sons, Sariputta and Moggallana, tried to outrace the sun. When they grew weary and were about to collapse in mid-flight, the Bodhisatta came to their rescue. Jataka 476. In a birth as a partridge, the Bodhisatta was senior to his two friends, a monkey, Sariputta, and an elephant, Moggallana. Thus he became their teacher and preceptor, a foretoken of their relationship in their final existence. Jataka 37. The Bodhisatta again figures as a preceptor in the Sassa Jataka number 316, where he is a wise hare who teaches a monkey, Sariputta, a jackal, Moggallana, and an otter, Ananda, the value of morality and generosity. When Sakka, king of the Devas, comes to him in the guise of a hungry Brahmin to test his resolve, the hare is ready to throw himself into a fire to provide the Brahmin with a meal. On several occasions, the two future disciples rendered vital help to the Bodhisatta. When the great being, as a deer, was caught in a snare, his companions, a woodpecker, Sariputta, and a tortoise, Moggallana, saved him by breaking the trap. Although the hunter, Devadatta, caught the tortoise, the other two animals came to his rescue and succeeded in freeing him. Jataka 206. The Bodhisatta was not, however, always so fortunate, and the Jatakas record their share of tragedies. Thus, in one birth story, number 438, when the Bodhisatta was a partridge who taught the Vedas to young Brahmins, a wicked ascetic, Devadatta, killed him and made a meal of him. His friends, a lion, Sariputta, and a tiger, Moggallana, came to visit him, and on seeing a feather in the ascetic's beard, they understood the enormity of his deed. The lion wanted to show mercy, but the tiger slew the ascetic and threw his body in a pit. This incident already discloses a difference in temperament between the two disciples. Sariputta, though mighty as a lion, is gentle and soft, while Moggallana, though harmless in his last life as an enlightened monk, can still exhibit the fierceness of a tiger. In other Jatakas, one of the two, the Bodhisatta and Sariputta, is human and the other an animal, and their roles as benefactor and beneficiary also undergo reversals. Thus we encounter the Bodhisatta as a war steed and Sariputta as his warrior, Jataka 23. The Bodhisatta as a peerless white elephant who enters the service of the king of Benares, Sariputta, number 122. The Bodhisatta as a partridge and Sariputta as a wise ascetic who instructs him, number 277. But in other births, the Bodhisatta is human and Sariputta an animal. In one story, for example, the Bodhisatta is a hermit who rescues an evil prince, Devadatta, and 3 animals from a flood. The animals, a snake, Sariputta, a rat, Moggallana, and a parrot, Ananda, show their gratitude by offering the hermit hidden treasures, but the envious prince tries to have him executed. Jataka number 73. Sometimes the future spiritual heroes were reborn in celestial form. Once, when the Bodhisatta was Sakka, Sariputta and Moggallana were respectively Chanda, the moon god, and Surya, the sun god. Together with several other deities, they visited a notorious miser and converted him to a life of generosity. Jataka 450. Often it is the Bodhisatta who benefits the future disciples, but sometimes we see Sariputta coming to the Bodhisatta's aid. When they were both reborn as princes of the Nagas, semi-divine serpents, the Bodhisatta was captured by a cruel Brahmin who made him perform tricks in public. His elder brother, Sariputta, set out in search of him and delivered him from this humiliating fate. Jataka 543. When the Bodhisatta was the virtuous Prince Mahapaduma, maligned by his stepmother for refusing her seductive advances, his father the king tried to have him hurled from a precipice. But Sariputta, as a spirit of the mountain, caught him before he hit the ground and led him to safety. Jataka 472. Most often in the Jatakas, the Bodhisatta and Sariputta appear in human births. In such stories, the Bodhisatta is invariably the hero, the supreme exemplar of virtue and wisdom, while Sariputta appears as his friend, pupil, son, or brother, and often serves as his benefactor. In one life, the Bodhisatta was a king, and Sariputta his charioteer, number 151. When they crossed paths with a chariot carrying a rival king, Ananda, Sariputta and the rival charioteer, Moggallana, compared their respective kings' merits. The rival had to admit the superiority of Sariputta's master, who ruled by bestowing benefits on both the good and the wicked, while his own master rewarded the good and punished the wicked. In the influential Kantivadi Jataka, number 313, the Bodhisatta, as the saintly preacher of patience, is reviled and tortured by the wicked King Kalabu, Devadatta. After the king has severed the Bodhisatta's limbs to test his patience, the king's general, Sariputta, bandages the Bodhisatta's wounds and begs him not to take revenge. Often in the longer Jatakas, the Bodhisatta enters upon the ascetic life, and Sariputta usually joins him in this quest. Such an inclination would have been deeply implanted in the temperaments of both men, who in their last existence would consummate their spiritual careers only after going forth into homelessness. When the Bodhisatta was the chaplain's son, Hattipala, he was named the heir to the throne by the childless king. Recognizing the danger in worldly life, he decided to become an ascetic and was soon joined by his 3 brothers, the eldest of whom was the future Sariputta. Jataka 509. In the Indriya Jataka, number 423, the Bodhisatta is an ascetic with 7 chief disciples, 6 of whom, including the eldest, Sariputta, eventually leave him to establish their own hermitages, but Anusissa, Ananda, remains behind as his attendant. This presages the relationship between the Buddha and Ananda in their last existence. Sariputta did not always concur with the Bodhisatta's decision to renounce the world. When the Bodhisattva, as a king, decided to enter the ascetic life, his eldest son, Sariputta, and youngest son, Rahula, pleaded with him to give up this idea, and he had to struggle inwardly to overcome his attachment to his sons. Jataka number 525. In still another birth, however, the Bodhisattva wavered in his decision to go forth, and this time Sariputta, as an ascetic named Narada, appeared to him by mystic power and encouraged him to remain firm in his decision. Jataka number 539. Thus, buffeted by the winds of Kama, the two noble beings migrated from life to life and from realm to realm through the round of rebecoming. Unlike blind worldlings, however, their wandering was not purposeless and devoid of direction, but was guided by aspirations they had formed in the far distant past. After countless lives during which they had practiced the 10 perfections, matured their virtue, and forged increasingly closer bonds of comradeship and mutual trust, the time had come for them to actualize the goal for which they had struggled so long. Thus, in their final birth, in Middle India some 2,500 years ago, the one emerged as the Buddha Gautama, teacher of devas and humans, the other as his most eminent disciple, the Venerable Sariputta, marshal of the Dhamma. Sariputta the Man. The chief disciple. In the Mahapadana Sutta, the Buddha relates various details about the 6 Buddhas who preceded him, beginning with the Buddha Vipassi 91 eons ago. He mentions their names, the periods in which they arose, their caste and clan, their lifespan, and the milestones of their teaching careers. He also states the names of their 2 chief disciples, who are in each case described as the chief pair of disciples, the excellent pair. Elsewhere in the Pali Canon, the Buddha declares that all the Buddhas of the past had a pair of chief disciples, such as he had in Sariputta and Moggallana, and all the Buddhas to arise in the future will likewise have such a pair. From such statements, we can see that the posts of chief discipleship are inherent in the very nature of the Buddha's dispensation. Thus, in appointing 2 monks as chief disciples, our Buddha Gautama was not acting according to his own caprice, but was conforming to a timeless paradigm, a paradigm followed by all the fully enlightened ones of the past, and to be followed by all their successors in the future. The basic functions of the chief disciples within the dispensation may be enumerated as 3-fold. To help the master in consolidating the Dhamma, and thereby in making it a vehicle of spiritual transformation and deliverance for as many beings as possible, both human and celestial. To serve as models for the other monks to emulate and to supervise their training. And to assist in the administration of the Sangha, particularly when the Blessed One goes into solitary retreat or travels alone on an urgent mission. Always the Buddha remains the final authority at the head of the dispensation, and the appointment of chief disciples does not represent in any way a democratic devolution of powers. The Blessed One is the sole source of the teachings, the revealer of the path, the supreme charioteer of persons to be tamed. But just as a king requires ministers to supervise the affairs of state, so the Buddha, the king of the Dhamma, delegates responsibility for particular spheres of training to his best qualified disciples in each area. Naturally, the most demanding tasks fall on the 2 chief disciples, who possess the acumen and ability needed to discharge them most effectively. We thus can see that appointment to chief discipleship is far from being an entitlement to special perks and privileges. To be appointed a chief disciple is to shoulder an immensely heavy responsibility in all areas of the dispensation. It is to share the Buddha's burden of compassion and to work in closest cooperation with him to ensure that the Dhamma becomes successful and prosperous, extended, popular, widespread, well proclaimed among devas and humans. The reason the Buddhas always appoint 2 chief disciples seems to be to achieve an optimal balance between the spheres of responsibility and the human aptitudes available to meet them. A Buddha unites in his own person all perfections. He is the sage perfect in all respects. But human beings of lesser stature, even enlightened arahants, will display diversities in their characters and talents which qualify them for different tasks. Thus, to supervise the main areas of responsibility, a Buddha is invariably attended by 2 chief disciples, one constantly at his right hand, the other at his left. Of the 2, the right-hand disciple, the one regarded as closest to the Blessed One, is the disciple distinguished by excellence of wisdom. In the case of the Buddha Gautama, this was the Venerable Sariputta. His special task in the dispensation is the systematization of the doctrine and the detailed analysis of its content. By means of his deep insight into the ultimate truth and his sharp discernment of the sphere of differentiated phenomena, he is responsible for drawing out the subtle implications of the Dhamma and for explicating its meaning with a wealth of detail that the Buddha, as head of the dispensation, cannot personally attend to himself. The other chief disciple, who stands at the Buddha's left hand, is distinguished by his versatility in the exercise of spiritual power. In the Buddha Gautama's Sangha, this position was held by the Venerable Mahamoggallana. Such spiritual power is not a means of dominating others or of self-aggrandizement, but must be founded upon a perfect realization of selflessness. The power springs specifically from mastery over the sphere of concentration, which opens up a profound comprehension of the fundamental forces that govern mind and matter, and their subtle interconnections. Guided by the compassionate ideals of the Dhamma, this power is used to remove obstacles to the secure establishment of the dispensation in the world, and to transform other beings who cannot be easily reached by the gentler, transformative approach of verbal instruction. Detailed discussion of the Venerable Sariputta's first major task as chief disciple, the systematization of the Dhamma, will be undertaken in the next chapter, when we examine his role as turner of the wheel. Here we will focus upon the ways Sariputta and Moggallana jointly fulfilled the other 2 roles of chief disciples, serving as exemplars and mentors for the monks, and assisting in the administration of the Sangha. In an injunction given to the Sangha, the Buddha held up the 2 chief disciples as models for the other monks to follow. A monk of faith, O bhikkhus, should cherish this right aspiration. Oh, may I become such as Sariputta and Moggallana, for Sariputta and Moggallana are the model and standard for my bhikkhu disciples. In their mastery over the 3 aspects of the path, virtue, concentration, and wisdom, they embodied the qualities the monks still in training were to acquire for themselves. But even more, because they both possessed the analytical knowledges and skill in speech, they were ideal teachers to whom the younger monks could turn for guidance and instruction. The relationship in which the 2 chief disciples stood to one another in the matter of teaching was explained by the Buddha in the Satya Vibhanga Sutta. Associate, O monks, with Sariputta and Moggallana, and keep company with them. They are wise bhikkhus and helpers of their fellow monks. Sariputta is like a mother who brings forth, and Moggallana is like a nurse to the newborn child. Sariputta trains his pupils in the fruition of stream entry, and Moggallana trains them for the highest goal. In explanation of this passage, the Majjhima commentary says, when Sariputta accepted pupils for training, whether they were ordained by him or by others, he favoured them with his material and spiritual help, looked after them in sickness, gave them a subject of meditation, and at last, When he knew that they had become stream enterers and had risen above the dangers of the lower worlds, he dismissed them in the confident knowledge, now they can, by their own manly strength, produce the higher stages of holiness. Having thus become free from concern about their future, he instructed new groups of pupils. But Moggallana, when training pupils in the same way, did not give up concern for them until they had attained arahantship. This was because he felt, as was said by the master, "As even a little excrement is of evil smell, I do not praise even the shortest spell of existence, be it no longer than a snap of the fingers." It is said that whenever Sariputta gave advice, he showed infinite patience. He would admonish and instruct up to 100 or 1,000 times, until his pupil was established in the fruition of stream entry. Only then did he discharge him and give his advice to others. Very great was the number of those who, after receiving his instruction and following it faithfully, attained to arahantship. But although the Majjhima commentary states that Sariputta used to lead his regular pupils only up to stream entry, in individual cases he helped monks to attain the higher stages. The Udana commentary, for example, says that at that time bhikkhus in higher training often used to approach the Venerable Sariputta for a subject of meditation that could help them to attain the 3 higher paths. It was after taking instruction from Sariputta that the elder Lakantika Badiya attained arahantship, having been a stream enterer at the time. As chief disciples, Sariputta and Mahamoggallana shared the responsibility for supervising the affairs of the Sangha under the immediate direction of the Blessed One, and they were the ones expected to take charge in the Master's absence. On one occasion, recorded in the Chattuma Sutta, the Buddha makes this point clear by reproaching the Venerable Sariputta for failing to recognize his responsibility. Once a large number of monks, newly ordained, as the commentary tells us, by Sariputta and Moggallana, had come to pay their respects to the Buddha for the first time. On arrival, they were allotted quarters and started chatting with the resident monks of Chattuma. Hearing the noise, the Buddha summoned the resident monks to question them about it, and was told that the commotion was caused by the new arrivals. The text does not say the visiting monks were present at the time, but they must have been, for the Buddha addressed them with the words, "Go away, monks, I dismiss you. You should not stay with me." The newly ordained monks left, but some lay supporters intervened on their behalf, and they were allowed to return. The Buddha then said to Sariputta, "What did you think, Sariputta, when I dismissed that group of monks?" Sariputta replied, "I thought, the Blessed One wishes to live at ease and to abide in the state of happiness here and now. So we too shall live at ease and abide in the state of happiness here and now." "Wait, Sariputta, do not allow such a thought ever to arise in you again," the Buddha said. Then turning to Moggallana, he put the same question to him. "When the Blessed One dismissed those monks," replied Moggallana, "I thought, the Blessed One wishes to live at ease and to abide in the state of happiness here and now. Then Sariputta and I should now look after the community of the monks." "Well spoken, Moggallana, well spoken," said the master. "It is either I myself or Sariputta and Moggallana who should look after the community of monks." It was the Venerable Sariputta, too, who first appealed to the Buddha to lay down the code of monastic rules. He had asked the Buddha why it was that the dispensation of some of the Buddhas of the past did not last very long, while that of others did. And the Buddha had replied that the dispensation did not last long in the case of those Buddhas who did not preach much Dhamma, nor lay down regulations for the disciples, nor institute the recital of the Patimokkha, but the dispensation of those Buddhas who took these precautions endured. Sariputta then got up, saluted the master respectfully, and said, It is now time for the Blessed One to promulgate the regulations and to lay down the Patimokkha so that the holy life might last for a long time. But the Buddha replied, "Let it be, Sariputta. The Tathagata himself will know the occasion for that. The Master will not lay down regulations for the disciples nor recite the Patimokkha until signs of corruption have appeared in the Sangha." This concern that the dispensation should endure as long as possible is characteristic of Sariputta. Equally characteristic was it of the Buddha that he did not wish to lay down regulations until such time as it was absolutely necessary to do so. He went on to explain that at that time the least advanced member of the Sangha was a stream enterer, perhaps a fact of which Sariputta was not aware, and therefore it was not yet necessary to lay down the rules of the bhikkhu life. Often the Buddha charged the two chief disciples with special missions arising out of pressing circumstances. One such occasion was when he dispatched them to win back a group of young monks who were being led astray by Devadatta, the Buddha's ambitious cousin. After Devadatta had formally split the Sangha by declaring that he would conduct Sangha acts separately, he went to Vulture's Peak with 500 young monks whom he had persuaded to become his followers. The Buddha sent Sariputta and Moggallana to Vulture's Peak in order to win them back. When Devadatta saw the two elders approach, he assumed that they had decided to forsake the Buddha and join his faction. He extended to them a warm welcome and treated them as if they were now his chief disciples. In the evening, while Devadatta was resting, the two elders preached to the monks, led them to the attainment of stream entry, and convinced them to return to the Blessed One. Another time that Sariputta and Moggallana worked together to restore order in the Sangha was when a group of monks led by Assaji, not the elder Assaji referred to earlier, and Punnyabasu, living at Kitagiri, were misbehaving. They ate in the evening, sang and danced with young girls in the town, and mingled with lay people in ways that besmirched the dignity of the Sangha. In spite of repeated admonitions, these monks would not mend their ways, so the two chief disciples were sent to pronounce the penalty of banishment on them for refusing to submit to the discipline. The Helper. Among the bhikkhus, Sariputta was outstanding as one who helped others. In the Devadaha Sutta, the Buddha himself said of his great disciple, "Sariputta, bhikkhus, is wise, and a helper of his fellow monks." The commentary, in explanation of these words, refers to a traditional distinction among the ways of helping others. Sariputta was a helper in two ways, by giving material help and by giving the help of the Dhamma. Elaborating on the way he provided material help, the commentary says that the elder did not go on alms round in the early morning hours as the other bhikkhus did. Instead, when they had all gone, he walked around the entire monastery grounds, and wherever he saw an unswept place, he swept it. Wherever refuse had not been removed, he threw it away. Where furniture such as beds and chairs or earthenware had not been properly arranged, he put them in order. He did this so that the non-Buddhist ascetics who might visit the monastery would not see any disorderliness and speak in contempt of the bhikkhus. Then he used to go to the hall for the sick, and having spoken consoling words to the patients, he would ask them about their needs. To procure their requirements, he took with him young novices, and went in search of medicine either by way of the customary alms round or to some appropriate place. When the medicine was obtained, he would give it to the novices, saying, "Caring for the sick has been praised by the Master. Go now, good people, and be heedful." After sending them back to the monastery sick room, he would go on the alms round or take his meal at a supporter's house. The above was his routine when staying for some time at a monastery. But when going on a journey on foot with the Blessed One, he did not walk at the head of the procession, shod with sandals and umbrella in hand, as one who thinks, "I am the chief disciple." Rather, he would let the young novices take his bowl and robes and go on ahead with the others, while he himself would first attend to those who were old, very young, or unwell, making them apply oil to any sores they might have on their bodies. Then, either later on the same day or on the next day, he would leave together with them. Because of his solicitude for others, on one occasion Sariputta arrived particularly late at the place where the others were resting. For this reason, he did not get proper quarters and had to pass the night seated under a tent made from robes. Having seen this, the next day the master caused the monks to assemble and told them the Titira Jataka, Jataka 37, the story of the elephant, the monk, and the partridge, who, after deciding which was the eldest of them, lived together showing respect for the most senior. He then laid down the rule that lodgings should be allocated according to seniority. Sometimes Sariputta would give material help and the help of the Dhamma together. For example, when the monk Samittigutta was suffering from leprosy in the infirmary, Sariputta went to visit him and spoke to him thus: "Friend, so long as the 5 aggregates continue, all feeling is just suffering. Only when the aggregates are no more is there no more suffering." Having thus given him the contemplation of feelings as a subject of meditation, Sariputta left. Samittigutta followed the elder's instruction, developed insight, and realized the 6 supernormal powers as an arahant. A sick-bed sermon given by the elder to Anathapindika, the Buddha's chief patron, is preserved in the Sottapatti Samyutta. In this discourse, given when Anathapindika was afflicted by such severe pain that he felt as if his head was being crushed, Sariputta consoled the great lay disciple by reminding him that as a stream enterer, he was utterly free of the bad qualities that lead to rebirth in states of woe, and that he possessed the 4 factors of stream entry: unwavering confidence in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, and the virtues dear to the noble ones. Moreover, he was securely established on the noble eightfold path, and thus was certain to reach the fruits of the path, enlightenment and deliverance. As Anathapindika listened to him, his pains subsided, and right on the spot he recovered from his illness. As a mark of gratitude, he then offered Sariputta the food that had been prepared for himself. On one occasion, however, the Buddha mildly reproved Sariputta for not having carried his teaching far enough. When the Brahmin Dhananjani was on his deathbed, he was visited by the Venerable Sariputta. The elder, reflecting that Brahmins are bent on the Brahma world, taught the dying man the 4 Brahma Vihara, the meditations on universal love, compassion, altruistic joy, and equanimity, the path to the Brahma world, but ended his discourse there without teaching the path of insight. When the Venerable Sariputta returned from the visit, the master asked him, "Why, Sariputta, while there was more to do, did you set the Brahmin Dhananjani's thoughts on the inferior Brahma world, and then rising from your seat, leave him?" Sariputta replied, "I thought, these Brahmins are bent on the Brahma world. Should I not show the Brahmin Dhananjani the way to union with Brahma?" "The Brahmin Dhananjani has died, Sariputta," said the Buddha, "and he has been reborn in the Brahma world." This story, which is found in the Dhananjani Sutta, is interesting as an illustration of the undesirability of rebirth in an inferior Brahma world for one who is capable of bringing rebirth to an end. For while the Buddha himself sometimes showed only the way to Brahma, as for example in the Tevijja Sutta, it seems probable that in this case he saw that Dhananjani was fit to receive a higher teaching, while Sariputta, lacking a Buddha's unique knowledge of others' faculties, was unaware of this. As a consequence, Dhananjani would have to spend a long time in the Brahma world, and might have to take human birth again before he could achieve the goal. Once the elder Channa was lying ill and in great pain. The venerable Sariputta paid him a visit in company with the elder Mahachunda. Seeing the sick man's agonies, Sariputta at once offered to go in search of medicines and suitable food for him. But Channa told them he had decided to take his life. They appealed to him to abandon such thoughts, but were not successful. After they retired, Channa used the knife. Later the Buddha explained that in this matter the elder Channa was blameless, since he had attained arahantship while dying and had passed away into final nibbana. This story is found in the Channovada Sutta. When Anathapindika was lying on his deathbed, he requested the Venerable Sariputta to visit him out of compassion. Sariputta came at once, accompanied by Ananda, and preached to the dying man a stirring sermon on non-attachment. He told the lay disciple that he should put away clinging to all the phenomena of the conditioned world, to the 6 sense faculties, the 6 sense objects, the 6 kinds of consciousness, the 6 kinds of contact, the 6 kinds of feeling, in brief to everything seen, heard, sensed and thought. Anathapindika was moved to tears by this profound discourse, the likes of which, he said, he had never before heard. Shortly after this encounter, Anathapindika died and was reborn in the Tusita heaven. One night, while the rest of the world slept, the new Deva Anathapindika paid a visit to Jetavana in his celestial body, and in the presence of the Blessed One recited a verse in praise of the chief disciple. Sariputta truly is endowed with wisdom, with virtue and with inner peace. Even a monk who has gone beyond, at best can only equal him. The next day the Buddha informed the monks what had happened, but he did not mention the identity of his visitor. Ananda then said to the master, "Venerable sir, that young Deva must surely have been Anathapindika, for Anathapindika had full confidence in the Venerable Sariputta." The Buddha confirmed that Ananda's inference was correct. It was in this manner that the Venerable Sariputta gave the help of the Dhamma. A great leader and outstanding spiritual adviser, he brought to the task of guiding others not only a keen and perceptive understanding of the human mind, but also a warm, sympathetic interest in other people, which must have been a great encouragement to those under his guidance. Administering to the physical as well as to the spiritual needs of the monks under his charge, restraining them with kindly admonitions and encouraging them with the praise their efforts deserved, Sariputta combined the qualities of a perfect teacher with those of a perfect friend. He was ready to help in every way, in small things as in great. Filled with the virtue of the holy life himself, he was quick to see virtue in others, was expert in developing it in those in whom it was latent, and was among the first to extol it where it was in full flower. His was no cold, aloof perfection, but the richest intermingling of spiritual exaltation with the qualities that are finest and most endearing in a human being. The Unresentful. The Dhammapada commentary records an incident that epitomizes still another outstanding trait of the chief disciple, his patience and forbearance. In the neighborhood of the Jetavana monastery, where the Buddha was residing, a group of men were praising the noble qualities of Sariputta. "Such great patience has our elder," they said, "that even when people abuse him and strike him, he feels no trace of anger." "Who is this that never gets angry?" The question came from a Brahmin, a holder of false views. And when they told him, "It is our elder Sariputta," he retorted, "That must be because nobody has ever provoked him." "That is not so, Brahmin," they replied. "Well then, I will provoke him to anger." "Provoke him to anger if you can." "Leave it to me," said the Brahmin. "I know just what to do to him." When the Venerable Sariputta entered the city on his arms round, the Brahmin approached him from behind and gave him a tremendous blow on the back. "What was that?" said Sariputta, and without so much as turning to look, he continued on his way. The fire of remorse leapt up in every part of the Brahmin's body. Prostrating himself at the elder's feet, he begged for pardon. "For what?" asked the elder mildly. "To test your patience, I struck you," the penitent Brahmin replied. "Very well, I pardon you." "Venerable sir," the Brahmin said, "if you are willing to pardon me, please take your food at my house." When the elder silently consented, the Brahmin took his bowl and led him to his house, where he served him a meal. But those who saw the assault were enraged. They gathered at the Brahmin's house armed with sticks and stones, ready to kill him. When Sariputta emerged, accompanied by the Brahmin carrying his bowl, they cried out, "Venerable sir, order this Brahmin to turn back." "Why, lay disciples?" asked the elder. They replied, "The man struck you, and we are going to give him what he deserves." "But what do you mean? Was it you or me that he struck?" "It was you, venerable sir." "Well, if it was me he struck, he has begged my pardon. Go your ways." And so, dismissing the people and permitting the Brahmin to return, the great elder calmly made his way back to the monastery. The venerable Sariputta's humility was as great as his patience. He was willing to receive correction from anyone, not only with submission, but with gratitude. It is told in the commentary to the Susima Sutta that once, through momentary negligence, a corner of the elder's underrobe was hanging down, and a 7-year-old novice, seeing this, pointed it out to him. Sariputta stepped aside at once and arranged the garment in the proper way, and then he stood before the novice with folded hands, saying, "Now it is correct, teacher." There is a reference to this incident in the Milinda Panha, where these verses are ascribed to Sariputta. "If one who has gone forth this day at the age of 7 should teach me, I accept it with lowered head. At sight of him I shall show my zeal and respect. May I always set him in the teacher's place." It was no wonder, therefore, that throughout his life he continued to show respect for the venerable Assaji, from whom he had gained his introduction to the Buddha's teaching. We are told in the commentary to the Nava Sutta, Sutta Nipata, and also in the commentary to the Dhammapada, that whenever Sariputta lived in the same monastery as the elder Assaji, immediately after having paid homage to the Blessed One, he always went to venerate the great elder, thinking, "This venerable one was my first teacher. It was through him that I came to know the Buddha's dispensation." And when the elder Assaji lived in another monastery, Sariputta used to face the direction in which he was living and pay homage to him by touching the ground at 5 places, with the head, hands and feet, and saluting him with joined palms. But this led to misunderstanding, for when other monks saw Sariputta acting thus, they said, "After becoming a chief disciple, Sariputta still worships the heavenly quarters. Even today he cannot give up his Brahmanical views." When these complaints reached the Blessed One, he said, "It is not so, bhikkhus. Sariputta does not worship the heavenly quarters. He salutes the one through whom he first learned the Dhamma, and worships and reveres him as his teacher. Sariputta is one who gives devout respect to his teacher." It was then that the master preached to the monks the Nava Sutta, which starts with the words, "As the Devas pay devout homage to Indra, so one should revere the person through whom one has learnt the Dhamma." Another example of the venerable Sariputta's gratitude is given in the story of the elder Radha. The commentary to the Dhammapada relates that Radha was a poor Brahmin who stayed at the Jetavana monastery in Savatthi. He served as a temple hand, performing little services such as weeding, sweeping and the like, and the monks supported him with food. When he asked to be ordained, however, the monks did not want to ordain him. One day the Blessed One, in his mental survey of the world, saw that this Brahmin was mature for arahantship. He inquired about him from the assembled monks, and asked whether any one of them remembered ever receiving some help from the poor Brahmin. Sariputta said that he remembered an occasion when he was going for alms in Rajagaha, and this poor Brahmin had given him a ladleful of alms food that he had begged for himself. The master asked Sariputta to ordain the man, which he did. Sariputta then advised him time and again as to what things should be done and what should be avoided. Radha always received his admonitions gladly, without resentment, and in a short time he attained arahantship. On this occasion the bhikkhus extolled Sariputta's sense of gratitude, and said that he who himself willingly accepts advice obtains pupils who do the same. Commenting on this, the Buddha said that not only then, but also formerly, Sariputta had shown gratitude and remembered any good deed done to him. And in that connection, the master told the Alina Chitta Jataka, Jataka 156, in which Sariputta was a grateful elephant who dedicated his life to helping a team of carpenters that had nursed him when he was wounded. The Venerable Sariputta's powers of forbearance and humility came to the fore on an occasion when he was the victim of a false accusation. This incident took place when he was dwelling at Jetavana. At the end of the rains retreat, the elder took leave of the master and departed with his own retinue of monks on a journey. A large number of monks also took leave of Sariputta, and in dismissing them, he addressed by name those who were known to him by their personal and family names. Among them there was a monk who was not known by his personal and family name, but a strong desire arose in him that the chief disciple should address him by those names in taking his departure. In the great throng of monks, however, Sariputta did not give him this distinction, and the monk was aggrieved. "He does not greet me as he does the other monks," he thought, and conceived a grudge against Sariputta. At the same time it chanced that the hem of the elder's robe brushed against him, and this added to his grievance. He approached the Buddha and complained, "Lord, the Venerable Sariputta, doubtless thinking to himself, 'I am the chief disciple,' struck me a blow that almost damaged my ear, and having done that, without so much as begging my pardon, he set out on his journey." The Buddha summoned Sariputta into his presence. Meanwhile, Mahamoggallana and Ananda, knowing that a calumny was about to be exposed, summoned all the monks, convoking an assembly. "Approach, venerable sirs," they called. "When the Venerable Sariputta is face to face with the Master, he will roar his lion's roar." And so it came about. When the Master questioned the great elder, instead of denying the charge, he said, "O Lord, one who is not firmly established in the contemplation of the body, with regard to his body, such a one may be able to hurt a fellow monk and leave without apologizing." Then followed Sariputta's lion's roar. He compared his freedom from anger and hatred with the patience of the earth, which receives all things, clean and unclean, his tranquility of mind to a bull with severed horns, to a lowly outcast youth, to water, fire, and wind, and to the removal of impurity. He compared the oppression he felt from his own body to the oppression of snakes and corpses, and the maintenance of his body to that of fatty excrescences. In 9 similes he described his own virtues, and 9 times the great earth responded to the words of truth. The entire assembly was moved by the majestic force of his utterance. As the elder proclaimed his virtues, remorse filled the monk who had unjustly maligned him. Immediately he fell at the feet of the Blessed One, admitting his slander and confessing his fault. Thereupon the Buddha said, "Sariputta, pardon this deluded man, lest his head should split into 7 pieces." Sariputta's reply was, "Venerable sir, I freely pardon this venerable monk." And with joined palms he added, May this venerable monk also pardon me if I have in any way offended him." In this way they were reconciled. The other monks were filled with admiration, saying, "See, brethren, the extraordinary goodness of the elder. He cherishes neither anger nor hatred against this lying, slanderous monk. Instead, he crouches before him, stretches his hands in reverence, and asks his pardon." The Buddha's comment was, "Monks, it is impossible for Sariputta and his like to cherish anger or hatred. Sariputta's mind is like the great earth, firm like a gatepost, like a pool of still water." He then recited the following verse: "Unresentful like the earth, firm like a gatepost, equipoised and strong in vows, mind without impurities like a pool, for such a one the round of births exists no more." Another incident of this nature did not end so happily, for the slanderer refused to admit his fault. He was a monk named Kokalika, who approached the Buddha with a slander against the two chief disciples. "Sariputta and Moggallana have bad intentions, Lord," he said. "They are in the grip of evil ambition." The master replied, "Do not say so, Kokalika. Do not say so. Have friendly and trustful thoughts towards Sariputta and Moggallana. They are of good and lovable behavior." But the misguided Kokalika paid no heed to the Buddha's words. He persisted with his false accusation, and soon after that his whole body became covered with boils, which continued to grow until eventually he died of his illness and was reborn in hell. This incident was well known. It is recorded in the following places in the Sutta Pitaka: Samyutta Nikaya, Sutta Nipata, Mahavagga, Anguttara Nikaya, and Takarya Jataka, Jataka 481. A comparison of these two incidents reveals the importance of penitence. Neither Sariputta nor Moggallana bore the monk Kokalika any ill will for his malice, and his apologies, had he offered them, would have made no difference to the attitude of the two chief disciples. But they would have benefited the erring monk himself, averting the consequences of his bad karma. Evil rebounds upon those who direct it toward the innocent, and so Kokalika was judged and punished by himself, through his own deeds. Friendships and relatives. Such personal qualities as gratitude, kindness, helpfulness, and patience won for the Venerable Sariputta many deep friendships, which endured throughout his life as a monk. With Moggallana, the friend and companion of his youth, he maintained intimate ties until death separated them in the very last year of the Buddha's life. But Sariputta's friendships were in no way exclusive. According to the commentary to the Mahaghosinga Sutta, there was also a bond of mutual affection between Sariputta and the elder Ananda. On Sariputta's part, it was because he thought, "He is attending on the master, a duty which should have been performed by me." And Ananda's affection was due to the fact that Sariputta had been declared by the Buddha as his foremost disciple. When Ananda gave novice ordination to young pupils, he used to take them to Sariputta to obtain higher ordination under him. Sariputta did the same in regard to Ananda, and in that way they had 500 pupils in common. Whenever Ananda received choice robes or other requisites, he would offer them to Sariputta, and in the same way Sariputta passed on to Ananda any special offerings that were made to him. Once Ananda received from a certain Brahmin a very valuable robe, and with the master's permission he kept it for 10 days, awaiting Sariputta's return. The sub-commentary says that later teachers commented on this. There may be those who say, "We can well understand that Ananda, who had not yet attained to arahantship, felt such affection. But how is it in the case of Sariputta, who was a canker-free arahant?" To this we answer, Sariputta's affection was not one of worldly attachment, but a love for Ananda's virtues. The Buddha once asked Ananda, "Do you too approve of Sariputta?" And Ananda replied, "Who, Lord, would not approve of Sariputta, unless he were childish, corrupt, stupid, or of perverted mind? Sariputta is wise, of great wisdom, of broad, bright, quick, keen, and penetrative wisdom. Sariputta is of few wants, and contented, inclined to seclusion, not fond of company, energetic, eloquent, willing to listen, an exhorter who censures what is evil." In the Theragatha, we find Ananda describing his emotion at the time of Sariputta's death. "When the noble friend Sariputta had gone," he declares, "the world was plunged in darkness for me." But he adds that after the companion had left him behind, and the master had also passed away, there was no other friend like mindfulness directed to the body. Ananda's sorrow on learning of Sariputta's death is also described very movingly in the Chunda Sutta. Sariputta was a true friend in the fullest sense of the word. He well understood how to bring out the best in others, and in doing so did not hesitate sometimes to speak straightforwardly and critically, like the ideal friend described by the Buddha, who points out his friend's faults. It was through such honest criticism that he helped the Venerable Anuruddha in his final breakthrough to arahantship, as recorded in the Anguttara Nikaya. Once the Venerable Anuruddha went to see the Venerable Sariputta. When they had exchanged courteous greetings, he sat down and said to the Venerable Sariputta, "Friend Sariputta, with the divine eye that is purified, transcending human sight, I can see the thousandfold world system. Firm is my energy, unremitting. My mindfulness is alert and unconfused. My body is tranquil and unperturbed. My mind is concentrated and one-pointed. And yet my mind is not freed from the cankers, not freed from clinging." "Friend Anuruddha," said the Venerable Sariputta, "that you think thus of your divine eye, this is conceit in you. That you think thus of your firm energy, your alert mindfulness, your unperturbed body, and your concentrated mind, this is restlessness in you. That you think of your mind not being freed from the cankers, this is worrying in you. It would be good indeed if you would abandon these three states of mind and, paying no attention to them, direct your mind to the deathless element." The Venerable Anuruddha followed Sariputta's advice, and in a short time he attained the destruction of the cankers. Sariputta must have been stimulating company, as he was sought after by many. What attracted people of quite different temperaments to him and his conversation can be well understood from the incident described in the Mahagosinga Sutta. One evening the elders Mahamoggallana, Mahakassapa, Anuruddha, Ravata, and Ananda went to Sariputta to listen to the Dhamma. Sariputta welcomed them, saying, "Delightful is this Gosinga Sala tree forest. It is a clear moonlit night. The Sala trees are in full bloom, and it seems as if celestial scents are being wafted around. What kind of monk do you think, Ananda, will lend more lustre to this Gosinga Sala tree forest?" The same question was put to the others as well, and each replied according to his personal temperament. Finally, Sariputta gave his own answer, which was as follows. "There is a monk who has control over his mind, who is not under the control of his mind. In whatever mental abiding or attainment he wishes to dwell in the forenoon, he can dwell in it at that time. In whatever mental abiding or attainment he wishes to dwell at noon, he can dwell in at that time. In whatever mental abiding or attainment he wishes to dwell in the evening, he can dwell in it at that time. It is as though a king's or royal minister's cloth chest were full of many-coloured garments, so that whatever pair of garments he wishes to wear in the morning, or at noon, or in the evening, he can wear it at will at those times. Similarly it is with a monk who has control over his mind, who is not under the control of his mind. In whatever mental abiding or attainment he wishes to dwell in the morning, or at noon, or in the evening, he can do so at will at those times. Such a monk, friend Moggallana, can lend lustre to this Gosinga Sala tree forest. They then went to the Buddha and reported the course of their discussion. The master approved of all their answers and added his own. We see from this episode that, despite his powerful intellect and his status in the Sangha, Sariputta was far from being a domineering type who tried to impose his views on others. He understood well how to stimulate self-expression in his companions in a natural way, conveying to them the pensive mood evoked by the enchanting scenery. His own sensitive nature responded to natural beauty, and drew a similar response from his friends. There are many such conversations recorded between Sariputta and other monks, not only with Moggallana, Ananda and Anuruddha, but also with Mahakotthita, Upavana, Samidhi, Savita, Bhumija, and many more. Sariputta was also keen to meet noble monks, particularly those whom the master had commended. One such was the elder Punya Mantani Putta, whom he had not met before the Buddha praised him before the Sangha. When Sariputta learned that Punya had come on a visit, he went to meet him and, without revealing his own identity, engaged him in a profound discussion on the successive stages of purification and their relation to Nibbana. His questions elicited from Punya a great discourse, the Rata Venita Sutta, or stagecoach simile, which delineates the stages of the Buddhist path later used by Acharya Buddhaghosa as the framework for his monumental treatise, the Visuddhimagga. It seems that the Buddha himself liked to talk to Sariputta, for he often did so, and many of his discourses were addressed to his marshal of the Dhamma. Once Sariputta approached the Buddha and repeated some words the master had spoken to Ananda on another occasion. This is the whole of the holy life, namely, noble friendship, noble companionship, noble association. There could be no better exemplification of that teaching than the life of the chief disciple himself. As we have already seen, Sariputta was born into a Brahmin family of Upatissa village, or Nalaka, near Rajagaha. His father's name was Vaganta and his mother's Rupasari. No mention is made of his relationship with his father, and we may thus presume that his father died in Sariputta's youth. He had 3 brothers, Chunda, Upasena, and Revata, and 3 sisters named Chala, Upachala, and Sisupachala. All 6 took ordination into the Buddhist order and attained arahantship. Chunda was known by the name Samanudesa, meaning the novice in the Sangha, even after becoming a bhikkhu. This was to distinguish him from the elder Mahachunda. At the time of Sariputta's death, Chunda was his attendant, and it was he who informed the Buddha of his passing away, bringing with him the chief disciple's relics. The story is told in the Chunda Sutta recounted below. Upasena, who came to be known as Vagantaputta, or son of Vaganta, as Sariputta is son of Sari, was said by the Buddha to be the foremost among those of all-pleasing deportment. He died of a snake bite, as is related in the Salaryatana Samyutta. Revata was the youngest of the brothers. Their mother, wishing to prevent him from seeking ordination, had him married when he was a very young boy. But on the wedding day he saw the grandmother of his future wife, an old woman of 120, stricken with all the signs of decrepitude. At once he became disgusted with worldly life. Escaping from the wedding procession by a ruse, he fled to a monastery and was ordained. In later years he was on his way to see the Buddha when he stopped at a forest of acacia trees, and while spending the rainy season there, he attained arahantship. After that he became known as Revata Kadiravanya, Revata of the acacia forest. The Buddha distinguished him as being the foremost among forest dwellers. The 3 sisters, Chala, Upachala, and Sisupachala, wishing to follow their brother's example, became nuns after their marriages. In marriage, each of them had a son who was named after his mother, Chala or Kali, and so on. These 3 sons were also ordained, being received as novices by Ravata Kadiravanya, and their good conduct was praised by Sariputta. When Chala, Upachala, and Sisupachala became nuns, they were approached by Mara, who tried to taunt and tempt them. Their excellent replies are recorded in the Terigata and the Bhikkhuni Samyutta. In contrast to all these, Sariputta's mother was a staunch Brahmin who, throughout the years, remained hostile to the Buddha's teaching and his followers. In the commentary to the Dhammapada, it is related that once, when the Venerable Sariputta was in his own village of Nalaka with a large retinue of monks, he came to his mother's house in the course of his alms round. His mother gave him a seat and served him with food, but while she did so, she uttered abusive words. "Oh, you eater of others' leavings," she said. "When you fail to get leavings of sour rice gruel, you go from house to house among strangers, licking the leavings off the backs of ladles. And so it was for this that you gave up 80 crores of wealth and became a monk? You have ruined me. Now go on and eat." Likewise, when she was serving food to the monks, she said, "So, you are the men who have made my son your page boy. Go on, eat now." Thus she continued reviling them, but Sariputta spoke not a word. He took his food, ate it, and in silence returned to the monastery. The Buddha learned of the incident from his son Rahula, who had been among the monks at the time. All the bhikkhus who heard of it wondered at the elder's great forbearance, and in the midst of the assembly the Buddha praised him, uttering the stanza, "He that is free from anger, who performs his duties faithfully, he that guards the precepts and is free from lust, he that has subdued himself, he that wears his last body, he it is I call a Brahmin." It was not until the very close of Sariputta's life that he was able to convert his mother. That story will be told below. But the incident just related reminds us again of the great elder's most pleasing characteristics, his humility, patience, and forbearance. The Meditator. When the Bodhisattva had left the household life in search of a path to enlightenment, he first entered upon discipleship under 2 distinguished meditation masters of the time, through whose guidance he reached the 2 highest formless attainments, the base of nothingness and the base of neither perception nor non-perception. From the account of Sariputta's quest, it seems that his inclinations took him along a different route, not to the feet of those who had mastered the domain of superconscious states, but to those who excelled in philosophical discourse and intellectual analysis. His initiation into the Dharma, too, as we have seen, came about not through the path of the meditative absorptions, but through a direct, spontaneous insight into the conditionality of all phenomena, and into the unconditioned element beyond the network of causes and effects. Nevertheless, once Sariputta became a disciple of the Buddha, he quickly attained mastery over all the stages of meditative absorption and harnessed his meditative experience as a tool for the final breakthrough to full enlightenment. The process by which Sariputta advanced from the stage of stream enterer to that of arahantship is related by the Buddha in the Anupada Sutta. In this revealing discourse, the Blessed One declares that during the 2-week period of his striving for the final goal, Sariputta had practiced insight into states one by one as they occurred. He mastered in succession the 9 meditative attainments, the 4 fine material jhanas, the 4 immaterial states, and the cessation of perception and feeling. On mastering each attainment except the last 2, which are too subtle for introspective investigation, he would analyze it into its constituent factors, define each of these factors in turn, and then consider how they arose, how they persisted, and how they disappeared. Abiding unattracted, unrepelled, independent, detached, free, dissociated, with a mind rid of barriers, he would then cultivate the next higher attainment until he reached the cessation of perception and feeling. His actual breakthrough to arahantship, as mentioned above, took place while he was standing behind the Buddha, fanning him as the master gave a discourse to the wanderer Diganaka, Sariputta's nephew. The theme of the Buddha's talk was the comprehension of feelings. The Buddha began by explaining the nature of the body, instructing Diganaka to contemplate the body in such a way that desire, affection and concern for the body would be abandoned. Then he explained the contemplation of feeling. All feeling should be seen as impermanent, conditioned and dependently arisen, as subject to break up, vanish, disappear and cease. As Sariputta listened to the Buddha's words, he reflected, "The Blessed One speaks about the abandonment of these things through direct knowledge. He speaks about the relinquishment of these things through direct knowledge." As he reflected thus, suddenly final knowledge arose, and his mind was liberated from the cankers by non-clinging. In his stanzas in the Theragatha, Sariputta recalls the way he attained arahantship. The Blessed One, the Buddha, the one with vision, was teaching the Dhamma to another. While the Dhamma was being taught, I lent an ear, keen on the goal. That listening of mine was not in vain, for I am released, free from cankers. Although Sariputta ranked first among the Buddha's disciples in overall comprehension of the Dhamma, unlike many other monks, he did not strive after the supernormal modes of knowledge and psychic powers that were often accessories of an arahant. Thus, in the next verses of the Theragatha, he states that he felt no inclination for the 5 supernormal powers, qualities in which his friend Mahamoggallana excelled. Nevertheless, the commentary to these verses tells us that while Sariputta made no deliberate effort to obtain the supernormal powers, they came into his hands spontaneously, along with his attainment of arahantship, being inherent qualifications of a chief disciple. The treatise on psychic power of the Patisambhidamagga also credits Sariputta with the power of intervention by concentration, which is capable of intervening in certain normal physiological processes or other natural events. The canonical basis for this ascription is a story in the Udana. Once, when Sariputta was living with Moggallana at Kapotakandara, he was sitting in meditation out in the open air on a full moon night, his head freshly shaved. A malicious demon, or yaka, passing overhead, in a spiteful mood, descended and gave the elder a severe blow on the head. But he was so deeply absorbed in meditation that he suffered no harm. The story continues. The Venerable Mahamoggallana saw the incident, approached the Venerable Sariputta and asked him, "Friend, are you comfortable? Are you doing well? Does nothing trouble you?" "I am comfortable, friend Moggallana," said the Venerable Sariputta. "I am doing well, but I have a slight headache." Thereupon the Venerable Mahamoggallana said, "It is wonderful, friend Sariputta. It is marvelous, friend Sariputta. How great is the psychic power and might of the Venerable Sariputta! For just now, friend Sariputta, a certain demon gave you a blow on the head. And such a mighty blow it was that it might have felled an elephant or split a mountain peak. But the Venerable Sariputta says only this, 'I am comfortable, friend Moggallana. I am doing well, friend Moggallana, but I have a slight headache.' Then the Venerable Sariputta replied, 'It is wonderful, friend Moggallana. It is marvelous, friend Moggallana. How great is the psychic power and might of the Venerable Moggallana that he should see any demon at all. As for me, I have not seen so much as a mud sprite.'" Meanwhile, the Blessed One had been listening in, with his divine ear, to this discussion between the 2 elders. And he then spoke the following inspired utterance in praise of Sariputta. Whose mind stands unmoving as a rock, unattached to things that arouse attachment, unangered by things that provoke anger, how can suffering come to one whose mind has been cultivated thus? After he had become securely established in the highest goal, meditation became for Sariputta a natural expression of his realization rather than a means toward some higher attainment. In the Sariputta Samyutta, the Venerable Ananda questioned Sariputta on several occasions about how he had passed his day, and Sariputta replied that he had spent the day dwelling in the various stages of meditative absorption. But in the case of each stage, he added, he was utterly free of self-reference. I had no such thoughts as, I am entering the jhana, I have entered it, I am rising from it. On another occasion, Sariputta described to Ananda how he could enter a unique state of concentration in which he would not be cognizant of any familiar object of cognition. In regard to the earth element, he was without perception of earth, and so also in regard to the other three elements, the four immaterial objects, and everything else pertaining to this world or even to the world beyond. And yet, he said, he was not entirely without perception. His only perception was, Nibbana is the cessation of becoming. This inscrutable attainment seems to be identical with the meditative abiding in voidness that the Venerable Sariputta regularly cultivated. We read in the Pindapata Parisuddhi Sutta that the Buddha once noticed that Sariputta's features were serene and radiant, and asked him how he had acquired such radiance. Sariputta replied that he frequently practiced the abiding in voidness. Thereupon the Buddha exclaimed that this was the abode of great men, and proceeded to describe it in detail. The commentary identifies this abiding in voidness with the fruition attainment of arahantship, entered upon by focusing on Nibbana's aspect of voidness, or sunyata. When Sariputta became absorbed in this meditative state, even the gods from the highest heavens descended to venerate him, as the Venerable Mahakassapa testifies in the following verses. These many devas, powerful and glorious, 10,000 devas from Brahma's company, stand with joined hands worshipping him, Sariputta, wise marshal of the Dhamma, the great meditator in concentration. Homage to you, O thoroughbred man! Homage to you, O supreme man! We do not know what it is in dependence on which you meditate. For Sariputta, proficiency in meditative absorption was skillfully balanced by a capacity for thorough and exact analysis that had been honed through his practice of insight meditation. Among the Buddha's bhikkhu disciples, Sariputta was the foremost of those with great wisdom, and in the exercise of wisdom he stood second only to the enlightened one himself. The chief expression of Sariputta's wisdom was his facility in the four analytical knowledges, which he acquired during the 2-week period following his ordination. It was half a month after my ordination, friends, that I realized in all their parts and details the analytical knowledge of meaning, the analytical knowledge of the doctrine, the analytical knowledge of language, the analytical knowledge of perspicacity. These I expound in many ways, teach them and make them known, establish and reveal them, explain and clarify them. If anyone has any doubt or uncertainty, he may ask me, and I shall explain the matter. Present is the Master who is well acquainted with our attainments. The first analytical knowledge confers special insight into the meaning of the doctrines, their implications and ramifications, as well as into the effects that might arise from specified causes. The second gives special insight into the doctrines themselves, their interconnections within the total framework of the Dhamma, as well as into the causes from which certain effects might spring. The third is skill in the understanding of language, grammar, and etymology. The fourth is the ability to marshal the former three types of knowledge when expounding the Dhamma in order to awaken understanding in others. Through his endowment with the four analytical knowledges, Sariputta excelled not only in personal understanding, but also in the tasks of teaching and explaining the Dhamma. Because he was so versatile in all these respects, at the conclusion of the Anupada Sutta, the Buddha could declare him to be his true spiritual son and his chief assistant in the work of turning the wheel of the Dhamma. If one could ever say rightly of one that he has come to mastery and perfection in noble virtue, in noble concentration, in noble wisdom and noble liberation, it is of Sariputta that one could thus rightly declare. If one could ever say rightly of one that he is the Blessed One's true son, born of his speech, born of the Dhamma, formed of the Dhamma, heir to the Dhamma, not heir to worldly benefit, it is of Sariputta that one could thus rightly declare. After me, O monks, Sariputta rightly turns the supreme wheel of the Dhamma, even as I have turned it. The Turner of the Wheel. The discourses of the Venerable Sariputta and the books attributed to him form a comprehensive body of teaching that, for scope and variety of exposition, can stand beside that of the Master himself. Sariputta understood in a unique way how to organize and present the rich material of the Dhamma lucidly in a manner that was intellectually stimulating and also an inspiration to practical effort. In the Theravada tradition, he is regarded not only as the progenitor of many suttas of prime importance, but also as the original inspiration behind three substantial exegetical treatises, and the individual responsible for the final codification of the Abhidhamma. We will discuss each of these contributions in turn. The Suttas. We find the Venerable Sariputta's skill as an expositor of the Dhamma exemplified first in two classic discourses of the Majjhima Nikaya, the Mahahathipadopama Sutta, the greater discourse on the simile of the elephant's footprint, and the Samaditthi Sutta, discourse on right view. The greater discourse on the simile of the elephant's footprint is a masterpiece of methodical treatment. Sariputta begins by stating that just as the elephant's footprint can contain the footprints of all other animals, so the Four Noble Truths comprise everything wholesome. He then singles out, from the Four Truths, the truth of suffering for detailed analysis, ending with the 5 aggregates or personality factors. He next enumerates the 5 aggregates: material form, feeling, perception, volitional formations and consciousness, and then singles out for closer attention the aggregate of material form. This he explains as twofold: the 4 great elements and the secondary types of matter derived from the 4 elements. Each of the elements in turn, he declares, is found both internally in one's own body and externally in the outer world. He enumerates the bodily parts and functions belonging to the internal elements, and declares of both the internal and external elements that they neither belong to a self nor constitute a self. Seeing them thus, one becomes disenchanted with the elements and overcomes one's attachment to this body. Sariputta then goes on to show the impermanence of the mighty external elements. They are all destined for destruction in the great cataclysms of nature, and when one realizes this, one can never again consider this tiny body, the product of craving, as I or mine. If a monk who has seen the elements in such a way is abused, blamed, and attacked by others, he will analyze the situation soberly and remain imperturbable. He recognizes that the painful feeling that has arisen in him is produced by ear contact, which is in itself no more than a conditioned phenomenon. And he knows that all the elements of this experience of abuse, contact, feeling, perception, volitional formations, and consciousness are impermanent. At this point, we see that Sariputta has introduced the other four aggregates, the mental components of personality, in an organic way, so that the meditator can resolve the entire experience into the five impermanent, selfless aggregates. He continues, then his mind, just by taking only the elements as its object, becomes elated, gladdened, firm and intent, and even if he is beaten and injured, he will think, this body is of such a nature that it is liable to these injuries. Thereupon he will recollect the Master's Kakachupama Sutta, the simile of the saw, and will resolve to follow the Buddha's injunction to bear all injuries with patience and without regard even for his life. But, the elder continues, if while he is recollecting the Buddha, Dhamma and Sangha, the monk cannot maintain his equanimity, he will be stirred by a sense of urgency and feel ashamed that despite his recollection of the triple gem, he could not remain undisturbed. On the other hand, if his endurance persists, he will experience abundant happiness. Even to this extent, much has been achieved by that monk, he says. Sariputta applies the same method of analysis in turn to each of the other three great elements. He then compares the body and its constituent parts to a house, which is made up of bricks, timber, shingles, etc., and has no independent nature apart from its components. Then, in the concluding portion of the sutta, he launches into a perspicacious account of the conditioned origination of consciousness through the 6 sense faculties. The 5 sense organs and sense objects, the basic conditions for the arising of the fivefold sense consciousness, are species of matter derived from the 4 elements, and thus he completes the analysis of the aggregate of material form by including secondary matter. Each section of consciousness that arises from an object and sense faculty includes an associated feeling, a perception, and various volitional formations, and thus all 5 aggregates are implicated. These 5 aggregates, the elder declares, are dependently arisen, and thus with these words he introduces the doctrine of dependent origination, or paticca samuppada. Then he quotes the Master, one who sees dependent origination sees the Dhamma, and one who sees the Dhamma sees dependent origination. Desire, inclination, and attachment in regard to the 5 aggregates are the origin of suffering. Removal of desire, inclination, and attachment is the cessation of suffering. And of the monk who has understood this, he says, even to this extent much has been achieved by that monk. Thus he rounds off the exposition with the 4 noble truths. This discourse is indeed like an intricate and beautifully constructed piece of music, ending on a solemn and majestic chord. A second model exposition of Sariputta's is the Discourse on Right View. This is a masterpiece of teaching which also provides a framework for further elaboration, such as given in the extensive commentary to it. The commentary says, in the Buddha word as collected in the 5 great Nikayas, there is no discourse other than the Discourse on Right View, wherein the 4 noble truths are stated 32 times and 32 times the state of arahantship. In this discourse, Sariputta includes an original exposition of dependent origination, with slight but very instructive variations. The wholesome and unwholesome courses of action, the 4 kinds of nutriment, and each factor of dependent origination are used to illustrate the 4 noble truths, which is also treated in its own right. Thus the range of the 4 truths is greatly enhanced, broadened and deepened. This discourse has been widely used for instructional purposes in Buddhist lands throughout the centuries, down to the present day. Another discourse of Sariputta's that has been held in high esteem is the Samaccitta Sutta, which was listened to by the Devas of tranquil mind. Its theme is the residuum of rebirths awaiting disciples on the first 3 stages of sanctity: the stream enterer, the once returner, and the non-returner, and its purpose is to clarify whether their rebirths are to take place in the sensual world or in the fine material and immaterial worlds. Although the discourse is very short, it had a singular impact on the vast assembly of devas who, according to tradition, had gathered to hear it. It is said that many devas in the assembly attained arahantship, while those who reached stream entry were countless. This discourse is, in fact, one of the few which had such unusually far-reaching results among beings of the higher worlds. And though it is brief and rather cryptic without the commentarial explanation, it has been revered and studied through the centuries. It was this sermon that the Arahant Mahinda preached on the evening of his arrival in Sri Lanka, and the Mahavamsa, the island's famous chronicle, relates that on this occasion too numerous devas listened to it and achieved penetration of the Dhamma. The veneration accorded to the discourse and the strong impact ascribed to it may stem from the fact that it helps those on the path to determine the kind of rebirths they may expect. Devas on higher levels of development are sometimes inclined to regard their heavenly status as final, and do not expect to be reborn in the 5-sense world, as may sometimes be the case. The great elders' discourse gave them a criterion by which to judge their position. For worldlings still outside the paths as well, it must have offered valuable orientation for the direction of their efforts. The Sangiti Sutta, the recital, and Dasuttara Sutta, the 10-fold series, 2 more of Sariputta's sermons, are the last 2 texts of the Digha Nikaya. They are both compilations of doctrinal terms, which classify a large number of topics according to a numerical scheme ranging from 1 to 10 members. The reason for stopping the compilation at 10 may have been that the groups of doctrinal terms extending beyond 10 members are very few in number, and these would have been well known and easily remembered. The Sangiti Sutta was preached in the presence of the Buddha, and at its conclusion he gave it his express approval. While the Sangulti Sutta arranges the doctrinal terms solely in numerical groups of 1 to 10, the Dasuttara Sutta classifies each numerical set in accordance with a 10-fold scheme which serves to bring out the practical significance of these groups. For example, 1 thing, 1 is of great importance, 2 should be developed, 3 should be fully known, 4 should be abandoned, 5 implies decline, 6 implies progress, 7 is hard to penetrate, 8 should be made to arise, 9 should be directly known, 10 should be realized. What is the 1 thing of great importance? Heedfulness in wholesome qualities. What is the 1 thing that should be abandoned? The conceit, I am. What is the 1 thing that should be realized? Unshakable liberation of mind. These texts must have been compiled at a fairly late period of the Buddha's ministry, when there was already in existence a large body of doctrine and carefully transmitted discourses which required organizing for ready use, and also where anthologies of salient features of the Dhamma had become a useful aid in a comprehensive study of the teaching. The Sangulti Sutta was delivered shortly after the death of Nikantha Nartaputta, the leader of the Jains, otherwise known as Mahavira. It was, in fact, this event that occasioned the preaching of the sutta, for it speaks of the dissensions, schisms, and doctrinal disagreements that arose among the Jains immediately after the death of their master. Sariputta took the eruption of internal conflict in the Jain camp as a warning for the Buddhists, and in his discourse he stresses that this text should be recited by all in concord and without dissension, so that the holy life should last long for the welfare and happiness of gods and men. The commentators say that the Sangiti Sutta is meant to convey the flavour of concord in the teaching, which is strengthened by doctrinal proficiency. The practical purpose of the Dasuttara Sutta is indicated in Sariputta's introductory verses. The Dasuttara discourse I shall proclaim, a teaching for the attainment of Nibbana and the ending of suffering, the release from all bondage. It seems likely that these two suttas served as a kind of index to selected teachings. They may have been useful also to those monks who did not memorize a great many texts, granting them quick access to numerous aspects of the teaching in a form that was easily memorized and assimilated. Both of these discourses admirably illustrate Sariputta's concern with the preservation of the Dhamma and his systematic way of ensuring that it would be transmitted intact in all its details. It was for that purpose that he provided study aids such as these and other discourses, together with works like the Nidesa. Expository works. A summary of other discourses given by the Venerable Sariputta is included at the end of this study. We shall now turn to a consideration of larger canonical works attributed to him. The first is the Nidesa, which belongs to the Khuddaka Nikaya of the Sutta Pitaka. It is the only work of an exclusively commentarial character included in the Pali Tipitaka. Of its two parts, the Mahanidesa is a commentary to the Atthakavagga of the Sutta Nipata, while the Chula Nidesa comments on the Parariyana Vagga and the Kaggavisana Sutta, also included in the Sutta Nipata. The Atthakavagga and the Parariyana Vagga are the last two books of the Sutta Nipata, and doubtless belong to the oldest parts of the entire Sutta Pitaka. They were highly appreciated even from the earliest days, both by monks and laity, as is clear from the fact that the Udana records a recital of the Atthakavagga by Sona Thera, while the Anguttara Nikaya mentions a recital of the Parayana Vagga by the female lay disciple Nandamata. On at least 5 occasions, the Buddha himself has given explanations of verses contained in these two parts of the Sutta Nipata. Apart from the high esteem in which they were evidently held, the fact that these two verse collections contain numerous archaic words and terse aphoristic sayings makes it understandable that in very early days a commentary on them was composed, which was later included in the Sutta Pitaka. The traditional ascription of it to the Venerable Sariputta must be regarded as highly plausible, at least with respect to the original nucleus of the work, if not to the literary document now found in the Pali Canon. It is quite in character with the great elders' concern for the methodical instruction of bhikkhus that the Nidesa contains not only word explanations, clarifications of the context, and supporting quotations from the Buddha word, but also material obviously meant for linguistic instruction, such as the addition of many synonyms of the word explained. The Mahanidesa also contains a commentary on the Sariputta Sutta, also called the Terapanha Sutta, the last text of the Atthakavagga. The first part of this sutta consists of verses in praise of the Master and a series of questions put to him, which the commentaries ascribe to Sariputta. The Mahanidesa explains the opening stanza as referring to the Buddha's return from the Tavatimsa heaven, after he had preached the Abhidhamma there. Apart from that, it contains only the questions assigned to Sariputta and the replies, which are obviously spoken by the Buddha. The Patisambhidamagga appears to have been a manual of higher Buddhist studies, and its range is as broad as that of the mind of its reputed author. The work consists of 30 treatises of varying length. The first, a long treatise on 72 types of knowledge, and the second, on the types of wrong speculative views, both show the working of a methodical and penetrative mind such as was characteristic of Sariputta. The treatise on knowledge, as well as other chapters of the work, contains a large number of doctrinal terms unique to the Patisambhidamagga. It also elaborates upon terms and teachings that are mentioned only briefly in the older parts of the Sutta Pitaka, and includes material of great practical value dealing with meditation, as for example on mindfulness of breathing, the meditation on loving-kindness or metta, and numerous exercises for the development of insight. In the middle of the text, giving variety to the subject matter, we find a passage of hymnic character and striking beauty on the great compassion of the Tathagata. Mahanama Thera, who wrote the Saddhamma Pakisani, the commentary to the work, confidently ascribes it to Sariputta, and in the introductory stanzas he eloquently praises the great elder. In the Patisambhidamagga itself, Sariputta is mentioned twice, once as being one who possesses the power of intervention by concentration in the treatise on psychic power, and again in the treatise on great wisdom, where it is said, "Those whose wisdom is equal to that of Sariputta, they partake to some extent of the Buddha knowledge." The Abhidhamma. We come now to one of the most important contributions made by the Venerable Sariputta to the Buddhist teaching, namely, his codification of the Abhidhamma. According to the Attasalini, the commentary to the Dhammasangani, the Buddha preached the Abhidhamma in the Tavatimsa heaven, the heaven of the 33, to the Devas who had gathered from the 10,000-fold world system. At the head of this celestial assembly was his mother, Queen Maya, who had been born as a Deva in the Tusita heaven. The Buddha taught the Abhidhamma for 3 months, returning briefly to the human realm each day to collect his alms food. It was then that he would meet Sariputta and transmit to him the method of that portion of the Abhidhamma he had just preached. The Attasalini says, "Thus the giving of the method was to the chief disciple, who was endowed with analytical knowledge, as though the Buddha stood on the edge of the shore and pointed out the ocean with his open hand. To the elder, the doctrine taught by the Blessed One in hundreds and thousands of methods became very clear." Thereafter the elder passed on what he had learned to his 500 disciples. Further, it is said, the textual order of the Abhidhamma originated with Sariputta. The numerical series in the great book, or Patana, was also determined by him. In this way the elder, without spoiling the unique doctrine, laid down the numerical series in order to make it easy to learn, remember, study and teach the Dhamma. The Attasalini also ascribes to Sariputta the following contributions to the canonical Abhidhamma. A. The 42 couplets of the Suttanta Matika, which follows the Abhidhamma Matika, both of which preface the 7 Abhidhamma books. The 42 Suttanta couplets are explained in the Dhammasangani, and this likewise has probably to be ascribed to the elder. B. The 4th and last part of the Dhammasangani, the Attudarakanda, the synopsis. C. The arrangement for the recitation of the Abhidhamma. D. The numerical section of the Patana. In the Anupada Sutta, the Buddha himself speaks of Sariputta's analysis of meditative consciousness into its chief mental concomitants, which the elder undertook from his own experience after rising from each of the meditative attainments in succession. This analysis may well be either a precursor or an abridgment of the detailed analysis of meditative consciousness found in the Dhammasangani. Concerning the Venerable Sariputta's mastery of the Dhamma and his skill in exposition, the Buddha said, "The essence of Dhamma, Dhammadhatu, has been so well penetrated by Sariputta, O monks, that if I were to question him about it for 1 day in different words and phrases, Sariputta would reply for one day in various words and phrases. And if I were to question him for one night, or a day and a night, or for 2 days and nights, even up to 7 days and nights, Sariputta would expound the matter for the same period of time, in various words and phrases. And on another occasion, the master compared the great elder to a crown prince. If he is endowed with 5 qualities, O monks, the eldest son of a world monarch righteously turns the wheel of sovereignty that had been turned by his father. And that wheel of sovereignty cannot be overturned by any hostile human being. What are the 5 qualities? The eldest son of a world monarch knows what is beneficial, knows the law, knows the right measure, knows the right time, and knows the society with which he has to deal. Similarly, O monks, is Sariputta endowed with 5 qualities, and rightly turns the supreme wheel of Dhamma, even as I have turned it. And this wheel of Dhamma cannot be overturned by ascetics or priests, by deities or Brahma, nor by anyone else in the world. What are those 5 qualities? Sariputta, O monks, knows what is beneficial, knows the Dhamma, knows the right measure, knows the right time, and knows the assembly he is to address. That Sariputta's great reputation as a teacher of the Dhamma long survived him, to become a tradition among later Buddhists, is shown by the concluding passage of the Milinda Panha, written some 300 years later. There King Milinda compares the elder Nagasena to the venerable Sariputta, saying, "In this Buddha's dispensation there is none other like yourself for answering questions except the elder Sariputta, the marshal of the Dhamma." That grand reputation still lives today, upheld by the cherished teachings of the great disciple, preserved and enshrined in some of the oldest books of Buddhism, alongside the words of his master. The further shore. The last debt paid. We now come to the year of the Master's parinibbana, his complete passing away. The Blessed One had spent the rainy season at Beluvagama, a village near Vesali, and when the retreat was over, he left that place and returned by stages to Savatthi, arriving back at the Jetavana monastery. There the elder Sariputta, the marshal of the Dhamma, paid homage to the Blessed One and went to his day quarters. When his own disciples had saluted him and left, he swept the place and spread his leather mat. Then, having rinsed his feet, he sat down cross-legged and entered into the fruition attainment of arahantship. At the time predetermined by him, he arose from the meditation, and this thought occurred to him: do the enlightened ones pass away into final nibbana first, or do the chief disciples do so? And he saw that it is the chief disciples who pass away first. Thereupon he considered his own life force and saw that its residue would sustain him for only 1 more week. He then considered, where shall I attain final nibbana? And he thought, Rahula attained final nibbana among the deities of the 33, and the elder Anyakondanya at the Chedanta lake in the Himalayas. Where then shall I pass away? While thinking this over repeatedly, he remembered his mother, and the thought came to him, although she is the mother of 7 arahants, she has no faith in the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. Has she the supportive conditions in her to acquire that faith, or has she not? Investigating the matter, he discerned that she had the supportive conditions for the path of stream entry. Then he asked himself, through whose instruction can she win to the penetration of truth? He saw that it could not come about through anyone else's instruction in the Dhamma but his own. And following upon that, there came the thought, if I now remain indifferent, people will say, Sariputta has been a helper to so many others. On the day, for instance, when he preached the discourse to the deities of tranquil mind, a large number of devas attained arahantship, and still more of them penetrated to the first 3 paths. And on other occasions there were many who attained to stream entry, and there were thousands of families who were reborn in heavenly worlds after the elder had inspired them with joyous confidence in the triple gem. Yet despite this, he cannot remove the wrong views of his own mother. Thus people may speak of me. Therefore I shall free my mother from her wrong views, and shall attain final nibbana in the very chamber where I was born. Having made that decision, he thought, this very day I shall ask the master's permission, and then leave for Nalaka. And calling the elder Chunda, who was his attendant, he said, Friend Chunda, please ask our group of 500 bhikkhus to take their bowls and robes, for I wish to go to Nalaka. And the elder Chunda did as he was bidden. The bhikkhus put their lodgings in order, took their bowls and robes, and presented themselves before the elder Sariputta. He, for his own part, had tidied up his living quarters and swept the place where he used to spend the day. Then, standing at the gate, he looked back at the place, thinking, This is my last sight of it. There will be no more coming back. Then, together with the 500 bhikkhus, he went to the Blessed One, saluted him, and spoke. O Lord, may the Blessed One permit, may the Exalted One consent. The time has come for me to attain final nibbana. I have relinquished the life force. Lord of the world, O greatest sage, I soon shall be released from life. Going and coming shall be no more. This is the last time I worship you. Short is the life that now remains to me, but 7 days from now, and I shall lay this body down, throwing the burden off. Grant it, O Master. Give permission, Lord. At last the time has come for my nibbana. Now I have relinquished the will to live. Now, says the text, if the enlightened one were to have replied, You may attain final nibbana, hostile sectarians would say that he was speaking in praise of death. And if he had replied, Do not attain final nibbana, they would say that he extolled the continuation of the round of existence. Therefore the Blessed One did not speak in either way, but asked, Where will you attain final nibbana? Sariputta replied, In the Magadha country, in the village called Nalaka, in the chamber where I was born. Then the Blessed One said, Do, Sariputta, what you think timely. But now your elder and younger brethren in the Sangha will no longer have the chance to see a bhikkhu like you. Give them one last discourse on the Dhamma. The great elder then gave a discourse in which he displayed all his wondrous powers. Rising to the loftiest heights of truth, descending to mundane truth, rising again and again descending, he expounded the Dhamma directly and with similes. And when he had ended his discourse, he paid homage at the feet of the Master. Embracing his legs, he said, So that I might worship these feet, I have fulfilled the 10 perfections throughout an incalculable period and 100,000 eons. My heart's wish has found fulfillment. From now on there will be no more contact or meeting. That intimate connection is now severed. I shall soon enter the city of Nibbana, the unaging, undying, peaceful, blissful, heat-assuaging and secure, which has been entered by many hundreds of thousands of Buddhas. If any deed or word of mine did not please you, O Lord, may the Blessed One forgive me. It is now time for me to go. Now once before the Buddha had answered this when he said, There is nothing, be it in deeds or words, for which I should have to reproach you, Sariputta. For you are learned, Sariputta, of great wisdom, of broad and bright wisdom, of quick, keen and penetrative wisdom. So now he answered in the same way. I forgive you, Sariputta, he said, but there was not a single word or deed of yours that was displeasing to me. Do now, Sariputta, what you think timely. From this we see that on those few occasions when the Master seemed to reproach his chief disciple, it was not that he was displeased with him in any way, but rather that he was pointing out another approach to a situation, another way of viewing a problem. Immediately after the master had given his permission, and Sariputta had risen from paying homage at his feet, the great earth cried out, and with a single huge tremor shook to its watery boundaries. It was as though the great earth wished to say, "Though I bear these girdling mountain ranges with Mount Meru, the encircling mountain walls, and the Himalayas, I cannot sustain on this day so vast an accumulation of virtue." And mighty thunder split the heavens, a vast cloud appeared, and heavy rain poured down. Then the Blessed One thought, "I shall now permit the marshal of the Dhamma to depart." And he rose from the seat of the Dhamma, went to his perfumed cell, and there stood on the jewel slab. 3 times Sariputta circumambulated the cell, keeping it to his right, and paid reverence at 4 places. And this thought was in his mind. It was an incalculable period, and 100,000 eons ago, that I prostrated at the feet of the Buddha Anomadasi, and made the aspiration to see you. This aspiration has been realized, and I have seen you. At the first meeting, it was my first sight of you. Now it is my last, and there will be none in the future. And with raised hands joined in salutation he departed, going backwards until the Blessed One was out of sight. And yet again the great earth, unable to bear it, trembled to its watery boundaries. The Blessed One then addressed the bhikkhus who surrounded him. "Go, bhikkhus," he said, "accompany your elder brother." At these words, all the 4 assemblies of devotees at once went out of Jetavana, leaving the Blessed One there alone. The citizens of Savatthi also, having heard the news, went out of the city in an unending stream, carrying incense and flowers in their hands. And with their hair wet, the sign of mourning, they followed the elder, lamenting and weeping. Sariputta then admonished the crowd, saying, "This is a road that none can avoid," and asked them to return. And to the monks who had accompanied him he said, "You may turn back now. Do not neglect the master." Thus he made them go back, and with only his own group of disciples he continued on his way. Yet still some of the people followed him, lamenting, "Formerly our noble monk went on journeys and returned, but this is a journey without return." To them the elder said, "Be heedful, friends. Of such nature indeed are all things that are formed and conditioned." And he made them turn back. During his journey, Sariputta spent 1 night wherever he stopped, and thus for 1 week he favoured many people with the last sight of him. Reaching Nalaka village in the evening, he stopped near a banyan tree at the village gate. It happened that at the time a nephew of the elder, Uparavata by name, had gone outside the village, and there he saw Sariputta. He approached the elder, saluted him, and remained standing. The elder asked him, "Is your grand-aunt at home?" "Yes, venerable sir," he replied. "Then go and announce our coming," said the elder, "and if she asks why I have come, tell her that I shall stay in the village for 1 day, and ask her to prepare my birth chamber and provide lodgings for 500 bhikkhus." Uparavata went to his grand-aunt and said, "Grand-aunt, my uncle has come." "Where is he now?" she asked. "At the village gate." "Is he alone, or has someone else come with him?" "He has come with 500 bhikkhus." And when she asked him, "Why has he come?" he gave her the message the elder had entrusted to him. Then she thought, "Why does he ask me to provide lodgings for so many? After becoming a monk in his youth, does he want to become a layman again in his old age?" But she arranged the birth chamber for the elder and lodgings for the bhikkhus, had torches lit, and then sent for the elder. Sariputta, accompanied by the bhikkhus, then went up to the terrace of the house and entered his birth chamber. After sitting down, he asked the bhikkhus to go to their quarters. They had hardly left when a grave illness, dysentery, fell upon the elder, and he felt severe pains. When one pail was brought in, another was carried out. The Brahmin woman thought, the news of my son is not good." And she stood leaning by the door of her own room. And then it happened, the text tells us, that the 4 great divine kings asked themselves, "Where may he now be dwelling, the marshal of the Dhamma?" And they perceived that he was at Nalaka, in his birth chamber, lying on the bed of his final passing away. "Let us go for a last sight of him," they said. When they reached the birth chamber, they saluted the elder and remained standing. "Who are you?" asked the elder. "We are the great divine kings, venerable sir." "Why have you come?" "We want to attend on you during your illness." "Let it be," said Sariputta. "There is an attendant here. You may go." When they had left, there came in the same manner Sakka, the king of the Devas, and after him Mahabrahma, and all of them the elder dismissed in the same way. The Brahmin woman, seeing the coming and going of these deities, asked herself, "Who could they have been who paid homage to my son and then left?" And she went to the door of the elder's room and asked the venerable Chunda for news about the elder's condition. Chunda conveyed the inquiry to the elder, telling him, "The great Upasika, the lay devotee, has come." Sariputta asked her, "Why have you come at this unusual hour?" "To see you, dear," she replied. "Tell me, who were those who came first?" "The 4 great divine kings, Upasika." "Are you then greater than they?" she asked. "They are like temple attendants," said the elder. "Ever since our master took rebirth, they have stood guard over him with swords in hand." "After they had left, who was it that came then, dear?" "It was Sakka, the king of the Devas." "Are you then greater than the king of the Devas, dear?" "He is like a novice who carries a bhikkhu's belongings," answered Sariputta. "When our master returned from the heaven of the 33, Sakka took his bowl and robe and descended to earth together with him." "And when Sakka had gone, who was it that came after him, filling the room with his radiance?" "Upasika, that was your own lord and master, Mahabrahma." "Then are you greater, my son, even than my lord, Mahabrahma?" "Yes, Upasika. On the day when our master was born, it is said that 4 Mahabrahmas received the great being in a golden net." Upon hearing this, the Brahmin woman thought, "If my son's power is such as this, what must be the majestic power of my son's master and lord?" And while she was thinking this, suddenly rapture and joy arose in her, suffusing her entire body. The elder thought, "Rapture and joy have arisen in my mother. Now is the time to preach the Dhamma to her." And he said, "What was it you were thinking about, Upasika?" "I was thinking," she replied, "if my son has such virtue, what must be the virtue of his master?" Sariputta answered, "At the moment of my master's birth, at his great renunciation of worldly life, on his attaining enlightenment, and at his first turning of the Dhamma wheel, on all these occasions the 10,000-fold world system quaked and shook. None is there who equals him in virtue, in concentration, in wisdom, in deliverance, and in the knowledge and vision of deliverance." And he then explained to her in detail the words of homage. "Such indeed is that blessed one." And thus he gave her an exposition of the Dhamma, basing it on the virtues of the Buddha. When the Dhamma talk given by her beloved son had come to an end, the Brahmin woman was firmly established in the fruit of stream entry, and she said, "O my dear Upatissa, why did you act like that? Why, during all these years, did you not bestow on me this ambrosial knowledge of the deathless?" The elder thought, "Now I have given my mother, the Brahmin woman Rupasari, the nursing fee for bringing me up. This should suffice." And he dismissed her with the words, "You may go now, Upasika." When she was gone, he asked, "What is the time now, Chunda?" "Venerable sir, it is early dawn." And the elder said, let the community of bhikkhus assemble. When the bhikkhus had assembled, he said to Chunda, "Lift me up to a sitting position, Chunda." And Chunda did so. Then the elder spoke to the bhikkhus, saying, "For 44 years I have lived and travelled with you, my brethren. If any deed or word of mine was unpleasant to you, forgive me, brethren." And they replied, "Venerable sir, you have never given us the least displeasure, although we have followed you inseparably like your shadow. But may you, venerable sir, grant forgiveness to us." After that the elder gathered his large robe around him, covered his face, and lay down on his right side. Then, just as the master was to do at his own parinibbana, he entered into the 9 successive attainments of meditation in forward and reverse order, and beginning again with the first absorption, he led his meditation up to the 4th absorption. And at the moment after he had entered it, just as the crest of the rising sun appeared over the horizon, he utterly passed away into the nibbana element without residue. And it was the full moon day of the month Kartika, which by the solar calendar corresponds to October, November. The Brahmin lady in her room thought, "How is my son? He does not say anything." She rose, and going into the elder's room, she massaged his legs. Then, seeing that he had passed away, she fell at his feet, loudly lamenting, "Oh, my dear son, before this we did not know of your virtue. Because of that, we did not gain the good fortune to have offered hospitality and alms to hundreds of bhikkhus. We did not gain the good fortune to have built many monasteries." And she lamented thus up to sunrise. As soon as the sun was up, she sent for goldsmiths, and had the treasure room opened, and had the pots full of gold weighed on a large scale. Then she gave the gold to the goldsmiths, with the order to prepare funeral ornaments. Columns and arches were erected, and in the centre of the village the Upasika had a pavilion of heartwood built. In the middle of the pavilion a large gabled structure was raised, surrounded by a parapet of golden arches and columns. Then they began the sacred ceremony, in which human beings and deities mingled. After the great assembly of people had celebrated the sacred rites for a full week, they made a pyre with many kinds of fragrant wood. They placed the body of the venerable Sariputta on the pyre, and kindled the wood with bundles of fragrant roots. Throughout the night of the cremation, the concourse listened to sermons on the Dhamma. After that, the flames of the pyre were extinguished by the elder Anuruddha with scented water. The elder Chunda gathered together the relics and placed them in a filter cloth. Then the elder Chunda thought, "I cannot delay here any longer. I must tell the fully enlightened one of the final passing away of my elder brother, the venerable Sariputta, the marshal of the Dhamma." So he took the filter cloth with the relics, and Sariputta's bowl and robes, and went to Savatthi, spending only 1 night at each stage of the journey. These are the events related in the commentary to the Chunda Sutta of the Satipatthana Samyutta, with additions from the parallel version in the commentary to the Mahaparinibbana Sutta. The narrative is taken up in the Chunda Sutta. Chunda Sutta. Once the Blessed One was dwelling at Savatthi, in Jetavana, the monastery of Anathapindika. At that time the Venerable Sariputta was at Nalaka village in the Magadha country, and was sick, suffering, gravely ill. The novice Chunda was his attendant. And the Venerable Sariputta passed away through that very illness. Then the novice Chunda took the alms bowl and robes of the Venerable Sariputta, and went to Savatthi, to Jetavana, Anathapindika's park. There he approached the Venerable Ananda, and, having saluted him, sat down at one side and said, "Venerable Sir, the Venerable Sariputta has passed away. These are his bowl and robes." "On this matter, friend Chunda, we ought to see the Blessed One. Let us go, friend Chunda, and meet the Master." Having met him, we shall report this to the Blessed One." "Yes, venerable sir," said the novice Chunda. They went to see the Blessed One, and having arrived there and saluted the master, they sat down at one side. Then the venerable Ananda addressed the Blessed One. "Lord, the novice Chunda has told me this. The venerable Sariputta has passed away. These are his bowl and robes. Then, Lord, my own body became weak as a creeper. Everything around became dim, and things were no longer clear to me, when I heard about the final passing away of the venerable Sariputta." "How is this, Ananda? When Sariputta passed away, did he take from you your portion of virtue, or your portion of concentration, or your portion of wisdom, or your portion of deliverance, or your portion of the knowledge and vision of deliverance?" "Not so, Lord. When the venerable Sariputta passed away, he did not take my portion of virtue, of concentration, of wisdom, of deliverance, or of the knowledge and vision of deliverance. But, Lord, the venerable Sariputta has been to me a mentor, a teacher, an instructor, one who rouses, inspires, and gladdens, untiring in preaching the Dhamma, a helper of his fellow monks. And we remember how vitalizing, enjoyable, and helpful his Dhamma instruction was. Have I not taught you already, Ananda, that it is the nature of all things near and dear to us, that we must suffer separation from them and be severed from them? Of that which is born, come into being, put together, and so is subject to dissolution, how should it be said that it should not depart? That indeed is not possible. It is, Ananda, as though from a mighty hardwood tree a large branch should break off. So has Sariputta now passed away from this great and sound community of bhikkhus. Indeed, Ananda, of that which is born, come into being, put together, and so is subject to dissolution, how should it be said that it should not depart? That indeed is not possible. Therefore, Ananda, be an island unto yourself, a refuge unto yourself, seeking no external refuge, with the Dhamma as your island, the Dhamma as your refuge, seeking no other refuge." The commentary takes up the narrative thus. The master stretched forth his hand, and taking the philter with the relics, placed it on his palm, and said to the monks, "These, O monks, are the shell-coloured relics of the bhikkhu who, not long ago, asked for permission to attain final nibbana. He who fulfilled the 10 perfections for an incalculable period and 100,000 eons, this was that bhikkhu. He who helped me in turning the wheel of the Dhamma that was first turned by me, this was that bhikkhu. He who obtained the seat next to me, this was that bhikkhu. He who, apart from me, had none to equal him in wisdom throughout the whole 10,000-fold universe, this was that bhikkhu. Of great wisdom was this bhikkhu, of broad wisdom, of bright wisdom, of quick wisdom, of penetrative wisdom was this bhikkhu. Few wants had this bhikkhu. He was contented, bent on seclusion, not fond of company, full of energy, an exhorter of his fellow monks, censuring what is evil. He who went forth into homelessness, abandoning the great fortune obtained through his merits in 500 existences, this was that bhikkhu. He who in my dispensation was patient like the earth, this was that bhikkhu. Harmless like a bull whose horns have been cut, this was that bhikkhu. Of humble mind, like an outcast boy, this was that bhikkhu. See here, O monks, the relics of him who was of great wisdom, of broad, bright, quick, keen, and penetrative wisdom, who had few wants, and was contented, bent on seclusion, not fond of company, energetic. See here the relics of him who was an exhorter of his fellow monks, who censured evil. Then the Buddha spoke the following verses in praise of his great disciple. To him who in 5 times 100 lives went forth to homelessness, casting away pleasures the heart holds dear, from passion free, with faculties controlled, now homage pay to Sariputta, who has passed away. To him who, strong in patience like the earth, over his own mind had absolute sway, who was compassionate, kind, serenely cool, and firm as the great earth, now homage pay to Sariputta, who has passed away. Who, like an outcast boy of humble mind, enters the town and slowly wends his way from door to door, with begging bowl in hand. Such was this Sariputta. Now homage pay to Sariputta, who has passed away. One who in town or jungle, hurting none, lived like a bull whose horns are cut away. Such was this Sariputta, who had won mastery of himself. Now homage pay to Sariputta, who has passed away. When the Blessed One had thus lauded the virtues of the venerable Sariputta, he asked for a stupa to be built for the relics. After that, he indicated to the elder Ananda his wish to go to Rajagaha. Ananda informed the monks, and the Blessed One, together with a large body of bhikkhus, journeyed to Rajagaha. At the time he arrived there, the venerable Mahamoggallana had also passed away. The Blessed One took his relics likewise, and had a stupa raised for them. Then he departed from Rajagaha, and going by stages towards the Ganges, he reached Ukachela. There he went to the bank of the Ganges, and seated with his following of monks, he preached the Ukachela Sutta on the Parinibbana of Sariputta and Mahamoggallana. Ukachela Sutta. Once the Blessed One was dwelling in the Vajji country at Ukachela, on the bank of the river Ganges, not long after Sariputta and Moggallana had passed away. And at that time the Blessed One was seated in the open, surrounded by the company of bhikkhus. The Blessed One surveyed the silent gathering of bhikkhus, and then spoke to them, saying, "This assembly, O bhikkhus, appears indeed empty to me, now that Sariputta and Moggallana have passed away. Not empty for me is an assembly, nor need I have concern for a place where Sariputta and Moggallana dwell. Those who in the past have been holy ones, fully enlightened ones, those blessed ones too had such excellent pairs of disciples as I had in Sariputta and Moggallana. Those who in the future will be holy ones, fully enlightened ones, those blessed ones too will have such excellent pairs of disciples as I had in Sariputta and Moggallana. Marvellous it is, most wonderful it is, bhikkhus, concerning those disciples, that they will act in accordance with the Master's teaching, will act in accordance with his advice, that they will be dear to the 4 assemblies, will be loved, respected, and honoured by them. Marvellous it is, most wonderful it is, bhikkhus, concerning the Perfect One, that when such a pair of disciples has passed away, there is no grief, no lamentation on the part of the Perfect One. For of that which is born, come into being, put together, and so is subject to dissolution, how should it be said that it should not depart? That indeed is not possible. Therefore, bhikkhus, be an island unto yourselves, a refuge unto yourselves, seeking no external refuge. With the Dhamma as your island, the Dhamma as your refuge, seeking no other refuge. And with that profound and deeply moving exhortation, which echoes again and again through the Buddha's teaching up to the time of his own final passing away, ends the story of the youth Upatissa, who became the Master's chief disciple, the beloved marshal of the Dhamma. The Venerable Sariputta died on the full moon day of the month Kartika, which begins in October and ends in November of the solar calendar. The death of Mahamoggallana followed a half-month later, on the day of the new moon. Half a year later, according to tradition, came the Parinibbana of the Buddha himself. could such an auspicious combination of three great personages, so fruitful in blessings to gods and humans, have been brought about purely by chance? We find the answer to that question in the Milinda Panha, where the elder Nagasena says, "In many 100,000s of births too, sire, the elder Sariputta was the Bodhisattva's father, grandfather, uncle, brother, son, nephew, or friend." So the weary round of becoming which linked them together in time came at last to its end. Time, which is but the succession of fleeting events, became for them the timeless, and the round of birth and death gave place to the deathless. And in their final lives they kindled the glory that has illumined the world. Long may it continue to do so. Discourses of Sariputta. The suttas attributed to the Venerable Sariputta cover a wide range of subjects connected with the holy life, from simple morality up to abstruse points of doctrine and meditation practice. A list of them, together with a brief description of the subject matter of each, is given below. Their arrangement in the Sutta Pitaka does not give any indication of the chronological order in which they were delivered. Some few, however, contain references to particular events which make it possible to assign them to a period in the Buddha's ministry. One such is the Anathapindika Sutta, preached just before the great lay disciple's death. The Majjhima Nikaya. 3. Heirs in Dhamma. Dhammadariyada Sutta. After the Buddha has discoursed on heirs of Dhamma and heirs of worldliness, and then retired into his cell, Sariputta addresses the monks on how they should conduct themselves, and how not, when the master goes into seclusion. They likewise should cultivate seclusion, should reject what they are told to give up, and should be modest and lovers of solitude. He concludes by speaking on the evil of the 16 defilements of mind, and says that the middle way by which they can be eradicated is the noble eightfold path. 5. Without blemishes. Anangana Sutta. On 4 types of persons: those who are guilty of an offence and know it, and those who are guilty and unaware of it, those who are guiltless and know it, and those who are guiltless and unaware of it. The first of each pair is said to be the better one of the two, and the reason is explained. This discourse shows the importance of self-examination for moral and spiritual progress. 9. Right View. Samaditi Sutta. Summarized above. 28. The Greater Discourse on the Simile of the Elephant's Footprint. Mahahatipadopama Sutta. Summarized above. 43. The Greater Series of Questions and Answers. Mahavedalla Sutta. The elder answers a number of questions put by the Venerable Mahakotita, who was foremost in analytical knowledge. Sariputta matches the excellence of the questions with the clarity and profundity of his answers. The questions and answers extend from analytical examination of terms, through the position of wisdom and right understanding, to subtle aspects of meditation. 69. Discourse to Gulisani. Gulisani Sutta. On the conduct and Dhamma practice to be followed by a forest-dwelling monk. Questioned by the Venerable Mahamoggallana, the elder confirms that the same duties apply also to monks living in the vicinity of towns and villages. 97. Discourse to Dharnanjani. Dharnanjani Sutta. Sariputta explains to the Brahmin Dharnanjani that the multifarious duties of a layman are no excuse for wrong moral conduct, nor do they exempt one from painful consequences of such conduct in a future existence. Later, when Dharnanjani was on his deathbed, he requested the elder to visit him, and Sariputta spoke to him on the way to Brahma through the Brahma Vihara. The Buddha mildly reproached the elder for not having led Dharnanjani to a higher understanding. 114. to be cultivated and not to be cultivated. Sevitaba Sutta. Sariputta elaborates upon brief indications given by the Buddha on what should be practiced, cultivated or used and what should not. This is shown with regard to threefold action in deed, word and thought, in relation to mental attitudes and views, the 6 sense objects and the monk's requisites. 143. Discourse to Anathapindika. Anathapindikavada Sutta. Sariputta is called to Anathapindika's deathbed and admonishes him to free his mind from any attachment whatsoever, beginning with the 6 sense faculties. Thus should you train yourself, householder. I shall not cling to the eye, and my consciousness will not attach itself to the eye. Thus, householder, should you train yourself. This is repeated in full for each of the other 5 sense faculties, the 6 sense objects, the 6-fold consciousness, 6-fold contact, 6-fold feeling born of contact, the 6 elements, the 5 aggregates, the 4 formless spheres, and concludes with detachment from this world and all other worlds, detachment from all things seen, heard, sensed and thought, from all that is encountered, sought and pursued in mind. In short, detachment should be practiced as to the entire range of experience, beginning with what for a dying person will be his immediate concern, his sense faculties and their function. This call for detachment, drawing ever wider circles and repeating the same mighty chord of thought, must have had a deeply penetrating impact and a calming, liberating, even cheering influence on the dying devotee's mind. This was what Sariputta, the skilled teacher, obviously intended. And in fact his words had that impact, because our text says that Anathapindika was moved to tears by the loftiness of the discourse, one in profundity unlike any he had ever heard before. Anathapindika passed away soon after, and was reborn as a deity in Tusita heaven. Digha Nikaya. 28. Faith-inspiring discourse. Sampasadaniya Sutta. An eloquent eulogy of the Buddha by Sariputta, spoken in the Buddha's presence and proclaiming the peerless qualities, anuttariya, of his teaching. It is an expression and at the same time a justification of Sariputta's deep confidence in the Buddha. The first section of the discourse is also found in the Mahaparinibbana Sutta. 33. Doctrinal recitation, Sangiti Sutta, and 34. Tenfold series discourse, Dasuttara Sutta, discussed above. Anguttara Nikaya. 2.35. Samachitta Sutta, on the stream enterer, the once returner, and the non-returner, and on what determines the places of the rebirths they still have before them, discussed above. 3.21. On another classification of noble persons, Arya Pugala, the body witness, Karya Saki, the one attained to right understanding, Ditthipata, and the one liberated through faith, Sada Vimutta. 4.79. Sariputta asks the Buddha why the enterprises of some people fail, those of others succeed, and those of others even surpass their expectations. The Buddha replies that one of the reasons is generosity, or lack of it, shown to ascetics, priests and monks. 4.158. On 4 qualities indicative of loss or maintenance of wholesome states of mind. If one finds in oneself 4 qualities, one can know for certain that one has lost wholesome qualities. This is what has been called deterioration by the Blessed One. These 4 are excessive greed, excessive hate, excessive delusion, and lack of knowledge and wisdom concerning the diverse profound subjects relating to wisdom. If, on the other hand, one finds in oneself 4 other qualities, one can know for certain that one has not lost one's wholesome qualities. This is what has been called progress by the Blessed One. These 4 other qualities are attenuated greed, attenuated hate, attenuated delusion, and the possession of knowledge and wisdom concerning the diverse profound subjects. 4:167–168. The 4 types of progress on the path, discussed above. 4:172. Sariputta elaborates a brief statement made by the Buddha on the 4 forms of personalized existence, or attabharva, and puts an additional question. The Buddha's reply to it was later elaborated by Sariputta in the Samaccitta Sutta. 4:173. Sariputta states that he attained to the 4-fold analytical knowledge 2 weeks after his ordination, i.e. at his attainment of arahantship. He appeals to the Buddha for confirmation. 4:174. Discussion with the Venerable Mahakotthita on the limits of the explainable. Sariputta says, "As far, friend, as the 6 bases of sense contact reach, so far reaches the explainable world of diffuseness, and as far as the world of diffuseness reaches, so far reach the 6 bases of sense contact. Through the entire fading away and cessation of the 6 bases of sense contact, the world of diffuseness ceases and is stilled." 4:175. On the need for both knowledge and right conduct for the ending of suffering. 4:179. On the reasons for obtaining and not obtaining nibbana in the present life. 5:165. 5 reasons why people ask questions: through stupidity and foolishness, with evil intentions and through covetousness, with a desire to know, out of contempt, with the thought, "If he answers my question correctly, it is good. If not, then I shall give the correct answer." 5:167. On how to censure fellow monks. 6:14–15. Causes of a monk's good or bad dying. 6:41. Sariputta explains that a monk with supernormal powers may, if he so wishes, regard a tree trunk merely as being solid, or as liquid, fiery, calorific, or airy, vibratory, or as being either pure or impure, beautiful or ugly, because all these elements are to be found in the tree. 7:66. On respect and reverence. Sariputta says that these are helpful in overcoming what is unwholesome and developing what is wholesome. That is, respect and reverence toward the master, the teaching, the community of monks, the training, meditation, heedfulness, and the spirit of kindliness and courtesy. Each of these factors is said to be a condition of the one following it. 9.6. On the 2 things one should know about people: robes, arms, lodgings, villages, towns, and countries, whether or not one should associate with them, use them, or live in them. 9.11. The lion's roar of Sariputta, uttered in the master's presence on the occasion of a monk's false accusation, with 9 similes proclaiming his freedom from anger, detachment from the body, and his inability to hurt others. 9.13. A discussion with Mahakotthita about the purpose of living the holy life. 9.14. Sariputta questions the Venerable Samidhi about the essentials of the Dhamma and approves of his answers. 9.26. This text illustrates Sariputta's scrupulous fairness even toward antagonists. He corrects a statement attributed to Devadatta that was probably wrongly formulated by one of Devadatta's followers who reported it to Sariputta. Later, Sariputta speaks to that monk on the fully developed and steadfast mind, which is not shaken by even the most attractive sense impressions. 934 on Nibbana, which is described as happiness beyond feelings. 10.7. Sariputta describes his meditations, during which he had only the single perception that Nibbana is the cessation of becoming. 10.65. To be reborn is misery. Not to be reborn is happiness. 10.66. To have delight in the Buddha's teaching and discipline is happiness. Not to have delight in them is misery. 10.67-68. Causes of progress and decline in the cultivation of what is wholesome. 10.90. On the 10 powers of a canker-free arahant that entitle him to proclaim his attainment. Sangyutta Nikaya, Nidana Sangyutta. 24. Sariputta rejects the alternatives that suffering is produced either by oneself or by another, and explains the conditioned arising of suffering through sense contact. 25. The same is stated with regard to both happiness and suffering. 31. On the conditioned arising of existence from nutriment. 32. Kalara Sutta. Questioned by the Buddha, Sariputta says that the knowledge inducing him to declare his attainment of arahantship was that he knew this: the cause of birth being extinct, the result, i.e. future birth, becomes extinct. Hence he was able to say, in the words of the stock formula declaring arahantship, extinct is birth. He then replies to further questions of the Buddha about the cause and origin of birth, becoming, and the other terms of dependent origination leading up to feeling, the contemplation of which had served Sariputta as the starting point for his attainment of arahantship. He says that since he sees impermanence and suffering in all three kinds of feeling, there is in him no arising of any hedonic gratification. 22. Khandha Sangyutta. 1. Sariputta explains in detail the Buddha's saying, even if the body is ill, the mind should not be ill. 2. Monks going to distant border districts are instructed by Sariputta on how to answer questions posed to them by non-Buddhists. He tells them that the removal of desire for the 5 aggregates is the core of the teaching. 122-123. On the importance of reflecting on the 5 aggregates. If a monk who possesses virtue or learning contemplates the 5 aggregates as impermanent, bound up with suffering, and void of self, he may be able to attain to stream entry. If a stream enterer, once returner, or non-returner thus contemplates, he may be able to win the next higher stage. An arahant should also contemplate the 5 aggregates thus, as it will conduce to his happiness here and now, as well as to mindfulness and clear comprehension. 126. On ignorance and knowledge. 28. Sariputta Sangyutta. 1-9. In these 9 texts, Sariputta speaks of his having developed all 9 meditative attainments, i.e. from the first jhana up to the cessation of perception and feeling, and states that in doing so he was always free of any self-affirmation. 10. Once at Rajagaha, after the alms round, Sariputta was taking his food near a wall. A female ascetic, called Suchimukhi, bright face, approached him and asked whether when eating he turned to one or other of the directions, as was done by some non-Buddhist ascetics. Sariputta interpreted her questions as referring to wrong means of livelihood. He denied following any of these, and said that he sought his alms in the right manner, and what he had thus obtained righteously, that he would eat. Suchimukhi, deeply impressed, thereafter went from street to street and square to square loudly proclaiming, "The Buddhist ascetics take their food righteously. They take their food blamelessly. Please give alms food to the Buddhist ascetics." 35. Salariyatana Samyutta. 232. Not the senses and their objects, but the desire for them is the fetter that binds to existence. 38. Jambukardaka Samyutta. Sariputta replies to questions put by his nephew, Jambukardaka, who was a non-Buddhist ascetic. 1-2. He defines Nibbana and Arahantship as the elimination of greed, hatred and delusion. 3-16. He replies to questions about those who proclaim truth, about the purpose of the holy life, about those who have found true solace. He explains feeling, ignorance, the taints, personality, etc., and speaks on what is difficult in the Buddha's doctrine and discipline. 48. Indriya Samyutta. 44. Questioned by the Buddha, Sariputta says that not out of faith in him, but from his own experience, he knows that the 5 spiritual faculties, confidence, etc., lead to the deathless. 48-50. On the 5 spiritual faculties. 55. Sotapatti Samyutta. 55. On the 4 conditioning factors of stream entry. Chapter 2. Mahamoggallana, Master of Psychic Powers, by Helmut Hecker. Youth. In a small town named Kolita, near Rajagaha, capital of the kingdom of Magadha, a child was born who was destined to become the 2nd chief disciple of the Buddha. The boy's parents named him Kolita after the town. The family belonged to the Moggallana clan, one of the most illustrious Brahmin clans of the period, which claimed direct descent from the ancient Vedic seer Mudgala. The town was inhabited entirely by Brahmins, and in its religious attitudes and social customs it was extremely conservative. Kolita's father was born of the most prominent family, from which the town's mayor was usually appointed. Being a member of such a high caste, and of the town's most respected family, his father was almost a petty king. Thus Kolita was raised in an environment of wealth and honour, and his favourable circumstances shielded him from direct contact with the sorrows of life. He was educated entirely in the Brahmanic tradition, which upheld the belief in the reality of an afterlife and in the law of karma and its fruits. These beliefs permeated the everyday life of the Brahmins and determined the form and content of their rituals, which governed all aspects of their lives. Kolita's family lived on very friendly terms with another Brahmin family from a neighbouring village. On the very day of Kolita's birth, a son was born to this other family, whom they named Upatissa. When the children grew up, they became fast friends, and before long were inseparable. Whatever they did together, whether it was play or study, pleasure or work. Always the 2 boys were seen together, and their undisturbed friendship was to last until the end of their lives. In their temperaments, the 2 were quite different. Upatissa was more adventuresome, daring and enterprising, while Kolita's tendency was to preserve, to cultivate, and to enrich what he had gained. Their places within their families were also different. Kolita was the only child, but Upatissa had 3 brothers and 3 sisters. Yet, despite the differences in their characters, they never quarrelled or came into conflict, but always dwelt on amicable terms, maintaining a steadfast loyalty and self-sacrificing devotion. To both youths, their friendship meant so much and filled their daily life to such an extent that they displayed little interest in the opposite sex. Nevertheless, like other young men of their background, wealthy and high-ranking Brahmins, the 2 friends were enamoured with the intoxications of youth, health and life. Each was the leader of a group of friends with whom he engaged in play and sport. When they went to the river, Kolita's companions came on horseback, and those of Upatissa were carried in palanquins. Each year, Rajagaha hosted a grand public celebration called the Hilltop Festival, which featured popular shows and amusements. The two friends looked forward to this event with keen anticipation and reserved seats from which they could comfortably watch the entertainment, a mixture of folk comedies and old legends. On the first day of the festival, they were fully engrossed in the entertainment. When there was something to laugh at, they joined in the laughter, and when there was something exciting, they became excited. They enjoyed the show so much that they returned on the second day and closely followed all the performances. Inexplicably, however, far from satisfying them, the entertainment left them with a deep feeling of discontent. Nevertheless, they made reservations for the third day too, as a new program had been announced in glowing terms. That night, strange thoughts haunted their hearts and disturbed their sleep. As Kolita tossed and turned in his bed, he kept on asking himself, "What is the use to us of this frivolity? Is there anything here really worth seeing? What benefit comes from a life devoted to enjoyment and pleasure-seeking? After a few years, these glamorous actors will all be old and feeble. They will leave the stage of life and continue their migrations through existence, driven on by craving, and we too will also have to move on. These actors cannot even help themselves to solve the problem of existence. How then can they help us? Instead of wasting our time with these festivities, we should seek a path to deliverance." Upatissa too had spent a restless night, disturbed by quite similar thoughts. He reflected how the ancient myths and legends dramatized in those performances presupposed the reality of rebirth. But the jokes and frolics overlaying those ideas in the plays insinuated that one need be concerned with this present life alone. Was this not an artificial suppression of truth by pretense and vain illusions? The next morning, when they took their seats, Kolita said to his friend, "What is the matter with you? You are not your usual merry self. Is something troubling you?" His friend replied, "Last night, while I lay in bed, I kept on asking myself, what is the use to us of all these pleasures of eye and ear? They are absolutely worthless. Shouldn't we rather seek to find release from the devastating law of impermanence, to liberate ourselves from the fleeting illusions of life, which lure us on yet leave us empty? That is what has been weighing on my mind. But you too, dear Kolita, seem morose today." Kolita replied, "I have been thinking exactly the same thoughts. Why should we stay here any longer in this unholy vanity show? We should seek the way to deliverance." When Upatissa heard that his friend had the very same wish, he happily exclaimed, "That was a good thought that came to us both, independent of each other. We have wasted our time long enough with worthless frivolities. But if we earnestly seek a teaching of deliverance, we shall have to give up home and possessions, and go forth as homeless wanderers, free of worldly and sensual bonds, rising above them like birds on the wing." So the two friends decided to undertake the life of ascetics, homeless mendicants who then wandered along the roads of India, as they still do now, in search of a spiritual teacher, a guru who could guide them to the liberating knowledge of enlightenment. When they told their followers about their decision, these young men were so deeply impressed that most decided to join their friends in their spiritual quest. So all of them said farewell to their families, took off the sacred Brahmanic thread, cut off their hair and beards, and put on the pale saffron garments of religious wanderers. Discarding all distinguishing marks and privileges of their caste, they entered the classless society of ascetics. Wandering and spiritual search. At about the same time that Prince Siddhartha, the future Buddha, married, and thus for the time at least stepped more deeply into worldly life, the two friends, Kolita and Upatissa, left behind their homes and embarked upon the difficult quest for inner peace and salvation. Together with their retinues, they began a period of training under a spiritual teacher, just as the Bodhisattva did later. At that time, northern India teemed with spiritual teachers and philosophers whose views ranged from the demonic to the super-divine. Some taught amoralism, others fatalism, still others materialism. Both friends realized the hollowness of such teachings early enough and thus felt no attraction towards them. In Rajagaha, however, there was one teacher who appealed to them. His name was Sanjaya, who, according to tradition, was identical with Sanjaya Belataputta, mentioned in the Pali Canon as one of 6 non-Buddhist teachers. Under him the group of friends were ordained, which added considerably to Sanjaya's reputation. The texts do not give us detailed information about Sanjaya's teachings, but from a number of brief indications we can roughly reconstruct the substance of his doctrine. Unlike other ascetic teachers who made definite dogmatic statements about specific topics, Sanjaya maintained a rigorous skepticism in regard to the deep existential problems with which the thinkers of the period wrestled. He formulated this skepticism around the chief questions debated by his philosophical contemporaries. Is there another world beyond the visible order? After the death of this material body, does one appear in the world beyond by way of a purely mental birth process as a spontaneously arisen being? Will the good and bad actions one has performed in this present existence bear good and bad fruits in the next life? What, finally, is the destiny of a Tathagata or perfect one after death? How are we to conceive and describe his post-mortem condition? Whenever such questions were raised by the Indian thinkers of this period, 4 alternative types of answers were thought possible: affirmation, negation, partial affirmation, and partial negation, and neither affirmation nor negation. Sanjaya, however, taught that with regard to the questions mentioned, none of those 4 positions was acceptable as a solution. They all contained unresolvable contradictions or antinomies, and therefore he held one should refrain from any judgment about these problems. Here it may be noted that of the 4 sets of antinomies which often occur in the Pali scriptures, only the 4th set is identical with Sanjaya's problems, namely the one concerning the after-death state of a perfect one. While other ascetic teachers always advocated one of the 4 logical alternatives as a solution to these problems, yes, no, yes and no, neither yes nor no, Sanjaya did not commit himself to any of them. He especially did not commit himself dogmatically to the unprovable assertion, made for instance by popular natural science, that there is no world beyond, no mind-made astral body, no law of karma, and no survival after death. In that attitude, he clearly differed from the materialists of his time. He taught rather that, in view of the unresolvable nature of these problems, one should keep to a stance of detachment and impartiality, not tolerating the slightest bias toward approval or disapproval of any of these theories and their consequences. From this we can see that he was a confirmed agnostic, who tried to develop a consistent skepticism built upon a recognition of the dialectic tensions inherent in speculative thought. In the Sarmanapala Sutta, the king of Magadha, Ajatasattu, reported to the Buddha the following talk he had with the ascetic Sanjaya. Although this account may reflect the way the Buddhists understood Sanjaya rather than his own way of formulating his doctrine, it offers us a glimpse into his philosophical stance. One day I went to Sanjaya of the Balata clan and I asked him, "Can you, sir, declare to me an immediate fruit, visible in this very world, of the life of a recluse?" Being thus asked, Sanjaya said, If you ask me whether there is another world, well, if I thought there were, I would say so. But I don't say so. And I don't think it is thus or thus. And I don't think it is otherwise. And I don't deny it. And I don't say there neither is nor is not another world. And if you ask me whether there are beings reborn spontaneously, or whether there is any fruit, any result of good or bad actions, or whether a Tathagata exists or not after death, to each and all of these questions do I give the same reply. Thus, Lord, when asked about the immediate fruit and advantage in the life of a recluse, Sanjaya of the Balata clan showed his manner of prevarication. Kolita and Upatissa initially must have felt that Sanjaya's philosophy was something more than mere evasion. Not having met a better teacher, they were probably attracted to him because of his apparent freedom from dogmatism and his dialectical skills. After a short time, however, they clearly realized that Sanjaya could not offer them what they were really searching for, a cure for the illness of universal suffering. Besides, we may suppose that by reason of their mental formations from past existences, they must have intuitively felt that there actually was another world, that there were mind-born beings, for example deities, and that there was moral recompense of actions. In this respect, their understanding went beyond that of their skeptical teacher. Hence one day the two friends approached Sanjaya and asked him whether he had still other teachings more advanced than those they had already learned from him. To this he replied, "That is all. You know my entire teaching." Hearing this, they decided to leave and to continue their search elsewhere. After all, they had not left their families for the sake of endless and futile agnostic arguments, but to find a path to final deliverance from suffering. Thus, for a second time, they took up the life of wanderers in search of truth. They walked across India for many years, from north to south, from east to west. They endured the dust of the road and the tormenting heat, the rain and the wind, spurred on by thoughts that moved deep within the Indian soul. I am a victim of birth, aging and death, of sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief and despair. I am a victim of suffering, a prey of suffering. Surely an end to this whole mass of suffering can be discovered. In their travels they met many ascetics and Brahmins who were reputed to be exceptionally wise. With them they had religious discussions on God and the world, on heaven and hell, on the meaning of life and the way to salvation. But with their keen and critical minds trained by Sanjaya's skepticism, they very soon realized the emptiness of all those assertions and the learned ignorance of these philosophers. None of these teachers could answer their probing questions, while the two friends themselves were quite able to reply when questioned. The records do not tell us who their other teachers were, but it would be surprising if the two truth-seekers had not met such mystics and sages as, for instance, Bhavari, a seer of great meditative power, or of Alara Kalama and Udaka Ramaputta, the two teachers of formless infinity under whom the Bodhisattva had studied. From their life story, however, one thing is clear. Until they encountered the Buddha, the two had failed to find even the tracks of a path to the world-transcending experience of liberation. What may have been the reason? Spiritual seekers at the time of the Buddha pursued either of two aims: to gain inner peace and serenity by deep meditation or samadhi, or to acquire a clear view of the ultimate meaning of existence. Those who sought to understand the nature of existence generally proceeded through speculative flights of the intellect and tended to spurn the path of meditative absorption. In contrast, those who had achieved inner peace through the meditative path, for the most part, remained content with their attainment, believing this to be the final goal. Lacking the guidance of a Buddha, they did not even suspect that this meditative peace, so tranquil and sublime, was still mundane and thus merely a force of kamic construction within the cycle of repeated birth and death. Their meditative attainments would bring them a blissful rebirth in one of the supersensual Brahma worlds, where the lifespan is inconceivably longer than in the sensual world. But eventually such kamic force would be depleted, followed by a rebirth elsewhere, leaving the meditators in the same samsaric imprisonment as before. In their former lives as meditating hermits, this must have happened often to the Bodhisattva, as well as to Kolita and Upatissa. This is one aspect of existential misery, of prison-like ignorance. Either, like the mystics, one settles down at the gate, regarding it as one's true home of peace and bliss, or, like the speculative thinkers, one bypasses it quickly and becomes lost within the labyrinths of the intellect. Though the two friends had no recollection of jhanic experiences from previous lives, they obviously had an intuitive feeling that meditative bliss and its rewards were not the final goal, but only a temporary relief within the continuing cycle of suffering. Hence their foremost quest was for clarity about the concatenation of existence, for understanding how things hang together in the complex web of samsara. In ages devoid of a Buddha's appearance, their search would have been as futile as the recurring attainment, enjoyment, and loss of samadhi. It may have been an undefinable inner urge within them that did not allow them to rest until they had found the enlightened one, who, like them, had gone forth in search of liberation during the last years of their own quest. If even the Bodhisattva, the future Buddha, could discover how to integrate meditative absorption with penetrating insight only when he reached a critical impasse in his own spiritual search, it was not to be expected that the two friends on their own could find the subtle key to mind's emancipation, for they had neither the wide meditative experience nor the far-reaching independent mental range of a Buddha. In retrospect, the friends' wandering in search of truth was just a running in circles, which would end only when their uncompromising integrity and insatiable thirst for truth finally led them to the feet of the enlightened one. Finding the Dhamma. Without knowing anything of the Buddha, the two friends gave up their life of wandering and returned to their home country of Magadha. Both were about 40 years of age. Despite their many disappointments, they still had not given up hope. Having made a pact that the one who found a genuine path to the deathless first would quickly inform the other, they set out on their search separately, thereby doubling their chances of meeting a competent spiritual guide. It was shortly before this happened that the Buddha had set in motion the wheel of the Dhamma at Benares, and after his first rains retreat, he sent out his first batch of disciples, 60 arahants, to proclaim the Dhamma for the well-being and happiness of the world. The Buddha himself had gone to Rajagaha, where the king of Magadha soon became his follower and donated to him the Bamboo Grove Monastery. He was living at that monastery when Kolita and Upatissa returned to Rajagaha, where they were offered accommodations at Sanjaya's place. One day, Upatissa had gone to the town while Kolita had stayed at their dwelling. When Kolita saw his friend returning in the afternoon, he was struck with awe of the change in his friend's manner. Never before had he seen him so beatific. His entire being seemed to have been transformed, and his face shone with a sublime radiance. Eagerly, Kolita asked him, "Your features are so serene, dear friend, and your complexion is so bright and clear. Have you found the way to the deathless?" Upatissa then replied, "It is so, dear friend. The deathless has been found." He then reported what had happened. In town he had seen a monk whose behaviour impressed him so deeply that he was immediately convinced he was an arahant, or at least one well advanced on the path to arahantship. He approached him and started a conversation. The monk, whose name was Assaji, replied that he was a disciple of the ascetic Gotama of the Sakyan clan, whom he referred to as the Enlightened One. When Upatissa begged him to explain his teacher's doctrine, Assaji modestly said that he was only a beginner and could not explain it in detail, but he could briefly tell him the gist of the teaching. When Upatissa assured him that he would be satisfied with that, Assaji recited a short stanza that summed up the main points, a stanza that in the centuries and millennia to follow was to become famous wherever the Buddha's teaching spread. Of those things that arise from a cause, the Tathagata has told the cause, and also what their cessation is. This is the doctrine of the great recluse. When Assaji spoke this stanza, right on the spot there arose in Upatissa the dust-free, stainless vision of the Dhamma. All that has the nature of arising has the nature of cessation. And the very same thing happened to Kolita when Upatissa repeated the stanza to him. Such sudden experiences of enlightenment may fascinate us and baffle us, particularly when they are triggered by sayings that to us seem so opaque and enigmatic. But the power of the Dhamma to ignite realization of ultimate truth is proportional to the receptivity and earnestness of the disciple. For those who have long trained themselves in the disciplines of contemplation and renunciation, who have reflected deeply upon the impermanent and the deathless, and who are ready to relinquish everything for the sake of final deliverance, even a concise 4-line stanza can reveal more truth than volumes of systematic exposition. The two friends, Upatissa and Kolita, were amply endowed with these qualifications. Single-minded in their quest for final freedom, they had learned to investigate things solely in terms of the conditioned and the unconditioned, and their faculties were ripe to the bursting point. All they lacked was the key to direct insight. Assaji's stanza was that key. Having swiftly cut through the subtle screens of ignorance that covered their mental eyes, in a flash it bestowed on them the first vision of the deathless. They had penetrated the 4 noble truths and seen the uncreated, nibbana, beyond the transience of phenomenal existence where death ever reigns. They now stood securely in the stream of the Dhamma, assured that the goal was within their grasp. After Kolita had listened to that potent stanza, he asked at once where the great ascetic, the Tathagata, was staying. Hearing that he was staying not far away at the Bamboo Grove Monastery, he wished to go there immediately. But Upatissa asked him to wait, saying, "Let us first go to Sanjaya and tell him that we have found the deathless. If he can understand, he is sure to make progress toward the truth. But if he cannot comprehend at once, he may perhaps have confidence enough to join us when we go to see the Master. Then, on listening to the Buddha himself, he will certainly understand." Thus the friends went to their former master and said, "Listen, teacher, listen. A fully enlightened one has appeared in the world. Well proclaimed is his teaching, and his monks live the fully purified life. Come with us to see him." Sanjaya, however, declined their invitation, but instead offered to share with them the leadership of his community. "If you will accept my offer," he said, "you will enjoy abundant gain and fame, and you will be held in the highest respect." But the two friends would not swerve from their course, and firmly replied, "We would not mind remaining pupils for life, but you should make up your mind now, as our own decision is final." Sanjaya, however, torn by indecision, lamented, "I cannot go. For so many years I have been a teacher and have had a large following of disciples. If I were to become a pupil again, it would be as if a mighty lake were to change into a pitcher." Thus conflicting motives contended within his heart. On one side his longing for truth, on the other the desire to preserve his superior status. But the latter prevailed, and he stayed behind. At that time Sanjaya had about 500 disciples. When they learned that the two friends had decided to follow the Buddha, spontaneously all of them wanted to join. But when they noticed that Sanjaya would not go, half of them wavered and returned to their teacher. Sanjaya, seeing that he had lost so many of his disciples, was so stricken by grief and despair that, as the texts tell us, hot blood spurted from his mouth. The struggle for realization of the teaching. Now the two friends, at the head of 250 fellow ascetics, approached the bamboo grove. There the Buddha was teaching the Dhamma to his monks, and when he saw the two friends approaching, he announced, "Here, monks, they are coming, the two friends, Kolita and Upatissa. They will be my chief disciples, a blessed pair." Having arrived, the whole company respectfully saluted the Buddha, raised their joined palms to the forehead, and bowed at his feet. Then the two friends spoke. "May we be permitted, Lord, to obtain under the Blessed One the going forth and the full admission?" Then the Blessed One responded, "Come, monks, well proclaimed is the Dhamma. Live now the holy life for making an end of suffering." These brief words served to bestow ordination on the two friends and their following. From that point on, the texts refer to Upatissa by the name Sariputta, the son of Sari, after the name of his mother, and to Kolita as Mahamoggallana, Moggallana the Great, to distinguish him from others of the same Brahmanic clan, such as Garnika Moggallana and Gopaka Moggallana. After all of them had obtained ordination, the Buddha addressed the 250 disciples and explained to them the teaching in such a way that before long they attained to the first stage of emancipation, stream entry, and in due course all became arahants, except Sariputta and Moggallana. These two went into solitude, in separate places, to continue their striving for the highest goal. Sariputta remained in the vicinity of Rajagaha and went to meditate in a cave called the Boar's Den. From there he walked to the city for his alms, which often gave him the opportunity to listen to the Buddha's discourses. What he heard from the master he independently worked over in his own mind, and he methodically penetrated to clear understanding of the fundamental nature of phenomena. He needed 14 days to reach arahantship, the utter destruction of all cankers. Moggallana, however, for reasons not specified in the texts, resorted to a forest near the village of Kalavalaputta in Magadha. With great zeal, he meditated there while sitting or walking up and down, but despite his determination, he was often overcome by sleepiness. Though he struggled to keep his body erect and his head upright, he kept on drooping and nodding. There were times when he could keep his eyes open only by sheer force of will. The tropical heat, the strain of his long years of a wandering life, and the inattentions he had gone through, all bore down on him at once, and thus, at the very end of his quest, his body reacted by fatigue. But the awakened one, with a great teacher's solicitude for his disciples, did not lose sight of him. With his supernormal vision, he perceived the difficulties of the new monk, and by psychic powers he appeared before him. When Moggallana saw the master standing before him, a good part of his fatigue had already vanished. Now the awakened one asked him, "Are you nodding, Moggallana? Are you nodding?" "Yes, Lord." "Well then, Moggallana, at whatever thought drowsiness descends upon you, you should not give attention to that thought or dwell on it. Then, by doing so, it is possible that your drowsiness will vanish. But if, by doing so, drowsiness does not vanish, then you should reflect upon the teaching as you have heard it and learned it. You should ponder over it and examine it closely in your mind. Then, by doing so, it is possible that your drowsiness will vanish. But if, by doing so, drowsiness does not vanish, then you should repeat in full detail the teaching as you have heard it and learned it. You should pull both earlobes and rub your limbs with your hands. You should get up from your seat, and after washing your eyes with water, you should look around in all directions and upwards to the stars and constellations. You should give attention to the perception of light, to the perception of day. As by day, so by night. As by night, so by day. Thus, with your mind clear and unclouded, you should cultivate a mind that is full of brightness. With your senses turned inward and your mind not straying outward, you should walk up and down, being aware of going to and fro. Then, by doing so, it is possible that your drowsiness will vanish. But if, by doing so, drowsiness does not vanish, you may, mindfully and clearly aware, lie down lion-like on your right side, placing foot on foot, keeping in mind the thought of rising, and on awakening, you should quickly get up, thinking, I must not indulge in the comfort of resting and reclining, in the pleasure of sleep. Thus, Moggallana, should you train yourself. Here the Buddha gives Moggallana a graded sequence of advice on how to overcome drowsiness. The first and best advice is not to pay attention to the thought causing or preceding the state of drowsiness. This, however, is the most difficult method. If one does not succeed with it, one may summon some energizing thoughts, or one may reflect upon the excellence of the teaching, or recite parts of it by heart. If these mental remedies do not help, one should turn to bodily activity such as, for instance, pulling one's ears, shaking the body, activating the circulation by rubbing one's limbs, refreshing one's eyes with cold water, and at night looking at the grandeur of the starry sky. This may make one forget one's petty drowsiness. If these measures are of no avail, then one may try to arouse an inner vision of light, suffusing the entire mind with luminosity. With this self-radiant mind, one will then be able to leave behind, like a Brahma deity, the whole realm of days and nights as perceived by the senses. This line of advice suggests that Moggallana had experienced such states before, so that the Buddha could refer to them as something known to Moggallana. This perception of light is mentioned in the texts as one of 4 ways of developing samadhi and as leading to knowledge and vision. If this method too does not help, one should walk up and down mindfully, and thus, by resorting to bodily movement, try to get rid of fatigue. If, however, none of these 7 devices proves helpful, one may just lie down and rest for a short while. But as soon as one feels refreshed, one should quickly get up, without allowing drowsiness to return. The Buddha's instruction on that occasion, however, did not stop here, but continued as follows. Further, Moggallana, you should train yourself in this way. You should think, when calling at families on the alms round, I shall not be given to pride. Thus should you train yourself. For in families it may happen that people are busy with work, and may not notice that a monk has come. Then a monk, if given to pride, may think, Who, I wonder, has estranged me from this family? These people seem to be displeased with me. Thus, by not receiving an offering from them, he is perturbed. Being perturbed, he becomes excited. Being excited, he loses self-control. And if he is uncontrolled, his mind will be far from finding concentration. Further, Moggallana, you should train yourself in this way. I shall not speak contentious talk. Thus should you train yourself. If there is contentious talk, there is sure to be much wordiness. With much wordiness there will be excitement. One who is excited will lose self-control, and if he is uncontrolled, his mind will be far from finding concentration. Here the Buddha points out 2 kinds of behavior that lead to excitement and restlessness. In the first case, the monk is proud of his status and counts on respect from the laity. But if the lay people pay more attention to their own business than to him, he becomes perturbed and falls away from concentration. In the other case, he takes intellectual delight in discussions, becomes aroused by differences of opinion, and finds pleasure in defeating others in debate. By all this, his mental energy is diverted into futile and unprofitable channels. If one cannot keep one's senses under control, or easily allows one's mind to become excited or diverted, one grows slack and careless in the practice, and thus cannot find the unification of mind and inner peace to be obtained in meditation. After the Buddha had given him these instructions on the overcoming of drowsiness and the avoidance of excitement, Moggallana asked the following question. In what way, Lord, can it be briefly explained how a monk becomes liberated by the elimination of craving? How he becomes one who has reached the final end, the final security from bondage, the final holy life, the final consummation, and is foremost among devas and humans? Here, Moggallana, a monk, has learned this. Nothing is fit to be clung to. When a monk has learnt that nothing is fit to be clung to, he directly knows everything. By directly knowing everything, he fully comprehends everything. When he fully comprehends everything, whatever feeling he experiences, be it pleasant, painful, or neutral, he abides contemplating impermanence in these feelings, contemplating dispassion, contemplating cessation, contemplating relinquishment. When thus abiding, he does not cling to anything in the world. Without clinging, he is not agitated, and without agitation, he personally attains the complete extinction of defilements. He knows, rebirth has ceased, the holy life has been lived, the task has been done. There is no more of this or that state. After Moggallana had received all these personal instructions of the Master, he resumed his training with great ardour, fighting vigorously against the inner hindrances of the mind. During his many years of ascetic life, he already had, to a great extent, suppressed sensual desire and ill will, the first and the second of the 5 hindrances. Now, with the help given by the Buddha, he fought against sloth and torpor and restlessness and worry, the 3rd and 4th hindrances. By overcoming these hindrances, he was able to attain meditative states transcending the world of material form, which prepared the way for the penetrative knowledge of reality. He first attained and enjoyed the overwhelming bliss of the 1st jhana, a state of profound absorption and concentration. Yet, gradually, some worldly thoughts arose and claimed his attention, dragging him down to the level of sensory consciousness. The Buddha came to his aid this time, however, not with detailed instructions as before, but with a brief indication that helped him to break through the impasse. The Exalted One warned him that he should not light-heartedly believe himself to be secure in the attainment of the 1st jhana, but should strive to master it and bring it fully under his control. When Moggallana followed this advice, he became proficient in the 1st jhana and could no longer be disturbed by mundane thoughts. Having thus gained a firm footing in the 1st jhana, he next gained the 2nd jhana, which is called the Noble Silence, because within this absorption all discursive thought is silenced. Thus, in stages, he advanced to the 4th jhana. From there he proceeded still further in the scale of concentration to the 4 formless or immaterial absorptions, and the cessation of perception and feeling. Then he gained the signless concentration of mind, which is free from all that marks or signifies conditioned existence. But this attainment, too, was not final, for even here he developed a subtle attachment to his refined experience, an attachment which is still a delusive sign or mark, superimposed on a high spiritual attainment of greatest purity. But aided by the Master's instructions, he broke through these last, most subtle fetters, and attained to the final fruit, perfect liberation of mind and liberation by wisdom in all their fullness and depth. The Venerable Mahamoggallana had become an Arahant. Like Sariputta, Moggallana was an Arahant of the type called liberated in both ways. Although Arahants are identical in their perfect liberation from ignorance and suffering, they are distinguished into 2 types on the basis of their proficiency in concentration. Those who can attain the 8 deliverances, which include the 4 formless attainments and the attainment of cessation, are called liberated in both ways. liberated from the material body by means of the formless absorptions, and from all defilements by the path of arahantship. Those who lack this mastery over the 8 deliverances, but have destroyed all defilements through wisdom, are called liberated by wisdom. Even more, Moggallana had not only mastered the successive planes of meditative concentration, but had also explored the roads of psychic power, and thus had achieved facility in the modes of supernormal knowledge. In his own words, he was one of whom it could be declared, supported by the master, the disciple attained to greatness of the superknowledges. This entire development took place within a single week. These were indeed 7 days of tremendous internal transformation, packed with dramatic ordeals, struggles and triumphs. The intensity and depth of Moggallana's determination during this short period must have been staggering. A person like him, endowed with such an active mind and such a wide range of natural gifts, would have had to make a truly valiant effort to cut through all the fetters binding him to this world of vast potentialities. For such an immensity of inner experience to have been compressed into 1 short week, the dimensions of space and time must have virtually contracted and dissolved. It is reported that on the occasion of his own enlightenment, the Buddha had recollected 91 eons in the first watch of the night. Moggallana, too, in perfecting his superknowledges, would have called up before his mind's eye many past eons of world contraction and expansion. Here notions of the measurable duration of time fail entirely. For an ordinary person immured in the prison of the senses, 1 week is no more than 7 days. But for one who has pierced the veil of manifest phenomena and reached the subliminal depths of reality, infinities can burst through the very boundaries of finitude. Moggallana later said that he attained arahantship by quick penetration, that is, in 1 week, but his progress was difficult, requiring the helpful assistance of the master. Sariputta too attained arahantship by quick penetration in 2 weeks, but his progress was smooth. Moggallana had advanced to the goal more speedily than Sariputta because the Buddha directed and inspired him personally and intensively, and also because he had a lesser range to comprehend. Sariputta was superior to him in regard to the independence of his progress, and also in the detailed scope of his knowledge. The most excellent pair of disciples. For a fully enlightened one, his 2 chief disciples and his personal attendant are as necessary as the ministers of war, of the interior, and of finance are to a king. The Buddha himself used this comparison with a state's administration. He spoke of Ananda, who could remember all the discourses, as the treasurer of the Dhamma, the minister of finance, of Sariputta as its marshal or general in command, and of Moggallana as the child's nurse, the minister of the interior. Of these 4, including the Buddha, 2 groups of 2 had certain things in common. Both the Buddha and Ananda belonged to the warrior caste, Sariputta and Moggallana to the Brahmin caste. This affinity showed itself also in their lives. Ananda was always with the Buddha. From the time when he was appointed his attendant, he followed him like a shadow. Similarly, Moggallana was almost inseparable from Sariputta, and nearly always dwelt together with him. Whenever the Buddha, in advancing years, felt physically tired, these 3 disciples were the only ones whom he asked to expound the Dhamma on his behalf. This happened, for instance, at Kapilavatthu, when Moggallana gave a long discourse on sense control as the remedy against being submerged in the flood of the 6 senses. After Sariputta and Mahamoggallana had attained arahantship, the Buddha announced to the order that they would now be his chief disciples. Some of the monks were surprised and began to grumble, asking why the master did not treat with such distinction those ordained first, the men of the first hour, as for instance the first 5 disciples, or Yasa, or the 3 Kassapas. Why did he overlook them and give prominence to those who had entered the order last and were of junior standing? To this, the awakened one replied that each reaps according to his merit. For eons, Sariputta and Moggallana had been progressing towards this state by gradually cultivating the necessary faculties. Others, however, had developed along different lines. Although both chief disciples were of another caste and from another region than the Buddhas, their special position within the noble order was an outcome of the law of karma. In many ways, the Buddha had spoken in praise of this noble pair of disciples. If a devout lay woman should admonish her only son, whom she dearly loves, she would rightly do so by saying, "My dear son, you should be like Chitta the householder, or Hataka of Alavi, because these two are models and exemplars for my lay devotees." And she should further say, "But if, my dear, you go forth from home into the homeless life of a monk, you should be like Sariputta and Moggallana, because they are models and exemplars for my bhikkhu disciples. O monks, seek and cultivate the company of Sariputta and Moggallana. They are wise and are helpful to their fellows in the holy life. Sariputta is like a mother, and Moggallana is like a nurse. Sariputta trains the monks for the fruit of stream entry, and Moggallana for the supreme goal." The characterization of the two in the last text may be interpreted as follows. Sariputta, like a mother, gives birth to the path of emancipation in his pupils, urging them to cut through the first, most basic fetters and thus attain to stream entry. In this way, he converts his pupils by vigorously diverting them from the futility of the round of existence and guiding them into the zone of safety. At this point, Moggallana takes over and leads the pupils further along the upwards path, supporting them in their struggle for arahantship in the same way that he himself had been helped by the master. Thus he is like a wet nurse, nourishing the pupils' strength and sustaining their growth. Both these aspects are found perfectly united in a fully awakened one, but in Sariputta and Moggallana they were separate qualifications. Though both were liberated in both ways, for Sariputta the major emphasis was on wisdom, and for Moggallana on the meditative liberation of the mind. For this reason, Sariputta guided disciples to the intuitive understanding of liberating truth, the breakthrough to the Dhamma, the vision of things in their real, undistorted nature. With Moggallana, who knew well the subtle and tortuous labyrinths of the mind, the stress was on harnessing the forces of concentration toward the removal of all remaining defilements and fetters. This fact found perfect expression when these two spiritual sons of the Buddha had to look after Rahula, the Buddha's own son. Like every newly ordained monk, Rahula had two teachers, one in knowledge and one in conduct. Sariputta was appointed as his teacher in knowledge, and Moggallana as his teacher in conduct and spiritual practice. Once Sariputta said to his friend that, compared with Moggallana, in regard to supernormal powers, he was like a small splinter of rock set against the mighty Himalayas. Moggallana, however, replied that, compared with Sariputta in regard to the power of wisdom, he was like a tiny grain of salt set against a big salt barrel. About the differing range of wisdom, the Buddha said that there are questions that only he could conceive and answer, but not Sariputta. There are other questions that only Sariputta could clarify, but not Moggallana. And there are those questions that only Moggallana could solve, but not the other disciples. Thus the two chief disciples were like a bridge between the supreme qualities of the Buddha and the capacities of the other disciples. When Devadatta voiced his claim to lead the order, the Buddha said that he would not entrust anybody with the leadership of the Sangha, not even his two chief disciples, let alone Devadatta. Between the extremes of discipleship, with Sariputta and Moggallana at one end of the scale, and Devadatta, the most depraved of the disciples, at the other, there is a long and varied line of disciples with different degrees of accomplishments and virtues. It is characteristic that the only slander uttered against the chief disciples came from a follower of Devadatta. The monk Kokalika, wishing to malign them, told the Buddha that the two had evil intentions, which in fact was the case with Devadatta. The Buddha, however, replied, "Don't say so, Kokalika. Don't speak like that. Let your heart have glad confidence in Sariputta and Moggallana. They are virtuous monks." But Kokalika, in spite of this emphatic admonition, persisted in his slander. According to the old texts, Devadatta and Kokalika were reborn in a state of utter suffering in the deepest hell, while Sariputta and Moggallana won the highest bliss, Nibbana. In the Pali Canon, there are many reports about the common activities of the two chief disciples as they assisted the master in looking after the community of monks. Both worked tirelessly for the advancement and benefit of the order, and their activities aimed at maintaining its inner concord, stability and discipline deserve special mention. At the request of the Buddha, they brought about the banishment of a clique of monks known as the Group of Six, after their 6 leaders, whose reckless and scandalous behavior was threatening to tarnish the entire image of the Buddha's dispensation in the eyes of the wider populace of the Ganges Valley. The Vinaya Pitaka records many instances when the Buddha had to promulgate rules of discipline on account of their misconduct. One major upheaval they brought about is reported in the Kitagiri Sutta, when they flaunted the Buddha's regulations regarding the proper times for meals. Finally, they behaved in such a frenzied way that the Buddha sent Sariputta and Moggallana at the head of a group of virtuous monks to banish these 6 from their seat of residence, which was near Kitagiri. Thereafter most of them left the order. The most noteworthy mission the two great disciples performed together was to induce the newly ordained monks, led astray by Devadatta, to return to the Buddha's fold and to the right conduct of the monk's life. At that time, when Sariputta gave his exhortation to those misguided monks, he spoke about the power of thought reading, while Moggallana spoke on psychic powers. On another occasion, when a junior monk came to the Buddha and complained that the venerable Sariputta had treated him rudely, Moggallana and Ananda called together all the monks so that, for their instruction and edification, they could hear Sariputta's dignified reply to those accusations. The two chief disciples often lived together in the same cell of the monastery, and they held many dialogues for the benefit of their fellow monks. An example of this is the Anangana Sutta, Sariputta's great sermon on the removal of evil wishes, which was inspired by questions from Moggallana. At the end of the sermon, Moggallana applauded Sariputta's eloquence, comparing his discourse to a garland of flowers which one might place on one's head as an ornament. On another occasion, when a group of leading disciples had gathered in the Gosinga Sala tree forest on a full moon night, Sariputta asked them each in turn to describe what they considered to be the ideal monk, one who could illuminate this forest. Moggallana replied, "Here, friend Sariputta, 2 monks engage in a talk on the Hayadhamma, and they question each other, and each being questioned by the other answers without foundering, and their talk rolls on in accordance with the Dhamma. That kind of monk could illuminate this Gosinga Sala tree forest." Later, the Buddha confirmed that Moggallana was indeed a very capable speaker on the Dhamma, as is evident from his discourses in the canon. Talks on the Dhamma gain in range and depth when they issue from an experience that transcends the realm of the senses. The more one has widened one's consciousness by deep meditation and personal insight into truth, the more convincing one's words will be, and when one can speak from the heights of wisdom, one's understanding will be contagious. The Buddha often extolled his chief disciples for their personal qualities as much as for their contributions to his mission. One particularly striking instance is recorded in the Udana. When the two were seated near the master, immersed in deep concentration based on contemplation of the body, first the Buddha spoke an inspired utterance, or udana, in praise of Sariputta. Just as a mountain made of solid rock stands firm and unshakable, even so, when delusion is destroyed, a bhikkhu, like a mountain, is not perturbed. Then he applauded Moggallana. With mindfulness of the body established, controlled over contact's sixfold base, a bhikkhu who is always concentrated can know nibbana for himself. It happened only once that the Buddha preferred Moggallana's attitude in a certain matter to that of Sariputta. After he had dismissed from his presence a band of noisy, unmannerly monks, just recently ordained, the master later asked his two chief disciples what they had thought when he sent those monks away. Sariputta said he thought that the master wanted to enjoy a blissful abiding in meditation, and that they, the chief disciples, were to do the same. But the Buddha reproached him, saying that he should never again entertain such thoughts. Then he turned to Moggallana with the same question. Moggallana replied that he too had thought the master wanted to enjoy the bliss of meditation, but if so, then the responsibility for looking after the community of monks would have devolved on Sariputta and himself. The Buddha praised him and said that if both his chief disciples took care of the community, it would be as good as if he himself looked after the monks. Moggallana's psychic powers. In the eyes of its early Western interpreters, many of whom saw in Buddhism a rational alternative to Christian dogmatism, Buddhism was essentially a pragmatic code of psychological ethics, free from the traditional trappings of religion. In their understanding, the supra-rational side of Buddhism was dispensable, and the wonders and marvels so conspicuous in the canon and commentaries, when not overlooked, were explained away as later interpolations. But while it is true that early Buddhism does not ascribe the same significance to supernatural events as does Christianity, to insist on expunging the miraculous altogether from Buddhism is to tailor the Dhamma to fit external standards rather than to accept it on its own terms. The Pali Suttas, as a matter of course, frequently ascribe supernormal powers to the Buddha and his arahant disciples, and there is little ground apart from personal prejudice for supposing such passages to be interpolations. Although the Buddha compares the miracle of psychic powers unfavourably with the miracle of instruction, he does so not to detract from their reality, but only to highlight their limited value. Nevertheless, when the suttas are considered in their totality, the clear conclusion emerges that the acquisition of paranormal powers was regarded as a positive good, which serves to enhance the stature and completeness of the spiritually accomplished person. The suttas frequently mention a set of 6 paranormal faculties called the 6 superknowledges, which were possessed by many arahants. The 6th of these, the knowledge of the destruction of the cankas, is the supramundane realization that all defilements have been eradicated and can never arise again. This knowledge is shared by all arahants, being their guarantee of final deliverance. The other 5 kinds of superknowledge, however, are all mundane. They include the knowledge of the modes of psychic power, the knowledge of the divine ear element, the knowledge encompassing the minds of others, the knowledge of recollection of past lives, and the divine eye, or the knowledge of the passing away and rebirth of beings. These faculties may be found outside the Buddha's dispensation among mystics and yogis who have mastered meditative absorption, and their attainment does not certify that their possessor has reached a state of true sanctity. They are neither requirements for nor indications of liberation. In the Buddhist texts, even Devadatta, the most evil of the monks, had acquired such powers early in his spiritual career, and lost them only when he tried to use them against the Buddha. The Buddha was well aware of the dangers of being sidetracked by a fascination with psychic powers. For those whose minds were still fired by personal ambition, they could be a frightful pitfall, serving to enhance the delusion of separate selfhood and the drive for domination. But for those who had seen through the unreality of I and mine, and whose hearts were rich in compassion, such powers could be valuable tools in the service of the dispensation. Hence the Buddha includes the 5 mundane superknowledges among the fruits of recluseship, in which his system of mental training culminates, and he also counts them among the benefits that come from the observance of the precepts. He declares that he himself had totally mastered the bases of psychic power, by reason of which, if he had so wished, he could have lived on until the end of the eon. For the first generation of monks after the Buddha's parinibbana, the 5 super-knowledges were also given high regard, being included among the 10 qualities that inspire confidence, which the orphaned Sangha, deprived of its master, used as its criteria for choosing its spiritual guides. While the 6th super-knowledge, the knowledge of the destruction of the defilements, is the fruit of insight, the 5 mundane super-knowledges result from concentration. In the suttas, the Buddha usually introduces them only after he has explained the 4 jhanas. The jhanas are the prerequisite for the super-knowledges because they transform the tone and clarity of consciousness in ways that open up the channels through which such knowledges become accessible. In its undeveloped condition, the mind is soiled by defiled thoughts and moods, which cloud its intrinsic luminosity, drain its potency, and make it rigid and unworkable. But by systematic training in the practice of the 4 jhanas, the mind is cleansed and purified. When it becomes bright, unblemished, rid of defilement, malleable, wieldy, steady, and imperturbable, it can then function as a mighty instrument capable of uncovering domains of knowledge normally concealed from us by impenetrable screens. Those who have gained access to those hidden dimensions, like the Buddha and Moggallana, will realize a vast extension of their experience in space and time. Their horizons will grow universal and immeasurable, transcending all boundaries and limitations. The Buddha particularly stresses a set of practices called the 4 roads to power, or bases of success, as the means to winning the super-knowledges. They are often described in the texts by a set formula that runs as follows. Here, bhikkhus, a bhikkhu develops the basis for spiritual power that possesses concentration due to desire and volitional forces of striving. He develops the basis for spiritual power that possesses concentration due to energy and volitional forces of striving. He develops the basis for spiritual power that possesses concentration due to mind and volitional forces of striving. He develops the basis for spiritual power that possesses concentration due to investigation and volitional forces of striving. Here, 4 separate mental factors are singled out as the main agents for developing concentration: desire, energy, mind, and investigation. To ensure that the jhana attained will not merely engender a state of calm, but will also serve as a repository of energy, each has to be accompanied by volitional forces of striving. These forces build up immense psychic energy which can then be tapped, by a suitable determination, to exercise the supernormal powers. To appreciate the traditional account of the psychic faculties, we must grasp the fact that the material world perceived through the senses, which today's physicists declare to be a manifestation of energy, is only a small portion of experiential reality. Beyond the domain of solid, sensible objects exist other vibrational levels which we can scarcely even conceive, let alone understand. Inklings of this wider reality occasionally trickle through the filters that sustain our rational, coherent picture of the world, appearing to us as psychic phenomena or as wonders and miracles. Because disruptions to the regular patterns of the natural order are so rare, we are inclined to regard these familiar patterns as laws, absolutely binding and inviolable. We then insist on ignoring whatever transcends our limited sense faculties, even when the evidence for these other forces is clear and compelling. But the universe, as experienced by the wise, is much vaster than that known by the common person. The wise can perceive dimensions of reality that others do not even suspect exist, and their insight into the underlying relations between mind and matter gives them a control over phenomena that defies the limits set by our consensual understanding of the world. The Venerable Mahamoggallana was the bhikkhu who had been most assiduous in developing and cultivating the four roads to power, and thus the Buddha named him the foremost disciple among those who possessed the psychic powers. There were, of course, other prominent disciples who were highly skilled in psychic power, but they were usually proficient in only one or two areas. Thus, for instance, the monk Anuruddha and the nun Sakula possessed the supernormal vision of the divine eye. The monk Sobhita and the nun Badar Kapalani could recollect their previous lives far back into the past. The monk Sargala was skilled in the exercise of the fire element. Chula Pantaka excelled in the ability to manifest himself in multiple bodies, and Pilinda Vacha was foremost in communicating with heavenly beings. Mahamoggallana, however, had a comprehensive master over the psychic faculties that no other disciple shared, not even the nun Upalavana, who was foremost among the bhikkhunis in the exercise of the psychic powers. We shall now turn to what the Buddhist canonical texts relate about Moggallana's supernormal faculties. We will not follow the familiar sequence of the 5 superknowledges, but instead will single out the particular faculties demonstrated by Moggallana in incidents and anecdotes related in the suttas. Penetration of others' minds, thought reading. Once, on an Uposatha day, the Buddha sat silently in front of the assembly of monks. At each watch of the night, Ananda requested him to recite the code of monastic discipline, the Patimokkha, but the Buddha remained silent. Finally, when dawn came, he only said, "This assembly is impure." Thereupon Moggallana surveyed with his mind the entire assembly and saw one monk sitting there who was immoral, wicked, of impure and suspect behaviour, rotten within, lustful and corrupt. He went up to him and told him to leave 3 times. When the monk did not move even after the 3rd request, Moggallana took him by the arm, led him out of the hall and bolted the door. Then he begged the Exalted One to recite the Patimokkha, as the assembly was now pure again. Once the master was dwelling together with a community of 500 monks, all of whom were arahants. When Moggallana joined them, he searched their minds with his own mind and saw that they were arahants, released and free from all defilements. Then the Venerable Vangisa, the foremost poet in the Sangha, realizing what had taken place, rose from his seat and in the Buddha's presence praised Moggallana in verse. While the sage is seated on the mountain slope, gone beyond to the far shore of suffering, his disciples sit in attendance on him, triple knowledge men who have left death behind. Moggallana, great in spiritual power, encompassed their minds with his own, and searching he came to see their minds, fully released, without acquisitions. A 3rd report tells us that once, while the Venerable Anuruddha was meditating in solitude, he considered how the noble path that leads to the extinction of suffering can be perfected by means of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Then Moggallana, penetrating Anuruddha's mind by his own, appeared before him through supernormal power and requested him to describe in detail this method of practice. The Divine Ear, Clairaudience. One evening, when Sariputta went to see Moggallana, he found that his features had such a strikingly serene expression that he felt moved to ask Moggallana whether he had dwelt in one of the peaceful abodes of mind. Moggallana replied that he had dwelt only in a coarse abode, but that he had been engaged in a talk on the Dhamma. On being asked with whom he had such a talk, Moggallana replied that it had been with the Exalted One. Sariputta remarked that the master was now dwelling very far away, in Savatthi, while they themselves were in Rajagaha. Had Moggallana gone to the Buddha by way of supernormal power, or had the Buddha come to him? Moggallana replied that neither had been the case. Rather, they had directed toward each other their divine eye and divine ear, which enabled them to engage in a Dhamma talk on the mental faculty of energy. Then Sariputta exclaimed that Moggallana, being endowed with powers so great, might be able to live through an entire eon, like the Buddha, if he so wished. With the divine ear, Moggallana could also hear the voices of non-human beings, deities, spirits, etc., and receive messages from them. So, for instance, a spirit had warned him against Devadatta, who harboured evil intentions toward the Buddha and was plotting against him. The divine eye, clairvoyance. As mentioned above, Moggallana, with his divine eye, was able to perceive the Buddha over a long distance. The texts describe other occasions when the elder made use of this faculty. Once, when Sariputta was sitting in meditation, a malicious demon or yaka pounded him on the head. Moggallana saw this and asked his friend how he was feeling. Sariputta, who had not seen the demon, said that he was feeling generally well, but was troubled by a slight touch of headache. Then Moggallana praised his strength of concentration, but Sariputta said that Moggallana had been able to see that demon, while he himself could not. Once Moggallana saw with the divine eye how King Pasenadi had been defeated in battle by the Lichavis, and how afterwards he had gathered his troops again and vanquished them. When Moggallana reported this, some monks accused him of falsely boasting about his supernormal faculties, which is a disciplinary offence, making a monk subject to expulsion from the order. The Buddha, however, explained that Moggallana had reported only what he had seen and what had actually happened. Above all, Moggallana used his divine eye to observe the operation of the law of karma and its fruits. Again and again he saw how human beings, through their evil actions that harmed their fellow beings, were reborn among the Petas, miserable ghosts, and had to undergo much suffering, while others, who practiced charity and virtue, rose upwards to the heavenly abodes. He often reported such cases to exemplify the law of karma. These reports are collected in 2 books of the Pali Canon, one dealing with the ghost realm and one with the heavenly abodes. From this it can be readily understood why Moggallana was famous as one who knew the worlds beyond as well as the workings of karma. The reports are too numerous to discuss here, but at least one of his visions, recorded in the Samyutta Nikaya, should be mentioned. Once Moggallana lived on Vulture's Peak, near Rajagaha, together with the monk Lakana, one of the 1,000 Brahmin ascetics who had been converted together with the Uravela Kassapa. One morning, when they had descended from the peak to go an alms round in the town, Moggallana smiled when they reached a certain place on the road. When his companion asked him the reason, Moggallana said that this was not the right time to explain. He would explain later in the presence of the master. When they later met the Buddha, Lakana repeated his question, and Moggallana now said that at that spot he had seen many miserable ghosts flying through the air, chased around by predators and tormented by various kinds of afflictions. The Buddha confirmed this as absolutely true, and added that he himself spoke only reluctantly about such matters, because people with sceptical minds would not believe it. Then the Buddha, out of his universal knowledge, explained what propensities and behaviour had brought those ghosts to their present pitiable position. Travel by mind-made body, astral travel. Just as a person might bend his stretched arm or stretch his bent arm, so quickly could Moggallana depart bodily from the human world and reappear in a celestial realm. Repeatedly he made use of this capacity to instruct other beings and to look after the affairs of the order. Thus he taught the Devas in the realm of the 33 the factors of stream entry, and tested Sakka, their king, to determine whether he had understood the teaching about the extinction of craving. When the Buddha was preaching the Abhidhamma for 3 months in one of the heavenly worlds, Moggallana appeared in that heaven, informed him of happenings in the order, and asked for instructions. He visited not only the gods of the sense sphere, but also those of the Brahma world. Thus he appeared before a Brahma deity, who believed that there were no ascetics capable of entering his realm, and through questioning and supernormal feats, Moggallana shook that deity's self-assurance. On another occasion he appeared in front of a Brahma named Tissa, who formerly had been a monk and had died recently, and gave him instructions about stream entry and the realization of final deliverance. Telekinesis, supernormal locomotion. Moggallana also had mastery over what appears to be solid matter. Once the monks staying at a monastery were negligent, busying themselves too much with material trifles. Learning of this, the Buddha asked Moggallana to use a feat of supernormal power in order to shake them out of their complacency and inspire them to return to serious striving. In response, Moggallana pushed the building with his big toe so that the entire monastery, called the mansion of Megara's mother, shook and trembled as if there was an earthquake. The monks were so deeply stirred by this event that they shook off their worldly interests and again became receptive to the Buddha's instructions. The Buddha explained to them that the source of Moggallana's great supernormal prowess was the development of the 4 roads to power. Once Moggallana visited Sakka in his heavenly realm and saw that he was living rather light-heartedly. Captivated by heavenly sense pleasures, he had become forgetful of the Dhamma. To dispel his vanity, Moggallana used his toe to shake Sakka's celestial palace, the banner of victory, in which Sakka took much pride. This had a shock effect on Sakka too, and he now recalled the teaching on the extinction of craving, which the Buddha had briefly taught him not long ago. It was the same teaching that the Buddha had given to Moggallana as a spur to attaining arahantship. Once there was a famine in the area where the Buddha and his community of monks were residing, and the monks could not obtain sufficient alms food. On that occasion, Moggallana asked the Buddha whether he might overturn the ground so that the nourishing substance underneath would be accessible and could be eaten. But the Buddha prohibited him, as this would cause the destruction of a large number of living beings. Then Moggallana offered to use his psychic powers to open a road to the Uttarakuru country, so that the monks could go there for alms. This too the Buddha prohibited. But all survived the famine unharmed, even without such supernormal devices. This was the only occasion when the Buddha disapproved of Moggallana's suggestions. Moggallana's supernormal power expressed itself too in his ability to bring things from far distances by magical locomotion. Thus, for instance, he brought lotus stalks from the Himalayas when Sariputta was ill and needed them for medicine. He also fetched a shoot of the Bodhi tree for Anathapindika to be planted at the Jetavana monastery. However, when his fellow monk Pindola asked him to prove the superiority of the Buddha's Sangha over the sectarians by magically bringing down a precious bowl that had been hung up in town so high that nobody could take it down, Moggallana refused, saying that Pindola himself possessed sufficient powers to do it. But when Pindola actually performed that feat, the Buddha rebuked him. A monk should not display supernormal powers merely to impress the laity. The power of transformation. Although we have confined the preceding discussion to incidents mentioned in the Pali Canon, this account would be deficient if we did not mention what the commentaries regard as Moggallana's most formidable display of psychic power his triumph over the divine serpent, the royal Naga Nandopananda. This incident is recorded in the Visuddhimagga. On one occasion, when the Buddha, together with 500 monks, visited the heaven of the 33, they passed just above the abode of Nandopananda. This infuriated the royal Naga, who sought to take revenge by surrounding Mount Sineru with his coils and spreading his hood so that the entire world was enveloped in darkness. Several eminent monks offered to subdue the Naga, but the Buddha, aware of his ferocity, would not permit them. It was only to Moggallana, the last to volunteer, that he granted permission. Moggallana then transformed himself into a huge royal Naga and engaged Nandopananda in a terrible battle of flame and smoke. Drawing upon one power after another, appearing in a variety of shapes and sizes, he shattered his rival's defences. In the last phase of the battle, he assumed the form of a Supana, the celestial eagle, arch-enemy of the Naga. At this point, Nandopananda capitulated, and the elder, assuming once again the form of a monk, brought him to the Buddha in triumph and elicited from him an apology. Moggallana's previous lives. About his recollection of his own former existences, Moggallana spoke only once, in the Marathajanya Sutta. With that text we shall deal later. In the Jatakas, the stories about the Buddha's former existences, it is reported that the Bodhisattva and Moggallana had lived together quite often. In no less than 31 lives the two had met, and in 30 of them Moggallana and Sariputta had lived together. The bond that had connected these three was already strong in previous lives. Although these 31 lives are but an infinitesimal fraction of the infinity of lives through which every being in samsara has passed, they enable us to draw some substantive conclusions concerning Moggallana's life and personality. The first thing we find from the Jatakas is his close relationship to the Bodhisattva. Moggallana and Sariputta were often the Bodhisattva's brothers, his friends or his ministers. Sometimes Sariputta is the son and Moggallana the general of the royal Bodhisattva. When the Buddha was Sakka, king of the gods, they were the moon god and the sun god respectively. The second point worth noting is the relationship of Sariputta to Moggallana. When, in the Jatakas, both are seen to traverse all the heights and depths of samsara, they sometimes play quite inferior parts in relation to the main figures of the respective stories. There appears a certain lawfulness in the stories insofar as the difference between them, e.g. in status, is usually greater when their level of rebirth is lower, and smaller when their rebirth is on a higher level. When reborn as animals, they rarely were equals, and Sariputta was most often born in a higher species of animals. Thus they were snake and rat, bird and tortoise, lion and tiger, monkey and elephant, monkey and jackal, man and jackal. When born as human beings in worldly careers, Sariputta was always in a higher position than Moggallana, as a royal prince and royal minister and son of a slave, charioteer of the royal Bodhisattva and charioteer of King Ananda. Once Moggallana was the moon god and Sariputta the wise ascetic Narada. But when both were ascetics or deities, they were generally of equal status. Once it happened that Sariputta was only the moon god and Moggallana the superior sun god. Once Sariputta was king of the Nagas and Moggallana the king of their foes, the Supanas. The only time when Moggallana appears in the Jatakas without Sariputta is a life in which he holds the office of Sakka, king of the gods. At that time, as Sakka, he also appeared on earth to a miser in order to urge on him the virtue of giving, and thus to lead him to a better rebirth. But another time, when Sariputta and Moggallana lived on earth, they were stingy merchants who had buried much money. After death, they were reborn close to their buried treasure, but as a snake and a rat. There is also a story in which Moggallana was reborn as a jackal. Seeing a dead elephant, he was so greedy for its flesh that he crept through an intestinal aperture right into the elephant's belly, ate as much as he could, but was then unable to get out again, suffering mortal fear, an impressive symbol of the perils of sensual enjoyment. Finally, in the famous Jataka about the law of the Kuru people, Moggallana is a keeper of grain stores and Sariputta a merchant. Both were very careful in observing the law of non-stealing. Moggallana's verses. Like many other arahant disciples of the Buddha, the Venerable Moggallana has left us, in the Therigatha, a testament in verse in which he celebrates his triumphs over the vicissitudes of life. His chapter, containing 63 verses, is the second longest in the collection. The overriding theme of these verses is his equipoise in the face of samsara's temptations and upheavals. The suffering of worldly affairs no longer touched him, as he dwelt in a peace that transcended all the pain and restlessness of becoming. His verses begin with 4 stanzas, apparently addressed to himself, extolling the life of a forest hermit devoted to the struggle against the forces of mortality. Living in the forest, subsisting on alms food, delighting in the scraps that come into our bowl, let us tear apart the army of death, firmly concentrated within ourselves. Living in the forest, subsisting on alms food, delighting in the scraps that come into our bowl, let us shatter the army of death, as an elephant does a hut of reeds. The next 2 verses differ only in replacing subsisting on alms food with persevering. The next 8 verses are spoken to a prostitute who tried to seduce him. Although their tone and their depreciation of the body may strike the contemporary reader as abrasive, it must be remembered that the Buddha himself was emphatic about the need to contemplate the wretchedness of physical existence, not from a morbid loathing of life, but as an antidote to sensual lust, the most powerful bond tying beings to the sense sphere. The next 2 verses were spoken with reference to the death of the Venerable Sariputta. Whereas Ananda, who was not yet an arahant, was stricken with fear and terror, Moggallana reflected on the impermanence of all conditioned things, and thereby remained calm. In 2 piquant verses, Moggallana extols his prowess in meditation. Flashes of lightning fall upon the cleft of the mountains Vibhara and Pandava, but gone within the cleft he meditates, the son of the peerless stable one. Tranquil still the sage resorts to remote places for his lodging. A true heir of the Supreme Buddha, he is venerated even by Brahma. The following verses are addressed to a superstitious Brahmin of wrong views, who had abused the Venerable Mahakassapa when the latter was walking on alms round. Moggallana warns him against the dangers of such conduct and urges him to respect the holy ones. He then praises Sariputta. The commentary says that the next 4 verses are Sariputta's own praise of Moggallana. After Moggallana reciprocates with a verse in praise of Sariputta, he then reviews his attainments and rejoices in his consummation of the goal of his monk's life. In but a moment I can create 100,000 kodis of bodies. I am skilled in transformations. I am the master of psychic powers. A master of concentration and knowledge, Moggallana, gone to perfection, a sage in the dispensation of the detached one, with concentrated faculties has cut off his bonds as an elephant bursts a rotten creeper. The teacher has been served by me, the Buddha's teaching has been done. The heavy burden has been dropped, the conduit to becoming has been uprooted. That goal has been attained by me, for the sake of which I have gone forth from the home life into homelessness, the destruction of all the fetters. The last verses are identical with those concluding his encounter with Mara, recorded in the Majjhima Nikaya 50, to which we shall now turn. The Last Days of Moggallana. Half a year before the Buddha's parinibbana, on the full moon day of the month Katika, October-November, death separated the two chief disciples for the last time. It was on this day that Sariputta passed away in his birth chamber in his parental home, surrounded by his many pupils, but far away from Moggallana. Even though during life the two had been almost inseparable, their deaths, like their attainment of arahantship, occurred at different places. Soon after the passing away of Sariputta, Moggallana had a bizarre encounter with Mara, the evil one, the tempter and lord of death, which may well have been a premonition of his own imminent demise. One night, while the elder was walking back and forth for exercise, Mara slipped into his body and entered his bowels. Moggallana sat down and attended to his abdomen, which suddenly felt as heavy as a bag of beans. He then discovered the evil one lodged within his own belly. Calmly he told Mara to get out. Mara was astonished that he had been detected so soon, and in his delusion thought that even the Buddha would not have recognized him so quickly. But Moggallana read his thoughts, and again ordered him to depart. Mara now escaped through Moggallana's mouth, and stood at the door of the hut. Moggallana told him that he knew him not only on that day, but had also known him in the past, for their kamic connection was old and deep. The following is the gist of what he said. The first of the 5 Buddhas appearing in our fortunate eon was Kakusanda, whose chief disciples were the Arahants Vidura and Sanjiva. At that time, Moggallana was Mara, by name Mara Dusi. For Mara too, like Mahabrahma and Sakka, is not a permanent being, but a cosmic post or office, chief of demons, lord of the lower world, which is filled by different individuals migrating through the round of existence. At that time, Mara Dusi had a sister named Kali, whose son was to become the Mara of our age. Hence Moggallana's own nephew then was now standing in front of him in his hut as the present Mara. When, in that past age, Moggallana was Mara, he had taken possession of a boy and made him throw a potsherd at the head of the Buddha Kakusanda's chief disciple, the Arahant Vidura. The wound was a severe one, which caused blood to flow. When the Buddha Kakusanda turned around and saw this, he said, "Indeed, Mara knows no moderation here, for even in diabolical actions there might be moderation." And under the Perfect One's glance, Mara Dusi's body dissolved and reappeared in the deepest hell. Just a moment earlier he had been the overlord of all the hellish worlds, and now he himself was one of hell's victims. For many thousands of years Moggallana had to suffer in hell as the kamic result of attacking an arahant. He was condemned to spend 10,000 years alone in the great hell, having a human body and the head of a fish, just like the beings in Peter Bruegel's pictures of the hells. Whenever 2 lances of his torturers crossed in his heart, he would know that 1,000 years of his torment had passed. This encounter with Mara once more brought to Moggallana's mind the terrors of samsara, from which he was now forever free. Soon afterwards, Moggallana felt that the time of his last existence was running out. Being an arahant, he saw no reason to extend his lifespan to the end of the eon by an act of will, and he calmly allowed impermanence to take its lawful course. Moggallana's death. Surrounded by many of his monks, the Buddha passed away peacefully during a meditative absorption which he entered with perfect mastery. Sariputta's death in his parental home, likewise with fellow monks in attendance, was similarly serene. Ananda died at the age of 120. As he did not wish to burden anyone by his funeral, he entered meditative concentration on the fire element, so that his body vanished in a blaze. Considering the serene death of the master and of these two disciples, one would have expected that Mahamoggallana too would have undergone the final dissolution of the body under peaceful circumstances. But Moggallana's end was very different, though the gruesome nature of his death did not shake his firm and serene mind. Moggallana passed away a fortnight after his friend Sariputta, on the new moon day of the month Kartika, October-November, in the autumn. The great decease of the Buddha took place on the full moon night of the month Visakha, May, half a year after the death of his two chief disciples. The Buddha was in his 80th year when he passed away, while both Sariputta and Mahamoggallana died at the age of 84. The circumstances of Moggallana's death are related in two sources, the Dhammapada commentary and the Jataka commentary. Although these two sources share a common core, they differ in details, which no doubt stem from embellishments in the course of oral transmission. The account here will be based on the Dhammapada commentary, with the differences in the Jataka commentary noted parenthetically. Because the Buddha was so skillful as a teacher, leading countless people to the gates of deliverance, the populace of Magadha for the most part had transferred its allegiance from the various rival ascetic orders to the enlightened one and his Sangha. A group of naked ascetics, resentful over this loss of prestige, pinned the prime responsibility for their hard times on the venerable Mahamoggallana. They believed that Moggallana had won over their own adherents to the Buddha's Dhamma with his reports of his celestial travels, in which he related how he had seen the virtuous devotees of the Buddha enjoying rebirth in heaven, and the followers of other sects, lacking moral conduct, suffering in miserable subhuman states of existence. These ascetics were so enraged about their loss of popularity that they wanted to eliminate Moggallana. Without accepting responsibility for their own misfortune, they projected the blame externally and concentrated their envy and hate on the great disciple. While the ascetics were hesitant to kill Moggallana by their own hand, they had no scruples about employing others to carry out their nefarious deed. Having procured 1,000 gold coins from their followers, they approached a band of brigands and offered them the money in exchange for the great disciple's life. At that time, Moggallana was living alone in a forest hut at the Black Rock on the slope of Mount Isigili outside Rajagaha. After his encounter with Mara, he knew that the end of his days was near. Having enjoyed the bliss of liberation, he now felt the body to be an obstruction and burden, and had no desire to use his psychic faculties to keep it alive for the rest of the eon. Yet, when he saw the brigands approach, he knew they were coming to kill him, and he used his supernormal powers to slip through the keyhole. The gangsters arrived at an empty hut, and though they searched everywhere, they could not find him. They returned the following day too, but this time the elder soared up into the air and escaped through the roof. The next month too the bandits came, but again they could not catch the elder. In the Jataka version, the bandits return on 6 consecutive days and catch him only on the 7th day. Moggallana's motivation in escaping was not fear of death. The reason he used his psychic powers to elude the gangsters was not to protect his body, but to spare the would-be assassins the frightful karmic consequences of such a murderous deed, necessarily leading to rebirth in the hells. He wanted to spare them such a fate by giving them time to reconsider and abstain from their crime. But their greed for the promised money was so great that they persisted and returned again the following month, or on the 7th day in the Jataka account. This time their persistence was rewarded, for at that moment Moggallana suddenly lost his psychic mastery over the body. The reason for this sudden change in fate lay in a terrible deed he had committed in the distant past. Many eons ago, in a previous birth, Moggallana had brought about the death of his parents. In the Jataka version, however, he relents at the last moment and spares them. That heinous karma had brought him to a rebirth in hell for countless years, but it had not yet fully matured. A residue remained, and now, when he was in mortal danger, that residue suddenly ripened and confronted him with its fruit. Moggallana realized that he had no choice but to submit to destiny. The brigands entered, knocked him down, and pounded his bones until they were as small as grains of rice. Then, thinking that he was dead, they threw his body behind a clump of bushes and fled, keen on collecting their reward. But Moggallana's physical and mental strength was formidable, and he had not yet capitulated to death. He regained consciousness, and by the power of meditation he soared through the air and came into the presence of the Master. There he announced that he would attain final Nibbana. The Buddha asked him to give a final sermon to the community of monks, which he did, with an additional display of wonders and marvels. Then he paid homage to the Blessed One, returned to the Black Rock, and passed into the Nibbana element without residue. The Jataka account more realistically omits the final sermon and has Moggallana expire right at the Buddha's feet. In this last turbulent phase of his life, the karma of the past that had ripened so suddenly could affect only his body, but could not shake his mind, for he no longer identified himself with his empirical personality. For him, the 5 aggregates that others identified as Moggallana were as foreign as an inanimate body. They penetrate the subtle truth as the tip of a hair with an arrow, who see the 5 aggregates as alien and do not regard them as self. Those who see conditioned things as alien and not as self have pierced right through the subtle truth as the tip of a hair with an arrow. This last episode of Moggallana's life, however, did show that the law of moral causality has even greater potency than the supernormal feats of a master of psychic power. Only a Buddha can control the karmic consequences acting upon his body to such an extent that nothing might cause his premature death. Speaking about his chief disciples shortly after their deaths, the Buddha declared, "Those who in the past have been holy ones, fully enlightened ones, those blessed ones too had such excellent pairs of disciples as I had in Sariputta and Moggallana. Those who in the future will be holy ones, fully enlightened ones, those blessed ones too will have such excellent pairs of disciples as I had in Sariputta and Moggallana. Marvellous it is, most wonderful it is, bhikkhus, concerning those disciples, that they will act in accordance with the Master's teaching, will act in accordance with his advice, that they will be dear to the 4 assemblies, will be loved, respected, and honoured by them." Sariputta and Mahamoggallana were such wonderful disciples, the Buddha said, that the assembly of monks appeared empty to him after their death. It was marvellous that such an excellent pair of disciples existed, but it was marvellous too that, in spite of their excellence, when the 2 had passed away, there was no grief, no lamentation on the part of the Master. Therefore the Buddha continued, inspired by the greatness of the 2 chief disciples, "Let dedicated followers of the Dhamma strive to be their own island of refuge, with the Dhamma as their island of refuge, not looking for any other refuge. Let them rely entirely on the powerful help of the 4 foundations of mindfulness. Those who, with keen desire, thus train themselves along the Noble Eightfold Path, will certainly pass beyond all the realms of darkness which abound in samsara. So the Master assures us." Chapter 3. Mahakassapa, Father of the Sangha, by Helmut Hecker. Kassapa's early years. Shortly before his parinibbana, the Buddha had refused to appoint a personal successor. Instead, he urged the monks to look upon the Dhamma and the Vinaya, the doctrine and the discipline, as their master, for within the teachings proclaimed during his 45-year ministry, they could find all the instructions they needed to tread the path to deliverance. Nevertheless, though the monks did not select a successor, in the period immediately following the Blessed One's demise, the community came to regard with increasing reverence one solitary elder, whose person emanated a natural aura of strength and authority. This figure, whom the Pali commentaries describe as the disciple who was the Buddha's counterpart, was known as the Venerable Mahakassapa, Kassapa the Great. There were many factors that contributed to Mahakassapa's rise to preeminence in the newly orphaned Sangha. He shared with the Buddha 7 of the 32 marks of a great man, and had been praised by the Master for his meditative attainments and realizations. He was the only monk with whom the Buddha had exchanged robes, a special honor. Mahakassapa possessed to the highest degree the 10 qualities that inspire confidence. He was also a model of a disciplined and austere life devoted to meditation. So it is hardly surprising that he assumed the presidency of the first council of the Sangha, which had been summoned on his urgent advice. Evidently it was for the same reasons that, much later in China and Japan, this redoubtable elder came to be regarded as the first patriarch of Chan, or Zen Buddhism. Like the 2 chief disciples, Sariputta and Moggallana, Mahakassapa was of Brahmin descent. Some years before the Bodhisattva's own birth, he was born in the Magadha country, in the village Mahatita, as the son of the Brahmin Kapila and his wife Sumana Devi. He was named Pipali. His father owned 16 villages over which he ruled like a little king, so Pipali grew up in the midst of wealth and luxury. Yet already in his youth he felt a longing to leave the worldly life behind, and hence he did not want to marry. When his parents repeatedly urged him to take a wife, he told them that he would look after them as long as they lived, but that after their deaths he would become an ascetic. Yet they insisted again and again that he should take a wife, and thus, just to comfort his mother, he finally agreed to marry, on the condition that a girl could be found who conformed to his idea of perfection. For that purpose he commissioned goldsmiths to fashion for him a golden statue of a beautiful maiden. He had it bedecked with fine garments and ornaments and showed it to his parents, saying, "If you can find a maiden like this for me, I shall remain in the home life." But his mother was a clever woman and thought, "Surely my son must have done deeds of merit in the past, and he must have done them together with a woman who is the counterpart of this golden image." Thus she approached 8 Brahmins, showered them with rich gifts, and asked them to take the image and travel around in search of a human likeness of it. The Brahmins thought, "Let us first go to the Madha country, which is a gold mine of beautiful women." There they found at Sagala a girl whose beauty equalled that of the image. She was Bada Kapilani, a wealthy Brahmin's daughter, aged 16, 4 years younger than Pipali Kassapa. Her parents agreed to the marriage proposal, and the Brahmins returned to tell of their success. Yet Bada Kapilani too did not wish to marry. Like Pipali, she longed to live a religious life and wished to leave home as a female ascetic. Such correspondence between her aspiration and that of Pipali was not due to chance, but sprang from the strong kamic bond they had forged in previous lives. Maturing in the present life, this bond was to unite them in marriage in their youth, and to lead to a decisive separation later on, a separation which was again to be resolved by a union at a still higher level, when both consummated their spiritual endeavours by winning the supreme fruit of holiness under the Enlightened One. Pipali was most distressed to hear that his plot had been foiled, and that his parents had actually found a girl who matched the golden statue. Still intent on escaping from his agreement, he sent the following letter to the girl. "Bada, please marry someone else of equal status and live a happy home life with him. As for myself, I shall become an ascetic. Please do not have regrets." Bada Kapilani, like-minded as she was, independently sent him a similar letter. But their parents, suspecting such an exchange would take place, had both letters intercepted on the way and replaced by letters of welcome. So Bada was taken to Magadha, and the young couple were married. However, in accordance with their ascetic yearning, both agreed to maintain a life of celibacy. To give expression to their decision, each night they would lay a garland of flowers between them before they went to bed, resolving, if on either side the flowers wilt, we shall understand that the person on whose side they wilted had given rise to a lustful thought. At night they lay awake all night long from fear of making bodily contact. During the day they did not even smile at one another. As long as their parents lived, they remained aloof from worldly enjoyment, and they did not even have to look after the estate's farms. When Pippali's parents died, the couple took charge of the large property. It was then that they felt the spur that set them on the course of renunciation. One day, as Pippali was inspecting the fields, he saw, as if with new eyes, something that he had seen so often before. He observed that when his farm hands ploughed the land, many birds gathered and eagerly picked the worms from the furrows. This sight, so common to a farmer, now startled him. It struck him forcefully that what brought him his wealth, the produce of his fields, was bound up with the suffering of other living beings. His livelihood was purchased with the death of so many worms and other little creatures living in the soil. Thinking about this, he asked one of his labourers, "Who will have to bear the consequences of such an evil action?" "You yourself, sir," was the answer. Shaken by that insight into kamic retribution, Pippali went home and reflected, "If I have to carry along the burden of guilt for this killing, of what use to me is all my wealth? I would be better off giving it all to Bada and going forth into the ascetic life." But at home, at about the same time, Bada had a similar experience, seeing afresh with a deeper understanding something she had very often seen before. Her servants had spread out sesamum seeds to dry in the sun, and crows and other birds ate the insects that had been attracted by the seeds. When Bada asked her servants who had to account morally for the violent death of so many creatures, she was told that the kamic responsibility was hers. Then she thought, "If even by this much I commit evil, I won't be able to lift my head above the ocean of rebirths even in 1,000 lives. As soon as Pippali returns, I shall hand over everything to him and leave to take up the ascetic life." When both found themselves in accord, they had saffron cloth and clay bowls brought for them from the bazaar, and then shaved each other's head. They thus became like ascetic wanderers, and they made the aspiration, "We dedicate our going forth to the arahants in the world." Even though they had not yet encountered the Buddha or his teaching, they knew instinctively that they should follow the ascetic life in a state of adopted discipleship to the truly wise and holy ones, whoever they might be. Then, slinging their alms bowls over their shoulders, they left the manor house unnoticed by the servants. When, however, they reached the next village, which belonged to the estate, the labourers and their families saw them. Crying and lamenting, they fell at the feet of the two ascetics and exclaimed, "O dear and noble ones, why do you want to make us helpless orphans?" "It is because we have seen the three worlds to be like a house of fire, that we go forth into the homeless life." To those who were serfs, Pippali Kassapa granted freedom, and he and Bada continued on, leaving the villagers behind still weeping. As they walked, Kassapa went ahead, while Bada followed behind him. Then the thought occurred to Kassapa, "Now this Bada Kapilani follows me close behind, and she is a woman of great beauty. Some people could easily think, though they are ascetics, they still cannot live without each other. What they are doing is unseemly. If they spoil their minds by such false thoughts, or even spread evil rumours, they will cause great harm to themselves. It is better that we separate." Thus, when they reached a crossroads, Kassapa told her what he had been thinking and said to her, "Bada, you take one of these roads, and I shall go the other way." She replied, "It is true. For ascetics, a woman is an obstacle. People might suspect us of misconduct and slander us, so let us part. You go your way, and I'll go my way." She then respectfully circumambulated him 3 times, saluted his feet, and with folded hands she spoke, "Our close companionship and friendship, that had lasted for an unfathomable past, comes to an end today. Please take the path to the right, and I shall take the other road." Thus they parted and went their individual ways, seeking the high goal of arahantship, final deliverance from suffering. It is said that the earth, shaken by the power of their virtue, quaked and trembled, and peals of thunder came forth from the sky, and the mountains at the edge of the world system resounded. Badar Kapilani. Let us first follow Badar Kapilani. Her road led her to Savatthi, where she listened to the Buddha's discourses at the Jetavana monastery. As the Bhikkhuni Sangha, the order of nuns, did not yet exist at that time, she took up residence at a nunnery of non-Buddhist female ascetics not far from Jetavana. There she lived for 5 years until she could obtain ordination as a bhikkhuni. It was not long afterward that she attained the goal of the holy life, arahantship. The Buddha praised Badar as being the foremost among the nuns who could recollect their past lives. The Pali commentaries and the Jataka stories leave us a record of some of her former existences, in which she had been Kassapa's wife. One day she uttered the following verses in which she praised Mahakassapa and declared her own attainment. A son of the Buddha and his rightful heir, Kassapa, who is well concentrated, knows his abodes in previous lives and sees the heavens and plains of woe. He too has attained the destruction of birth, a sage consummate in direct knowledge. Endowed with these 3 modes of knowledge, the Brahmin is a triple knowledge bearer. Just so is Badar Kapilani, a triple knowledge nun who has left death behind. Having conquered Mara and his mount, she lives bearing her final body. Having seen the grave danger in the world, we both went forth into homelessness. Now we are destroyers of the Kankas, tamed and cool. We have won Nibbana. As an arahant bhikkhuni, Badar devoted herself chiefly to the education of the younger nuns and their instruction in monastic discipline. In the Bhikkhuni Vibhanga, analysis of nuns' discipline, instances are recorded involving her pupils, which led to the prescribing of certain disciplinary rules for bhikkhunis. There were also 2 instances when Badar Kapilani had to bear the envy of another nun who was hostile toward Mahakassapa too. The nun Tulananda was learned in the Dhamma and a good preacher, but evidently she had more intelligence than gentleness of heart. She was self-willed and not prepared to change her conduct, as evidenced by several Vinaya texts. When Badar too became a popular preacher of Dhamma, even preferred by some of Tulananda's own pupils, Tulananda became jealous. In order to annoy Badar, once she and her pupil nuns walked up and down in front of Badar's cell, reciting loudly. She was censured by the Buddha on that account. Another time, at Badar's request, she had arranged temporary living quarters for Badar when the latter visited Savatthi. But then, in another fit of jealousy, she threw her out of those quarters. Badar, however, being an arahant, was no longer affected by such happenings and looked at them with detachment and compassion. The Sangsaric background. Mahakassapa and Badar Kapilani originally formed their aspirations to great discipleship under the Buddha Padumuttara, the 15th Buddha of antiquity, who arose 100,000 eons in the past and had his main monastic seat in the Kema Deer Park near the city of Hamsavati. At that time, the future Kassapa was a wealthy landowner named Vedaha, and Badar was his wife. One day, Vedaha went to the monastery and was seated in the assembly at the very moment that the teacher declared an elder named Mahanisaba his 3rd preeminent disciple, the foremost of the proponents of the ascetic practices. The lay devotee, Vedaha, was pleased by this and invited the teacher and his entire Sangha to his home for the next day's meal. While the Buddha and the monks were in his house taking their meal, the lay devotee caught sight of the elder Mahanisaba walking on his arms round down the street. He went outside and invited the elder to join the gathering, but the elder declined. Vedaha then took his bowl, filled it with food, and brought it back to him. When he returned to the house, he asked the Buddha about the reason for the elder's strange refusal. The teacher explained, Lay devotee, we accept invitations to homes for meals, but that bhikkhu lives solely on food gained on alms round. We live in town monasteries, but he lives solely in the forest. We live with a roof over our head, but he lives out in the open air. When the lay devotee heard this, he became even more pleased, like an oil lamp sprinkled with oil, and he reflected, "Why should I be satisfied simply with arahantship? I will make an aspiration to become the foremost disciple among the practitioners of the ascetic practices under a Buddha in the future." Then he invited the Buddha and the community of monks to his home for alms for a week, made presentations of the triple robe to the entire Sangha, and prostrating himself at the master's feet, he declared his aspiration. The Buddha, Padumuttara, looked into the future and saw that the aspiration would be fulfilled. He then gave Vedaha the prediction, "In the future, 100,000 eons from now, a Buddha named Gautama will arise in the world. Under him you will be the third chief disciple named Mahakassapa." Bada, on her part, had been inspired by the bhikkhuni, pronounced the foremost among those who recollect their past lives, and she formed the aspiration to attain this position under a future Buddha. She too was assured by the Lord Padumuttara that her wish would be fulfilled. For the rest of their lives, the couple observed the precepts and did meritorious deeds, and after death, they were reborn in heaven. The next past life recorded for Mahakassapa and Bada Kapilani takes place much later, during the dispensation of the Buddha Vipassi, the sixth predecessor of the Buddha Gautama. At this time they had been a poor Brahmin couple. They were so extremely poor that they had only a single upper garment, and hence only one of them at a time could go out of their hut. In this story the Brahmin was therefore called he with one garment. Though it may not be easy for us to understand such extreme poverty, it will be still more difficult to understand that there have been many people for whom such utter poverty did not mean subjective deprivation. This was so with those two beings who later were to be Kassapa and Bada. In their life, as that poor Brahmin couple, they had lived in such perfect harmony that their happiness was not diminished by their indigence. One day, when the Buddha Vipassi was to give a special sermon, they both wished to attend, but as they had only a single upper garment between them, they could not both go at the same time. The wife went during the day, and her husband went at night. As the Brahmin listened to the sermon, the value of giving and generosity became so deeply impressed on his mind that he wanted to offer his only upper garment to the Buddha. But after he had so resolved, scruples came to his mind. "This is our only upper garment, so perhaps I should first consult with my wife. How can we manage without an upper garment? How can we get a replacement?" But he resolutely pushed aside all such hesitation and placed the garment at the Blessed One's feet. Having done so, he clapped his hands and joyfully called out, "I have vanquished! I have vanquished!" When the king, who had listened to the sermon behind a curtain, heard that shout of victory and came to know the reason, he sent sets of garments to the Brahmin and later made him his court chaplain. So the couple's plight had come to an end. As a result of his selfless giving, the Brahmin was reborn in a celestial world. After parting from there, he became a king on earth, a great benefactor of his people, who generously supported the ascetics living at that time. Bada was then his chief queen. As to Bada, she was once the mother of a Brahmin youth, who was a pupil of the Bodhisatta, the future Buddha, and wanted to become an ascetic. Kassapa was her husband, Ananda her son. Bada had wanted her son to know the worldly life before she would permit him to become an ascetic. But that knowledge came to the young Brahmin in a drastic and heart-rending way. His teacher's old mother fell passionately in love with him and was even ready to kill her son for his sake. This encounter with reckless passion caused in him a deep revulsion for worldly life, and after that experience his parents gave him permission to go forth as an ascetic. Another time, Kassapa and Bada had been the Brahmin parents of 4 sons, who in the future were to be our Bodhisatta, Anuruddha, Sariputta, and Mahamoggallana. All four wanted to become ascetics. At first the parents refused permission, but later they came to understand the fruits and benefits of the ascetic life, and they themselves became ascetics. In still another life, two village headmen who were friends decided that the children they were expecting should marry each other if they were of the opposite sex. And so it happened. But in their previous life, both children had been deities of the Brahma world. Hence they had no desire for sensual pleasures and, with their parents' permission, chose the ascetic life. Badar's only wrong act, reported in the stories of her past lives, was this. At a time between the appearance of two Buddhas, Badar was the wife of a landowner. One day she had a quarrel with her sister-in-law. Just then, a Pacceka Buddha drew near to their house on alms round. When her sister-in-law offered him food, Badar, seeking to spite her, took the Pacceka Buddha's bowl, threw away the food and filled the bowl with mud. At once, however, she was stung by remorse. She took the bowl back, washed it with scent, and filled it with delicious fragrant food. Then she offered it back to the Pacceka Buddha and apologized for her rudeness. As a kamic consequence of this deed, a mixture of the dark and bright, in her next life Badar possessed wealth and great beauty, but her body exuded a loathsome odour. Her husband, the future Kassapa, could not bear the noxious smell and left her. As she was beautiful, other suitors sought her hand, but all her later marriages had the same end. She was full of despair, and felt there was no point continuing to live. To dispose of her property, she had her ornaments melted down and formed into a golden brick, which she brought to the monastery as a contribution to the stupa being erected in honour of the Buddha Kassapa who had just passed away. She offered the golden brick with great devotion, and as a consequence, her body became fragrant again, and her first husband, Kassapa, took her back. 2 lives before her present existence, Badar was the queen of Benares and used to support several Pacceka Buddhas. Deeply moved by their sudden death, she renounced her worldly life as a queen and lived a meditative life in the Himalayas. By the power of her renunciation and her meditative attainments, she was reborn in a Brahma world, and so was Kassapa. It was after that life in the Brahma world that they were reborn in the human world as Pipali Kassapa and Badar Kapilani. From these accounts, we gather that in their former existences both had lived a life of purity in the Brahma world, and that both had repeatedly been renunciants. Hence, in their final existence, it was not difficult for them to keep to a life of celibacy, to give up all possessions, and to follow the Buddha's teaching to its culmination in arahantship. How Kassapa came to the Buddha. Continuing our story, we shall now return to Mahakassapa. Where did he go after he had come to the crossroads? As mentioned above, when the two ascetics separated, the earth shook by the force of their act of renunciation. The Buddha perceived this trembling of the earth and knew that it meant an outstanding disciple was on the way to him. Without informing any of the monks, he set out on the road alone, walking the distance of 5 miles to meet his future pupil, an act of compassion which later was often praised. On the road between Rajagaha and Nalanda, the master sat down under a banyan tree by the Bahuputaka shrine, waiting for his future disciple to arrive. He did not sit there like an ordinary ascetic, but displayed all the sublime glory of a Buddha. He emitted rays of light for 80 meters all around, so that the entire thicket became a single mass of light, and he manifested all his 32 marks of a great man. When Kassapa reached the spot and saw the Buddha sitting there in the full splendor of an enlightened one, he thought, "This must be my master, for whose sake I have gone forth." He approached the Buddha, fell at his feet, and exclaimed, "The Blessed One, Lord, is my teacher, and I am his disciple. The Blessed One, Lord, is my teacher, and I am his disciple." The enlightened one said, "Kassapa, if anyone who does not know and see were to say to a disciple endowed with such sincerity as yourself, 'I know, I see,' his head would split. But, Kassapa, knowing, I say I know. Seeing, I say I see." He then gave Kassapa the following 3 exhortations as his first formal introduction to the Dhamma. You should train yourself thus, Kassapa. A keen sense of shame and fear of wrongdoing shall be present in me towards seniors, novices, and those of middle status in the order. Whatever teaching I hear that is conducive to something wholesome, I shall listen with an attentive ear, examining it, reflecting on it, absorbing it with all my heart. Mindfulness of the body, linked with gladness, shall not be neglected by me. Thus should you train yourself. According to the commentary, this triple exhortation constituted Kassapa's going forth and higher ordination together. Then both master and disciple walked toward Rajagaha. On the way the Buddha wanted to rest and went off the road to the root of a tree. Mahakassapa then folded his double robe in 4 and requested the master to sit on it, as this will be for my benefit for a long time. The Buddha sat down on Kassapa's robe and said, Soft is your robe of patched cloth, Kassapa. Hearing this, Kassapa replied, May the Blessed One, O Lord, accept this robe of patched cloth out of compassion for me. But, Kassapa, can you wear these hempen, worn-out rag robes of mine? Full of joy, Kassapa said, Certainly, Lord, I can wear the Blessed One's rough and worn-out rag robes. This exchange of robes bestowed a great distinction on the Venerable Mahakassapa, an honour not shared by any other disciple. The commentary explains that the Buddha's intention in exchanging robes with Kassapa was to motivate him to observe the Dhutanga, the austere practices, from the time of his very admission into the Bhikkhu Sangha. Although, after his enlightenment, the Buddha condemned extreme self-mortification as a blind alley, which is painful, ignoble, and unbeneficial, he by no means rejected those ascetic practices that harmonized with the framework of the middle way. The true middle way is not a comfortable highway built out of easy compromises, but a lonely, steep ascent, which requires the renunciation of craving and the ability to endure hardship and discomfort. Hence the Buddha encouraged those monks who were truly keen on extricating from their hearts the subtlest roots of craving to adopt the Dhutanga, special vows of austerity conducive to simplicity, contentment, renunciation, and energy, and he often applauded those monks who observed these vows. The ancient suttas repeatedly commend several austere practices, using only the triple set of robes, and refusing to use additional robes, wearing only rag robes, and refusing robes offered by householders, subsisting only on food collected on alms round, and refusing invitations to meals, living only in the forest, and refusing to live in town monasteries. In the commentaries, the list of austere practices is expanded to 13, which are explained in detail in such works on the meditative life as the Visuddhimagga. The robe that the Buddha offered Kassapa was made from a shroud that he had picked up in a cremation ground, and in asking Kassapa whether he could wear that robe, he was implicitly asking whether he would be able to make the full commitment to the austere practices that the use of such a robe would entail. When Kassapa affirmed that he could wear the robe, he was saying, "Yes, Lord, I can fulfill the ascetic practices you wish me to undertake." From that moment on, Kassapa pledged himself to uphold a life of strict austerity, and even in old age he insisted on observing the same vows that he had undertaken in his youth. On a later occasion, the Buddha declared Mahakassapa foremost among the bhikkhus who observed the austere practices, thereby bringing to fulfillment Kassapa's original aspiration formed 100,000 eons in the past. It was only 7 days after his ordination and the exchange of robes that Kassapa attained the goal he was striving for, arahantship, the mind's final liberation from defilements. Recounting this episode to Ananda at a much later time, he declared, "For 7 days, friend, I ate the alms food of the country as a debtor. Then on the 8th day, the final knowledge of arahantship arose in me." Kassapa's relationship to the Buddha. We have already seen that there was a deep inner relationship between the Venerable Mahakassapa and the Buddha. This relationship, according to our traditional sources, had its root in their past lives. According to the Jataka stories, Kassapa was connected with the Bodhisattva in 19 existences, frequently through a close family bond. No less than 6 times Kassapa had been the Bodhisattva's father, twice his brother, and often his friend or teacher. As it was thus not their first meeting, we can understand why such an immediate and strong devotion and wholehearted dedication toward the Master arose in Kassapa's heart at the first sight of him. From Kassapa's final life, many conversations are reported between the Buddha and this great disciple. It happened on 3 occasions that the Master spoke to him. "Exhort the monks, Kassapa. Give them a discourse on the Dhamma, Kassapa. Either I, Kassapa, should exhort the monks, or you. Either I or you should give them a discourse on the Dhamma." These words imply a high recognition of Kassapa's ability, because not every arahant has the capacity to expound the teaching well and effectively. The commentary raises here the question why it was Mahakassapa who was placed by the Buddha on such a high footing in this respect, and not Sariputta or Mahamoggallana. The Buddha did so, says the commentary, because he knew that Sariputta and Moggallana would not survive him, but Kassapa would, and he wanted to bolster Kassapa's stature before the other monks, so they would consider him one whose advice is to be heeded. On 3 occasions, when the Buddha requested Kassapa to exhort the monks, he refused to comply. On the first of these occasions, Kassapa said that it had now become difficult to speak to some of the monks. They were not amenable to advice, were untractable, and did not accept admonitions with respect. He had also heard that 2 monks had been boasting of their skill in preaching, saying, "Come, let us see who will preach more profusely, more beautifully, and at greater length." When the Buddha was informed about this by Kassapa, he had these monks summoned and gave them a stern lecture, making them give up their childish conceit. Hence we can see that Kassapa's negative report turned out to be of positive benefit to those monks. It was not done just for the sake of criticizing others. On the second occasion, too, Kassapa did not wish to instruct the monks because they were not amenable to admonishment, lacked faith in the good, lacked a sense of shame and fear of wrongdoing, and were slack and devoid of wisdom. Kassapa compared such monks, in their state of decline, to the waning moon, which daily loses in beauty, confidence, in roundness, shame, in splendor, fear of wrongdoing, in height, energy, and in width, wisdom. On still a 3rd occasion, the Buddha asked Kassapa to instruct the monks, and Kassapa again expressed his reluctance for the same reason as before. It seems that this time, too, the Buddha did not urge Kassapa to change his mind, but he himself spoke of the reasons for their conduct. Formerly, Kassapa, there were elders of the order who were forest dwellers, living on alms food, wearing rag robes, using only the set of 3 robes, having few wants, and being contented, living secluded and aloof from society, energetic. And they praised and encouraged such a way of life. When such elders visited a monastery, they were gladly welcomed and honored as being dedicated to the practice of the Dhamma. Then the younger monks would also strive to emulate them in their way of life, and this would be of great benefit to them for a long time. But nowadays, Kassapa, those who are honored when visiting a monastery are not monks of austere and earnest life, but those who are well known and popular, and are amply provided with the requisites of a monk. These are welcomed and honored, and the younger monks try to emulate them, which will bring them harm for a long time. Hence one will be right in saying that such monks are harmed and overpowered by what does harm to a monk's life. On another occasion, Kassapa asked the Buddha, "What is the reason that formerly there were fewer rules, but more monks were established in the knowledge of arahantship, while now there are more rules, but fewer monks are established in the knowledge of arahantship?" The Buddha replied, "So it happens, Kassapa, when beings deteriorate and the true Dhamma vanishes, then there are more rules and fewer arahants. There will be, however, no vanishing of the true Dhamma until a sham Dhamma arises in the world. But when a sham Dhamma arises in the world, then the true Dhamma vanishes. But, Kassapa, it is not a cataclysm of the four elements, earth, water, fire and air, that makes the true Dhamma disappear. Nor is the reason for its disappearance similar to the overloading of a ship that causes it to sink. It is rather the presence of 5 detrimental attitudes that causes the obscuration and disappearance of the true Dhamma. These are the 5. It is the lack of respect and regard for the Buddha, the Dhamma, the Sangha, the training and meditative concentration on the part of monks and nuns and male and female lay devotees. But so long as there is respect and regard for those 5 things, the true Dhamma will remain free of obscuration and will not disappear. We should note that, according to this text, the male and female lay followers are also preservers of the Dhamma. From this we may conclude that even when the Dhamma has come to oblivion among the monks, it will still remain alive when honoured and practised by the laity. Other discourses relating to Mahakassapa deal chiefly with his austere way of life, which was highly praised and commended by the Buddha. But on one occasion late in his ministry, the Buddha reminded Kassapa that as he had now grown old, he must find his coarse, worn-out rag robes irksome to use. Therefore, the Buddha suggested he should now wear robes offered by householders, accept invitations for alms offerings, and live near him. But Kassapa replied, "For a long time I have been a forest dweller, going on alms round and wearing rag robes, and such a life I have commended to others. I have had few wants, lived contented, secluded, applying strenuous energy, and that too I have commended to others." When the Buddha asked, "But for what reason do you live in this way?" Kassapa replied, "For 2 reasons. For my own pleasant abiding here and now, and out of compassion for later generations of monks who, when they hear about such a life, might think to emulate it." Then the Buddha said, "Well spoken, Kassapa, well spoken. You are living for the happiness of many, out of compassion for the world, for the benefit and welfare of gods and humans. You may then keep to your coarse rag robes, go out for alms, and live in the forest." "This our Kassapa," said the Buddha, "is satisfied with whatever robes, alms food, lodging, and medicine he obtains. For the sake of these he will not do anything that is unbefitting for a monk. If he does not obtain any of these requisites, he is not perturbed, and when he obtains them, he makes use of them without clinging or infatuation, not committing any fault, aware of possible dangers, and knowing them as an escape from bodily affliction. By the example of Kassapa, or by one who equals him, I will exhort you, monks. Thus admonished, you should practice in the same way." The Buddha also mentioned that Mahakassapa was exemplary in his relation to the laity. When going among the families on his alms round or on invitation, he did not think wishfully, "May people give amply and give things of quality. May they give quickly and respectfully." He had no such thoughts, but remained detached like the moon that sheds its mild light from a distance. When Kassapa goes among families, his mind is not attached, not caught up, not fettered. He rather thinks, "Let those who want gain acquire gain. Let those who want merit do merit." He is pleased and glad at the gains of others, just as he is pleased and glad at his own gains. Such a monk is fit to go among families. When he preaches the doctrine, he will not do so for the sake of personal recognition and praise, but for letting them know the teaching of the Exalted One, so that those who hear it may accept it and practice accordingly. He will preach because of the excellence of the teaching and out of compassion and sympathy. But the strongest recognition of Mahakassapa's achievement, the highest praise given him by the Buddha, came when the master said that Cassipa could attain at will, just as he himself could, the 4 fine material and the 4 immaterial meditative absorptions, the cessation of perception and feeling, and could also attain the 6 supernormal knowledges, which include the supernormal powers and culminate in the attainment of Nibbana. Here his powerful meditative achievements, akin to those of the Buddha, appear as a characteristic trait of Mahakassava's mind. It was because of that deep meditative calm that he could adapt himself, unperturbed, to all external situations, and live as one of few wants, materially and socially. In his verses preserved in the Therigatha, Mahakassapa praises again and again the peace of the jhanas. He was one who went from abundance to abundance. In his lay life he had lived in the abundance of wealth and harmony. As a monk, he dwelt in the abundance of jhanic experience, furthered by his former life in the Brahma world. While in some of the texts he appears to be very severe, this should not lead us to believe that he was harsh by nature. When he occasionally rebuked others in stern words, he did so for pedagogical reasons, in order to help them. This we shall see, especially when we deal with his relationship to Ananda. Encounters with deities. Our sources record 2 meetings of Mahakassapa with deities. They are related here because they illustrate his independence of spirit and his determination to keep to his austere way of living, without accepting privileges even from beings of a higher order. The first was with a young female deity named Laja. She remembered that she had obtained her present celestial happiness because, in her previous human existence as a poor woman, she had offered parched rice to the elder Mahakassapa with a believing heart, uttering the aspiration, "May I be a partaker of the truth you have seen." On her way home, while reflecting on her offering, she was bitten by a snake and died, and was immediately reborn in the heaven of the 33, in the midst of great splendor. This the deity remembered, and in her gratitude she now wanted to serve the great elder. Descending to earth, she swept the elder's cell and filled the water vessels. After she had done so for 3 days, the elder saw her radiant figure in his cell, and after questioning her, asked her to leave. He did not wish monks of the future to criticize him for accepting the services of a deity. His entreaties were of no avail. The deity rose into the air, filled with great sadness. The Buddha, aware of what had happened, appeared to the deity and consoled her by speaking of the worth of meritorious deeds and their great reward. But he also said that it had been Kassipa's duty to practice restraint. In the other story it is told that Mahakassapa, while living at the Pipali cave, had entered a period of 7 days uninterrupted meditation. At the end of that period, after emerging from his absorption, he went to Rajagaha on alms round. At that time, 500 female deities of Sakka's retinue keenly desired to offer him alms. They approached the elder with the food they had prepared, asking him to bestow his favour upon them by accepting their offering. Kassapa, however, declined, for he wanted to bestow his favour on the poor so that they could earn merit. They entreated him several times, but finally left after he repeatedly refused to yield. When Sakka, king of the gods, heard about their vain effort, he too experienced a keen desire to offer alms to the elder. To avoid being refused, he assumed the guise of an old weaver, and when Mahakassapa approached, he offered rice to him. At the moment the rice was accepted, it turned exceedingly fragrant. Then Mahakassapa knew that this old weaver was not a human being, but Sakka, and he reproached the Deva king thus: "You have done a grievous wrong, Kossia. By doing so, you have deprived poor people of the chance to acquire merit. Do not do such a thing again." "We too need merit, revered Kassapa," Sakka replied. "We too are in need of merit. But have I acquired merit or not by giving alms to you through deception?" "You have gained merit, friend." Now Sakka, while departing, gave voice to the following solemn utterance: "O almsgiving, highest almsgiving, well bestowed on Kassapa. Relations with fellow monks. One as dedicated to the meditative life as the Venerable Mahakassapa was cannot be expected to have been eager to accept and train many pupils, and in fact the canonical texts mention only a few pupils of his. One of Kassapa's few recorded discourses addressed to the monks deals with the subject of overestimating one's attainments. There may be a monk who declares he has attained to the highest knowledge, that of arahantship. Then the master or a disciple capable of knowing the minds of others examines and questions him. When they question him, that monk becomes embarrassed and confused. The questioner now understands that the monk has made this declaration through overrating himself out of conceit. Then, considering the reason for it, he sees that this monk has acquired much knowledge of the teaching and proficiency in it, which made him declare his overestimation of himself to be the truth. Penetrating the mind of that monk, he sees that he is still obstructed by the 5 hindrances and has stopped halfway, while there is still more to do. Apart from the few instances where Mahakassapa is speaking to unnamed monks or a group of monks, the texts record only his relationship to Sariputta and Ananda. According to the Jatakas, in former lives Sariputta was twice the son of Kassapa, and twice his brother. Once, too, he was Kassapa's grandson and his friend. In his verses, Kassapa tells that he once saw thousands of Brahma gods descend from their heaven, pay homage to Sariputta, and praise him. 2 conversations between Mahakassapa and Sariputta have been recorded in the Kassapa Sangyutta. On both occasions it was in the evening, after meditation, that Sariputta went to see Mahakassapa. In the first text, Sariputta asked, "It has been said, friend Kassapa, that without ardour and without fear of wrongdoing, one is incapable of gaining enlightenment, incapable of attaining nibbana, incapable of attaining highest security, but that with ardour and with fear of wrongdoing, one is capable of such attainments. Now in how far is one incapable of such attainments, and in how far is one capable of them? When, friend Sariputta, a monk thinks, 'If bad and unwholesome states that have so far not arisen in me were to arise, this would bring me harm,' and if then he does not arouse ardour and fear of wrongdoing, then he is lacking ardour and fear of wrongdoing. When he thinks, 'If bad and unwholesome states that have now arisen in me are not abandoned, this would bring me harm,' or 'If unarisen wholesome states were not to arise, this would bring me harm,' or 'If arisen wholesome states were to vanish, this would bring me harm,' if on these occasions too a monk does not arouse ardour and fear of wrongdoing, then he is lacking these qualities, and lacking them, he is incapable of attaining enlightenment, incapable of attaining nibbana, incapable of attaining the highest security. But if a monk, on those 4 occasions for right effort, arouses ardour and fear of wrongdoing, he is capable of attaining enlightenment, capable of attaining nibbana, capable of attaining the highest security." On another occasion, Sariputta asked Mahakassapa whether the Tathagata, the Perfect One, exists after death or does not exist, or, in some sense, both exists and does not exist, or neither exists nor does not exist. In each case, Mahakassapa replied, "This was not declared by the Blessed One. And why not? Because it is of no benefit, and does not belong to the fundamentals of the holy life. Because it does not lead to disenchantment, nor to dispassion, cessation, inner peace, direct knowledge, enlightenment, and nibbana." But what friend did the Blessed One declare? "This is suffering." So, friend, has the Blessed One declared. This is the origin of suffering, the cessation of suffering, the way to the cessation of suffering. So, friend, has the Blessed One declared. And why? Because it conduces to benefit and belongs to the fundamentals of the holy life, because it leads to turning away from worldliness to dispassion, cessation, inner peace, direct knowledge, enlightenment, and nibbana. We have no explanation why Sariputta posed these questions, which for an arahant should have been fully clear. It is, however, not impossible that this conversation took place immediately after Kassapa's ordination and before his attainment of arahantship, and that Sariputta wanted to test his understanding. Or perhaps the questions were asked for the sake of other monks who may have been present. The Mahagosinga Sutta records a group discussion led by the Venerable Sariputta, in which Mahakassapa, along with several other eminent disciples, once participated. At the time, these elders were residing in the Gosinga forest along with the Buddha, and on a clear moonlit night they approached Sariputta for a discussion on the Dhamma. Sariputta declared, "Delightful is this Gosinga sala tree forest. It is a clear moonlit night. The sala trees are in full bloom, and it seems as if celestial scents are being wafted around." Then he asked each distinguished elder in the group, Ananda, Ravata, Anuruddha, Mahakassapa, and Mahamoggallana, what kind of monk could lend more lustre to that forest. Mahakassapa, like the others, replied according to his own temperament. "Here, friend Sariputta, a monk is himself a forest dweller, and he speaks in praise of forest dwelling. He is himself an alms food collector, and he speaks in praise of collecting alms food. He is himself a rag robe wearer, and he speaks in praise of wearing rag robes. He is himself a triple robe wearer, and he speaks in praise of wearing the triple robe. He himself has few wishes, is content, secluded, and aloof from society, and he speaks in praise of each of these qualities. He himself has attained to virtue, to concentration, to wisdom, to liberation, and to knowledge and vision of liberation, and he speaks in praise of each of these attainments. This is the kind of monk who could lend more lustre to this Gosinga sala tree forest." According to tradition, Mahakassapa also had close connections in former lives with the Venerable Ananda. Ananda had twice been his brother, once his son, once even the murderer of his son, and in this life he was his pupil. The Kassapa Sangyutta likewise has two conversations between them. They concern practical questions, while those with Sariputta referred to points of doctrine. On the first occasion, Ananda asked Kassapa to accompany him to the nuns' quarters. Kassapa, however, refused and asked Ananda to go alone. But Ananda seemed to be intent on getting Kassapa to give a Dhamma talk to the nuns, and he repeated his request twice. Kassapa finally consented